Okay, I think we are live now. Hello everyone, welcome to today's video, to today's live stream. So we are going to be looking at the election results that are happening tonight across the states of South Carolina, Maine, I do believe North Dakota, and Nevada as well. Now, in terms of overall election results, Nevada and North Dakota are going to be later in the night. They also have less races overall that are up. North Dakota, I do believe, in terms of the races we're going to cover, only has one. They have the U.S. House at large, their only congressional district, a Republican primary between Julie Fedorchak and Alex Balaz, Balaz, I believe. That's essentially going to settle the race. There won't be a competitive general election there. So that's North Dakota. Nevada has a few primaries for Secretary of State, Attorney General, Governor. Especially in the governor's race, we kind of have an idea of how that's going to go already. But then the House primary is taking place as well. But the main states that we're really talking about today, no pun intended, but are South Carolina and Maine. So some of them that we're looking at is the South Carolina Republican governor primary. We're certainly watching this one. This is going to be expected to be a very close race. It's also worth noting that the winning candidate must break 50% of the vote to win. If not, it'll go to a runoff of the top two vote getters. So this is going to be a very competitive race. We're expecting in about 14 minutes when the polls close in South Carolina. We're looking at Pamela Evette, who has the endorsement of President Trump. Alan Wilson's been polling usually in second place. And then you have Nancy Mace, Ralph Norman, and Rom Reddy that are also polling very strongly in this race as well. So this governor's race in South Carolina is going to be very exciting to keep an eye out for to see how it all ultimately breaks down. So that's South Carolina governor. We also have on the Democrat side the South Carolina governor primary as well. 3 Democrats are running in: Billy Webster, Jermaine Johnson, Mullins McLeod. Jermaine Johnson heading into this race was seen as the heavy favorite, and I do expect he'll win. The question will be, will he win outright, or will it have to go to ranked choice, or not ranked choice voting, I'm sorry, but to runoff? But I think Johnson should win pretty well here. Hi Brian, how you doing? Good evening. Welcome to another live stream. So that's the South Carolina governor primary. In the South Carolina U.S. Senate, this is Lindsey Graham. He's facing a Republican primary challenge, though there's not a very serious contender in the race. Graham has the endorsement of President Trump. Mark Lynch is viewed as the second candidate to Graham in the race, but things have been showing to be pretty stable for Lindsey Graham. So probably not going to see Graham lose the primary tonight. So we'll see how that goes, though. On the U.S. Senate side in South Carolina, Annie Andrews, Brandon Brown, and Kyle Freeman are the 3 leading Democrat candidates. Annie Andrews is widely expected to win here by a good amount. So that's where things stand on the South Carolina Senate side as well. Now we can go to Maine, where even though it may not be too competitive, the talk of today is probably going to revolve around the U.S. Senate race in the state of Maine between Graham Platner and Janet Mills. Despite ending her campaign, Mills is still on the ballot, so she may get a decent amount of votes, somewhere between like 10 to like 20%, maybe somewhere in that range. But fully expect Graham Platner will be the Democratic candidate for the general election, and then one of the most talked about and competitive Senate races in 2026 will be officially on versus Susan Collins if Platner does indeed advance to the general. We can pull up the Senate Republican primary as well. Collins is running unopposed, so there's not really any need to. We'll pull up maybe the general election instead. But Platner versus Collins looks like it's going to be the matchup for the general, and that's currently what we're expecting to see here in a race that is becoming very, very close in both the polling and the odds as time has gone on. So that's the Senate race in Maine. Maine also has 2 very competitive governor primaries underway as well. The governor side, or the Democratic side for the governor race, is very, very competitive. And you look on the odds here, I'll go into more in depth in just one moment. Angus King, Hannah Pingree, Nirav Shah, Shenna Bellows, and Troy Jackson are all running a very, very close race. And the way it works in Maine, if no candidate breaks 50% of the vote, it does go to ranked choice voting. And then it'll go through the rounds of voting where it ends up with the top 2 candidates until one of them breaks 50%. And right now, Nirav Shah is a slight favorite in this race, but I expect this one to be very, very close as well. For Maine governor on the Republican side, it looks like we got a few votes actually out of Maine. The polls don't close till 8 p.m., but looks like Frenchboro reported some votes, and Bobby Charles is already leading. Robert Charles is already leading in the race, so that might be an indicator of things to come. This is going to be a primary where Robert Charles is the heavy favorite in the race. Notable Republicans that's running second: Jonathan Bush, Garrett Mason, David Jones, Benjamin Midley, James Libby. Oh, looks like the vote went away. Oh, that's too bad. Um, yeah, so it looks like Robert Charles is going to be the favorite to win this race. The question will be, does ranked choice voting be needed for this one or not? And then I also have on this tab here the national precinct map from 2024 as well. And I do believe 2022 and for U.S. Senate, and then 2020 it should pop up as well. So I do have this map if you want to look at any point during the night at any of these counties or precincts and go more in depth here. We can, as need be, if we do decide that we want to for any reason. So those are some of the races and keep an eye out for tonight. I think first we'll start with South Carolina as their polls are closing in just about 9 minutes now. The Republican governor primary is going to be very interesting because the polling showing this race at the end for Decision Desk HQ has been a very competitive race. Sorry, Brian, I missed your chat here. Only primaries I find interesting are Nevada and Maine, South Carolina, North Dakota primaries I find uninteresting. Yeah, I get that. I just think I know for the general elections, there's not really too much to say for a lot of these outside of maybe Maine and Nevada, but for the primaries, I would say South Carolina's primaries are pretty competitive. Maine's governor primaries, I think, are probably the most competitive tonight, but them in South Carolina, I think, are still pretty competitive and worth talking about. For the South Carolina Republican primary average, Pamela Evette ends at 19.6%. Alan Wilson's in second at 18.5%. And then Rom Reddy, the Republican, who back on March 27th entered the race, only had 5% of the vote. He's now in third at 16%. So Reddy has a little bit of a surge here happening in this race. Could be something interesting to keep an eye out for if he ends up passing Alan Wilson maybe for second place. And then Ralph Norman has 14.4 and Nancy Mace has 13.5. Mace, obviously, definitely there's always a lot of publicity about her in the race. It'll be interesting to see how these candidates ultimately do in the general election. We'll do a quick check of the market odds as well. Kalshi currently has Pamela Evette as a very large favorite in this race at 84%. Alan Wilson is in second at 12%. Mace, Norman, Reddy at 2% as things currently stand on the Kalshi odds. For Polymarket, similar. Evette's at 84, Wilson's at 14, and then Reddy is at 4, with the rest being at 2. Josh Kimbrell did drop out of the race as well. That's why he's at 0.0. So it'll be interesting to see as these votes start to come in out of South Carolina, how things go in the governor's race. We'll keep a close eye on that one for sure. On the Democratic side, the polling, there hasn't been a polling average for Decision Desk HQ, but most of the polls show Jermaine Johnson with a pretty decent lead in a lot of the polls taken, though there was still a lot of undecided vote. They don't have the odds listed for this one, but I do believe Jermaine Johnson was a very heavy favorite in the South Carolina governor primary. We'll watch the votes as they come in, but definitely would imagine we're going to see Johnson win there by a considerable amount. How do you view the Maine Senate Dem primary? What's your benchmark for a good night for Platner? Good question. So let me pull up the map here for Platner. I think we're going to see Platner. Good question. I think we're going to see Janet Mills get somewhere in between 10 to 20% just because her being on the ballot as the current governor. There may be enough voters who just maybe aren't keeping up with the race as much and assume that she's running, not just like ending her campaign running. So I'm going to say she still gets somewhere between 10 to 20%. And I think Platner essentially gets like the rest of the vote. Like there's only 6 votes in thus far out of Frenchboro, and Platner's getting like 83.3%. Costell's 16.67, Mills is getting 0. I think we're gonna see Platner probably get somewhere. It's a wide range of in between like 60 to 80%, but I think we're gonna see Platner get probably somewhere around like 70, 75%. I really don't think it's gonna be too competitive at all. I know Platner's scandals certainly are being talked about a lot in the media, but I don't think in terms of Democratic primary voters, I don't think Plattner's going to have too much trouble at all. If he does, that maybe could be a sign for the general election that maybe Collins has a better chance of winning than she did maybe a few days ago. But I think Plattner's going to do pretty strong tonight and put a lot of those questions essentially to bed in terms of the Democratic primary. So that's where I think things are on the Senate race for Maine right now. 5 minutes ago until the polls closed in South Carolina. Oh, let's see. Captain Prey said, hello, how you doing? I'm doing okay. Got the live stream coming up because, hey guys, a little sad today. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, so we'll look at the South Carolina U.S. Senate primary here where Lindsey Graham is running for re-election, obviously. There was talk of a potential primary challenge early on, but President Trump ultimately endorsed Lindsay Graham in the race. The polling, again, no polling average, but the most recent poll from Trafalgar, which came out just a few days ago, had Graham at 49.2%. Lynch was at 29.4%. So Graham's already almost nearly reaching that 50% margin to outright win. It is possible maybe he falls under 50% and it goes to a runoff if Graham does not break it, but he's already pretty close to 50%. With the endorsement of President Trump, may end up seeing him break it anyway. Lynch is at 29.4%, though, so it is a significant challenger in second place there. For Insider Advantage's poll from June 5th, Graham had 51%, Lynch had 21%, with 28% saying other option. So again, Graham is right around the 50% margin. I imagine we see him win outright tonight without really too much of a struggle there. And the market odds is very bullish on Graham, 99% chance to win this Republican primary. Poly market, not too different, 99% for Graham as well. So I'm probably going to see him hold on and win here. And then on the Democratic side, Annie Andrews, 99.7% chance to win. The polling, only one poll showed her up 45%. Next closest challenger, Brandon Brown, at 14%, 5% for Freeman, 36% saying other option. That polls back in, I do believe, was it May or March? May 21st to 31st. Andrews is a massive favorite here at 99% chance to win. So in terms of South Carolina, I think the Senate primaries on the Republican and Democratic side are essentially, I think, pretty locked up. The Democratic governor's side, I'd also say it's pretty locked up. But the Republican governor's race, I think, is still going to be very interesting to watch for in South Carolina. Let's see here. I'm just checking. When I look to the right, also, I'm just checking the chat to see what you guys are saying. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Because you say you're sad because Just Dance 2027 is not in the Nintendo Direct. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's too bad. Brian says, although I'm not endorsing Platner, but since he's extremely likely to win the Maine Dem primary, I'll endorse him just like how people who don't endorse either Cornyn or Paxton endorse Paxton. And sorry being off topic. No, it's okay. Obviously, chat. You can say obviously whatever you want. Free to say whatever you want to do. Or I'll endorse him after / if he wins his primary Platner. Yeah, I think that's a lot of the sentiment from a lot of Democrats in Maine, which even the Democrats in Maine, I think, have some questions about Platner. I think if he gets a good enough share of the vote, and I think he ultimately will, I think he'll get the Democratic primary win first and foremost. I think he'll consolidate a lot of that Democratic vote. Then it's a general election, and it's a question of, are you going to vote for Susan Collins, who is a Republican, if you're a Democrat? Even though you have questions about Platner, I'd imagine a lot of Democrats would probably still side with Platner, and then it becomes a very competitive race versus Collins. And we'll have to wait and see, because the polls have showed a very close race. I think I do still have the general election up. Yeah, the current polling right now is literally very, very close. A few months ago, even in April 8th, Platner was leading over Collins 48.6, 42.3. In light of Platner's recent scandals, it's gone a lot closer. Now Platner's at 47.4, Collins is at 45.2. Again, Susan Collins, the incumbent, Graham Platner, the challenger. So the challenger and Platner is still winning, but his support, it hasn't changed a ton since April. He went from 48.6 down to 47.4. So he went down about 1.2%, but Collins went from about 42 points up to 45. So she's consolidated another 3 points to her side as well. So it's going to be interesting to watch in the Maine Senate race, because also they use ranked choice voting as well. So if there's any third-party vote on election night and it keeps either one of them under 50%, it's going to go to ranked choice voting. Then we'll see how it goes. But definitely think it's shaping up to be a very close race now. I don't think it's going to be a blowout one way or the other for Collins or for Platner, to be honest. I think it falls under 5 points in both scenarios, whether Collins or Platner win. So going to be interesting to watch for in the Maine Senate race for sure. Also, it's 6:59 p.m., so we're going to pop over to the South Carolina governor's race, as the polls are just about to close in 1 minute. So I'm going to have this page queued up here for when it does. Let's see. Brian says it's all because of Platner's past / baggage / controversies. Definitely, yep. Let's see. Susan Collins is such a pearl clutcher, and that's going to be the question in the race. I mean, definitely there are a lot of Maine voters, a lot of Democrats, a lot of independents, even some Republicans that don't like Susan Collins. The question is going to be in the general election: do they turn out and vote for Graham Platner, given his controversies and such? Do they maybe decide to vote for Susan Collins because they're uncomfortable with Platner? do they decide not to vote at all? Those are going to be the questions that are going to be important to watch for in Maine when everything's said and done there. But those polls will close at 8. We'll definitely go more in depth at 8 p.m. once those polls close as well. It is now officially 7 p.m. Eastern time on obviously the East Coast, and we have the polls closed in South Carolina. So now we're waiting for our first results out of the state of South Carolina. If you're just joining us, again, we're looking for the South Carolina governor primaries, both Republican and Democrat, and South Carolina U.S. Senate primaries on the Republican and Democratic side. There is also some House primaries taking place tonight in South Carolina as well. For some of the congressional districts, we do have the map pulled up on 270 to win, where Republicans did fail to redraw the map. So it looks like James Clyburn's 6th district will remain safe Democratic for the general election. The rest of the districts are all currently looked as safe Republican. So the 6th district is the only one Democrats are probably going to win. The rest are all going to go safe Republican. So from that standpoint, pretty easy to keep track of. Clyburn is facing a primary challenge from Frederick Goodwin, but still, I'd probably expect him to win here by a pretty considerable amount. Some of these Republican primaries in these districts are open. I do believe the 1st district where Nancy Mace is retiring. This Republican primary is going to be competitive. The 2nd district is Joe Wilson. He's facing 2 primary challengers, but he's the incumbent Republican. The 3rd district, I believe, is unopposed for the Republican representative. And then William Timmons running in the 4th of the primary. The 6th has John Peterson in Maurice Washington as well. The 5th must be an unopposed race as well. But the 6th Republican definitely likely to lose to James Clyburn once those results do start coming in. So we'll have that pulled up as need be as things come in if we do ultimately need to. Okay, so that's where things currently are now. Just waiting for results to start coming in out of South Carolina. Let me see chat here. Brian says, I know he apologized and he wasn't mentally well and didn't know the meaning of his tattoo, but it didn't feel right for me to endorse Platner. Yeah, and I think that's going to be, and I think, Brian, that's definitely a good point. And I think that's something that's really going to play an important role in the race is what ultimately people think about Platner's past controversies, past statements. Obviously, the tattoo is a very big scandal as well. And do people ultimately say they're okay with voting for him if they're maybe a Democrat? If they're not a Democrat, do they feel comfortable voting for him? Or would they rather just stick with Susan Collins for another 6 years? I think that's going to be a very big, important question for this race as we head to the general election, because there's going to be, those are conversations that thousands of voters in Maine surely are having today on election day in the primary, but we'll also have for the general election as well. So definitely. Also, I did put a poll in the chat as well for who do you think will win the South Carolina governor primary. This is going to be Pamela Evette at 50% right now, Alan Wilson, the attorney general, at 12%, Nancy Mace at looks like 38% in 3rd place, and then I combined Rom Reddy and Ralph Norman for 4th place because I think the chat only allows you to put in for the potential poll. Yeah, they only let 4 options be in there. Let's see. Have you made a video about the Dems redistricting push? 13 states are being planned to be redrawn. I do not believe I have yet. I know I've done redistricting videos in the past. Is that about 2028? I do believe, because I don't think I've done a 2028 redistricting video yet, but that is a good idea here. I will write that up in the other tab so I remember to revisit that after. 2028 redistricting. Democrats. Okay, so yeah, I have that written here in the other tab. So I will try and get a video out in the next few days about that topic. But unless it's for 2026, I don't believe I've addressed that yet. Yesterday, I looked up how long Collins has been in office for, and I found out she ran and got elected in 1996. Yeah, no, Collins has been in office a very long time. And let's see, we can go back. I think we can go back that far on here. Yeah, she got elected in 1996 against the Democrat Brennan by 5.3%. In 2002, she got reelected by 16.9% against the current representative of the 1st District in Shelley Pingree. Then in 2008, I do believe, she got reelected against the Democrat Allen by 22.7%. In 2014, her next Senate race, she got reelected against Shenna Bellows, the current, I believe it's Secretary of State or Attorney General of Maine. I think it's I'm not sure if it's Secretary of State or Maine. or Attorney General, but one of the two. Shenna Bellows got defeated by Collins by 37 points. Obviously, in 2020, there was a lot of talk about defeating Susan Collins. Ultimately, she narrowly avoids ranked choice voting and wins by 8.6%, with Democrat Sarah Gideon getting 42.39% of the vote. And now we come to the present day, or that'll be a big conversation going forward for the general election for her versus Platner. How will things ultimately go now, especially if Collins can't avoid ranked choice voting, if she doesn't get over 50% outright? What will happen if ranked choice voting happens? Is there enough Democrats and independents to maybe give it to Platner and take the vote away from Collins? So it's going to be a very interesting conversation, definitely, in the general election for the state of Maine. Uh, Brian says she really needs to go. Andrew says yes. And she's an establishment candidate. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like, you've been a U.S. senator since 1996. I mean, you can't get more like establishment candidate than that, I would say. Yeah, so definitely. Let's see. I don't think we've gotten any early results out of South Carolina yet, but it's only been 6 minutes, so not really too surprising here. But again, I think we'll leave the map up on the South Carolina governor primary for now. I feel like that's the one that most people are probably watching for competitiveness wise in South Carolina. Yes, Lindsey Graham, sure. There are a lot of people that want to see Lindsey Graham lose that are probably interested in that race. But again, I don't really see that happening, to be honest. I think Graham probably pulls us out by a pretty solid amount, would be my guess. But we'll see, obviously, as the results start to come in, if things go that way or not. Let's see. So yeah, as mentioned, if you're just joining us here, I have the chat pulled up as well on the other side here, as well as the poll. If you want to vote for who you think will win the Republican primary in the South Carolina governor's race, you can leave that in the chat below. If you want, when the polls close in Maine, which is going to be about 8 p.m., I may decide to do a poll for the Maine Senate race. Expecting Platner will win the Democratic primary. We could do a poll of, do you think Collins or Platner will end up winning the general election? So probably like around 8 p.m. for me to start putting that out on the chat. But that could be, if you're interested, something I could uh, end up doing. Otherwise, yeah, just kind of reading the chat, waiting for results to start coming in. Once they do, we'll start talking about them more in depth once that happens. Hope you guys are all having a good night. Obviously, only 7 p.m. East Coast, so we still have a good amount of time to go before all the results are in. But I hope you're having a good night. Hope you had a good day. And yeah, well, welcome to another election night. Second one, or third one now in a week, because they did an update one as well the day after in California. So hope you guys are doing well. Let's see. Andrew says politicians stay in office for decades and never get anything done. Brian said, but if I had lived in Maine, I'd vote for Platner because I agree with his political positions, not his past statements/weaknesses. And Collins has been in office for too long and is an establishment candidate. And I think I think that's a lot of the appeal of Platner running as well. Is Platner definitely fits as like a populist type Democratic candidate, someone that I think a lot of Democrats will understand. Like, obviously, we'll get a lot of the Democrats out to vote in Southern Maine, but I think someone that could potentially make significant inroads among the everyday workers of Maine. A lot, obviously, I mean, not to sound stereotypical, but a lot of like, tree cutters, lobster fishermen, even like Plattner's a oyster farmer. A lot of these people who work the hard day to day jobs that President Trump and the Republicans typically do very well with, someone like Platner who works a job like that maybe will be able to make some significant inroads with those voters, and that may lead to a more competitive race that the Democrats may even potentially flip. So, like you said, Brian, I think it definitely plays a very important role. Good evening, RJ says. Good evening to you as well. Brillbar says, can South Carolina Senate go to a runoff? I think it definitely has the potential to. I wouldn't say I don't think for sure it will, because I think Lindsey Graham, most of the polls are already hovering right around that 50% mark. So unless Graham really underperforms what the polls and the markets are currently saying, I would imagine he breaks 50%. I don't think it's going to be by a massive amount, but I think Graham probably breaks 50% by like at least 3 points or so, like probably like 52 to 55%. I think he's somewhere in that range. So it definitely could go under 50 for Lindsey Graham, but I think he's probably going to end up winning it by more than 50. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't really understand that comment, but that's okay. Let's see. think it's in Japanese, but yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe my screen's just not translating. Right. Brobart says Graham is pretty weak, and it shows in past elections. Is Graham? I mean, are you talking about Collins or Graham? I don't know if Graham's ran in past elections. I don't know. Real Silly says, first off, just want to say big fan. Oh, I appreciate it. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Quick question. What do you think the state of the South Carolina primary would be if Trump hadn't endorsed Evette? Honestly, really good question because I think it was very close in the polling. And I think Evette was usually, I want to say like right around, yeah, she was around like third place. And as time's gone on here, I think we can look back in January. She hadn't, or Trump hadn't endorsed her yet. Wilson was in first place. Evette was in second. Mace was in third. So that standpoint, things haven't changed too much. But then Nancy Mace, even like in March, jumped to first place. And then it looks like when Trump endorses, probably not too long ago in April or May, numbers start to go down. Wilson's always been sort of right around that top two. Evette and Mace sort of like swapped places. I think Trump's endorsement played a large role here. So a Trump not endorsing this race, definitely 100% it would have gone to a runoff as it likely will today here. But a Nancy Mace, Alan Wilson general or runoff election could have ended up happening. It's possible Pamela Evette still could have won. I don't think Ralph Norman or Rom Reddy ultimately would have got to the top two. I think Wilson will be one of the two candidates, and then Mace or Evette will probably be one of the two candidates. I think we might have seen Wilson versus Mace in that scenario where Trump didn't endorse. Now that Trump has endorsed Pamela Evette, though, I would imagine she ends up being one of the top two candidates to advance to the runoff. I know we were covering last week where Trump's candidate in Iowa, Randy Feenstra, lost the primary by like under 1 point. And I mean, that technically is possible here, but in a runoff where the top two will advance, I'd imagine Trump's endorsed candidate will probably be one of the two. And then I'm looking at Alan Wilson, Nancy Mace, Ron Reddy probably as one of the top three to be the second spot. I think Wilson right now is number one. Mace, I would say, is number two, but we'll have to see. Obviously, has how that goes as the results comes in. Let's see. Okay, let's see how approximately how long until the results come in. It's what's that, midnight 10 a.m. Ukraine time. Yeah, I mean, for South Carolina, typically South Carolina is a lot of election day in-person votes, so typically the results come in pretty quickly. It has been 13 minutes though since the polls have closed and no results will come in, but typically the election day vote, which usually is more Republican, does come in relatively fast. So I'm actually a little surprised there hasn't been any vote reported yet out of South Carolina, but it should definitely start coming in pretty soon. I will say definitely it probably won't take a week to count the votes like California did. It should come in probably pretty soon once it does start reporting, but just waiting for the first results to start coming. Brian says, but in the primary, I'd vote for either Platner or David Costello because lately, because lately Platner has been growing on me a bit. If I lived in Maine, yeah, I think it's going to be reflective on Platner. I think he wins tonight. I think he gets like probably over 65% of the vote, like at the low side. So I think definitely, Brian, a lot of Democrats in Maine would definitely share your opinion of that. I think he should win probably without too much of a problem. Andy says Democrats need to run real people with real stories, not polished, stuck up elitists. Brobar says Lindsay, if you look at his 2020 margin versus Trump's. Yeah, so that's the thing. I think Plattner definitely, like with Andy's comment, fits that mold of definitely a real person, a real type of candidate. Obviously, we'll find out in the general election if he wins the primary how that'll work out for him. But if he does end up being winning, that could be a potential look of more like realer everyday people being elected. That could be something that maybe plays well for Democrats and maybe even Republicans going forward. For Brobar's comment about Lindsay, if you look at his 2020 margin versus Trump's here, and yeah, South Carolina is going to be an interesting state to watch because in 2024, Trump won the state by 18 points. In 2020, Trump only won the state by 11.7%. Now, in the 2020 Senate race, Lindsey Graham also won South Carolina, but he only won it by 10.3. Now, I do think the context of this race is very important because this was obviously in the 2020 election. Joe Biden obviously did very well against Donald Trump here, and a lot of turnout among African American voters was exceptionally high for Biden in this race. It's also Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham, This set the fundraising record for the most expensive Senate race of all time in the 2020 elections at that current point in time in U.S. history. I don't think we're going to see that again, to be honest. I don't think we're going to see like a massive fundraising amount similar to 2020. So, in terms of competitiveness for 2026, South Carolina, I think certainly could fall under 15 points. Voted for Trump by 18 points in 2024, only 11 in 2020. And I have the Senate map pulled up here. So I do think Lindsey Graham is still favored in the South Carolina Senate race. The question will be, does he win by more than 15 points? My last few predictions, I've had it as likely Republican, which is in between 5 and 15%. I still think I would keep it in that category. I think still around that probably 11-point margin for Graham, because Graham certainly has a fair amount of people who do not like him in South Carolina, even some Republicans among that group. But with the endorsement of President Trump against a Democrat, I still think Graham will win by more than 10 points. But again, we'll see obviously as the votes come in if that does change or anything. Okay, so I think we're caught up on the chat now, I do believe. Do I have top chat or all chats on? I was gonna put live chat on as well, just so I'm not missing in any comments. I know that's happened before, so I think it should be all good. Andy said South Carolina is beautiful, but it's fool's gold. That money should go to Nebraska and Texas. Yeah, and that's the thing. On the Senate map for 2026, obviously, and why I think South Carolina won't be as competitive is South Carolina, I think Democrats, I mean, they may put some money into it, but you're going to have potentially close races. I'm just going to use the tilt or the lean Democratic thing just to point them out here. You know, there's going to be very close Senate races in North Carolina, in Maine. You know, there's going to be a very close Senate race in Michigan. Democrats are defending a close Senate race in New Hampshire and Georgia, though they're favored in both of those. And then Democrats are going on the attack in places like Ohio and Iowa and Alaska. And Democrats are trying to expand the map even more by going after Texas and Nebraska and maybe potentially Montana, though I'm not totally sold on that one yet with the Democrat and the independent in the race. So even if you want to throw Montana in there, you look at all these states that are Democrats are attempting to make competitive. Are they going to put a ton of money into South Carolina when they also, you could even take off like Montana or Nebraska? You're still looking at these places that I think are very competitive that Democrats are going to try and put into play here. I just don't think South Carolina is going to be as much of a focal point in terms of fundraising and united national Democratic effort this time around like it was in 2020. Obviously, could be proven wrong once the general election happens, but I don't think South Carolina is going to be in that competitive situation again like it was in 2020. So still 20 minutes or about 18 minutes since poll closed here. Still no results yet. Definitely a little bit of a surprise, but we should start getting results in literally like any second. It's in the Republican governor primary. We can see. I don't think the Democratic primary has gotten any results in yet out of South Carolina as well. So yeah, so far just waiting. Just waiting for more results to start coming in. Let's do a quick check of the poll as well. Who do you think will win the South Carolina GOP governor primary? Evette at 50%, Wilson's at 19%, Mace is at 25%, and Reddy/Norman is at 6% of the vote. I would definitely agree with the Evette at 50%. Obviously, having the endorsement of Trump, I think, is a very, very big get for her in that race. Let's see. Lefty says, yo, I'm literally watching this in the bus as I'm gonna go run errands at Walmart, LMAO. Well, hey, I appreciate you watching it. I mean, wherever you're watching, I really appreciate it. Montana is more winnable than South Carolina. Yeah, I would agree. I think Montana is more winnable than South Carolina this year, but if it's still a 3-person race of the Republican versus Democrat versus Independent, I don't think I don't think Montana falls under 15 points in that scenario because I just think there will be too much like anti-Republican vote that's being split there. I think it would go safe Republican. If the independent Seth Bodnar drops out of the race, I think it would still probably be near safe Republican, if not maybe likely Republican. If the Democrat dropped out and it was Bodnar versus the Republican Kurt Almy, then you're starting to talk about a likely to lean Republican race that could potentially get competitive. I still think the Republicans are favored in all three scenarios there, or I guess all two scenarios, but it definitely would be more competitive if one of the two candidates dropped out, but we'll see. I think South Carolina is more competitive if one of the two Democrat or independent candidates don't drop out. If one of them does drop out, I would agree with you on that point. Lindsey Graham could lose a few counties, especially with the Iran war. Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. We can look. I don't think. Yeah, they don't have the map pulled up for the Senate side for South Carolina because it is the Senate map on the website. They don't have the Senate results by county. They do have presidential. You can look at the Trump map though. In some counties that Trump barely won, like Clarendon, he won by 0.6, Florence 2.3, Darlington 5 points, even Calhoun 4.8, McCormick 4.8. You could look at a potential scenario where some of these areas go maybe for the Democrat in a very close race versus Lindsey Graham. And this, if it does end up going more in the Democrat direction, like similar to 2020, if that plays out, that is potentially possible. Again, I don't know if that will happen because I don't think it'll be as competitive as 2020 was for Lindsey Graham, but it could. Definitely can't rule that out. Let's see here. Evette looks like a Timu Nikki Haley. I see it. Yeah, I definitely see it. Oop, sorry, let me pull it back up. That's funny. Honestly, that's a really funny point, actually. Yeah, I definitely I see it. Brian says new Texas poll came out today, and it had Talarico leading Paxton by 3 points. It was not an internal poll, and the sample size is 800 something. Oh, interesting. I don't think I haven't been on social media today, so I haven't seen the new polls that have come out. But interesting. That's a fascinating race. Like as more time comes on, you'd expect that Paxton will probably gain in the polls, but so far Talarico still leading, still doing strong. So that's going to be an interesting race. Definitely to keep an eye out for. Mark Lynch get 25 to 30% and win some northern counties against Lindsay in the primary. I would say he definitely could. I'm not sure if he'll be enough to keep him under 50%, but definitely could. I think Lynch will probably get somewhere around that 25 to 30% range. I do agree on that. I just don't know if it'll be enough for to keep Graham under 50 points. The previous Texas poll was a Republican GOP internal poll and it had Paxton leading Talarico by 2. Yeah, I mean, and definitely the way I typically view as the internal polls go, usually like 4 to 5 points in the opposite direction. So if that is true, and I obviously I assume it's true, I don't believe you're lying or anything. Yeah, that would put Talarico at +2 or +3. So those two polls would be pretty consistent then from that standpoint. So yeah, right now definitely it seems that Talarico is the early polling leader in the Texas race. Again, we'll see how it develops over the next few months or so because it is obviously still very early on. We're in June. Both President Trump and the Republicans' approval ratings are not too great right now. So I don't know what they'll look like in November. They may stay the same. They may get better. They may get worse. But Talarico's, I mean, it's Texas, so you don't think a Democrat could win, but he's within striking distance of potentially pulling off the upset there. But obviously, we'll see. It honestly kind of feels similar to Alaska, where it's a likely Republican state usually, but the early polling shows Peltola beating the Republican incumbent. I think ultimately both of them, a lot of that Republican vote will consolidate, but it's going to be close. It's going to be close races, no doubt. Let's see here. 24 minutes in, still no election results. Definitely seems that seems very atypical for South Carolina. I would have thought they would have started putting results in kind of fast, but yeah. Let's see. There's Joe Lombardo's MAGA challenge acting as if he wasn't, and also automatic Dem pickup if he isn't the nominee. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like I haven't talked about Nevada much tonight because I don't really. Joe Lombardo and Aaron Ford should both win their primaries like very safe, so I don't really think there's too much to talk about there. Yeah, if either one of them defeated Lombardo in the primary, they're not winning that race. Aaron Ford would win it. But Lombardo should win the Republican primary, and that's going to be a very close governor's race to watch in November as well. I'm in Collin County, Texas. Talarico's social gospel message is the message that can win Texas, especially in 2026. And Talarico had increased by a bit in the prediction markets, and Paxton decreased by a bit. But Talarico remains in the early 40s, Paxton in the late 50s. And that is significant, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, isn't high 50s, low 40s for prediction markets, isn't that considered a toss-up? I do believe for for these Senate races. That is pretty significant that Talarico and Paxton is a toss-up on the prediction markets. Looks like we got our first vote results out of South Carolina. They came from Newberry County. We can pull up here as well. Yeah, about 25,000 total registered votes across the county. And Wilson currently, Alan Wilson is leading here by about 3.4%. It's a smaller votes, only about 1,073 votes have come in, but Wilson has a early lead here at 343 votes. Ralph Norman's in second at 307. Pamela Evette in third at 288. I wonder if this is Ralph Norman's district. Yep. So he represents the 5th district, which looks like it either includes it or is just maybe a hair under where his district is. So it could be a name ID thing. As we learned in some of the other election nights, it is possible maybe some of the candidates live in areas that they're doing well. So Newberry could be an area that Norman is doing well. Let's see, we got a good amount of vote now, 2% of the vote in. Got some votes out of Kershaw County, Chesterfield County, and Darlington County. Alan Wilson, and looks like we got some votes out of Lawrence County as well. So now we're getting a little bit of vote movement here. Lawrence County, Wilson's leading over Evette slightly, 25.9 to 24.92. Again, looks like areas. Wilson and Evette are the top 2 Republicans so far in this county. Newberry County still remains unchanged, but Kershaw County, Pamela Evette is the narrow leader. And this one with Alan Wilson in second, Ralph Norman in third. Let's see, Darlington County is going for Wilson, 35.64, Evette, 31.15, Reddy, 17.82 for 32% of the vote in there. And then Chesterfield County, 15% of the vote in. Again, smaller number, but 35.18% for Evette, Wilson, 31.81, Norman at 11.08. So early vote so far that's come in. Alan Wilson is leading 29.85% of the vote, nearly about a little bit under 2,000 votes. Pamela Evette's approaching 1,900 votes at 28.14%. Ralph Norman's in third place at 19.01. Rom Reddy's in fourth place at 14.78. Nancy Mace well behind the rest at 7.61% based on the amount of vote that has currently come in so far. That being said, Nancy Mace's district, I do believe, is the one over here near Charleston on the congressional map here. Yeah, so it's like here and it runs along the coast. So she hasn't had any vote come in yet, so it's not really too surprised that she's not doing significantly strongly at this current point in time. Let's see. I'll do a quick check of the Senate race in just 1 second. I just want to check the chat, make sure I'm not missing anything important here. Let's see. Brian says, I have a feeling that Talarico will flip Collin County, Texas this year. I think we've covered that in a few live streams before. I think definitely can. Graham is probably going to win every municipality. Maybe Mills or David Costello wins a rural town with like 10 people living there. Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see Platner win either everywhere, or like pretty much everywhere. There may be like a few like islands of like outliers on the map, but I think Platner and Blue, I believe it is certainly going to win probably pretty much every single municipality. In terms of counties as well, I prefer usually to look at things counties over municipalities, but either way, like I think we're going to see Platner win pretty much everywhere tonight. Nancy Mace at 7%, Almayo just 1% of the votes in though. Yeah, no, definitely way behind for Mace right now, but again, only 1% of the vote. Clyburn is a young primary challenger. Didn't know that. In my opinion, he's still winning 85 to 15. We can see, I don't know if, because his district, Clyburn's is over here. I don't think we've gotten any vote yet out of that district, but we can keep an eye on. Yeah, no votes out of the 6th yet. A few votes out of the 5th with a close race in the Democratic primary out of Kershaw County. Actually, 88% of Kershaw County came in on the Democratic side. So that's pretty big. The 3rd district, Lawrence County, has 54% of the Democratic primary in there. The rest of them don't have any votes yet. For the Republican primaries, don't think we have any votes yet out of the House races. For governor, okay, so still up to date on the governor result. Oh, so we got a little more vote out of Anderson County. Only a few votes here, like literally a total of like, what, 7? No, not 7. I'm sorry, like 20 maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Yeah, 25 votes out of Anderson County, so not much movement there. We'll do a quick check-in now on some of the other races here. South Carolina on the Democratic side in the governor primary, so far Jermaine Johnson is winning 58.5%, 30.26 for Billy Webster, Mullins McLeod 11.2. Again, not really any surprise here. Johnson's winning here by a very large amount in Lawrence County, a large amount in Kershaw County, large amount in Darlington County, and large amount in Chesterfield and some votes came in now out of Okosinee. I think it's how you say it, Okosinee County or Okosinee County. 37% in Johnson winning very strongly here. Based on these early results, I mean, no surprise Johnson should win this primary without really too much of an issue there. Looks like we got some vote out of Oconee County. Yeah, Oconee County as well. On the Republican side, 27% in. Evette leading here, 28.8. Wilson's in second, 21.73. Reddy's in third at 21.27. So now 2% of the vote in, nearly 10,000 votes reported. Evette is now in first place at 28.41%. Wilson's in second, 27.13. Norman's in third at 18.71. Reddy's in fourth at 16.93. Mace has gone up a little bit, but still in fifth place at 8% of the vote. I mean, that goes without saying. I think we're definitely going to see a runoff in this election. I don't think any candidate's breaking 50% of the vote today on the Republican side. Brian says, I hope Denton County, Texas also flips. That's for the Senate race, and Texas for Talarico versus Paxton. So that's the governor's side and the Republicans. Governor's side and the Democrats just showed. Let's see the Senate side. So far, yeah, Lindsey Graham, definitely the Trump endorsement seems to be helping him in a lot of these early counties. Graham is getting about 60.58% of the vote. Mark Lynch is getting pretty much what we expected at 27.61%, in between that 25 to 30% range. Thomas Dismuke's only getting 4.3, Herman 2.9, Calvin Cohen 6.43, and Darius Mitchell 2.17. I mean, we could probably just do the top two of Graham versus Lynch for this race here. Again, very early on, only 2% of the results in, but based on these margins where Graham's getting about 54% there, Lawrence County about 52.3, 68% in Kershaw County, Darlington's giving 69.2, 73.29 at Chesterfield. Unless things rapidly change, I think we're probably going to see Graham win tonight and not need a runoff. I think he'll probably win outright. And then the Senate side for the Democrats, Annie Andrews has 54.69%, Brandon Brown 36.66%, 3% of the vote in. So this may be the more competitive U.S. Senate primary when everything is said and done, potentially, than even the Lindsey Graham one. Let's see, close or safe win in Oconee County for Andrews. Lawrence County goes for Andrews as well by a large margin. Kershaw County goes for Andrews by about 30 points. Chesterfield's very close, only about a 2-point lead for Andrews over Brandon Brown in that county. Darlington County goes for Brown, 47.68. I wonder if Brandon Brown's from this area of the state, potentially. Very close race there where Brown is leading. And then Hampton is going for Brown with about 7% of the vote in. So we're starting to get some votes out of South Carolina now. Looks like another 4%, or now 4% of the vote in. 16,000 votes, so about 6,000 vote dump has come in. I think a lot of it came here from Horry County. This is going to be the Myrtle Beach area. Yes, about 6,500 votes came in out of this county, and Pamela Evette's winning here big. So this may be like a core area of support for her, where, again, I'm not totally sure where these candidates are from in terms of what cities and what counties in South Carolina, but Horry County going for Evette 47.19, Reddy 16.8, and Wilson at 15.36. This could be a very strong area for Evette to get votes out of. Obviously, we'll see as more votes come in how things change, but Pamela Evette now in first place at 35.86%. Alan Wilson's in second place at 22.48. Reddy's in third at 16.9. Norman's in fourth at 14.9. And Mace is in fifth at 9.1. That's where things currently stand. Interesting, the odds now have Pamela Evette at 73% to win. So what they've seen so far is they think Evette's gone down a little bit. She went from 84% to 73%, I do believe. Now she's back up to 78. I mean, I don't think the early results really have said too much so far, other than Evette and Wilson are both running strong for first and second place. And it's kind of what I was really expecting in this race so far. Nothing really too shocking so far. I don't think Evette or Wilson, either one's going to break 50% of the vote. Yes, Evette's already at 35.86%, but there's a good amount of vote splitting here going on that I think we're probably going to see it end up going to a runoff. Combined here, this is about 39% from Wilson and Reddy, plus another 14%. So you're looking at like 53% combined for Wilson, Reddy, and Norman. Mace, another 9. Yeah, so I think we're looking at a race that no candidate's probably going to break 50% tonight. But not really getting too much of a surprise, but we'll see ultimately as more votes come in if that changes. Let's see. Do you think Talarico could win Kennedy County, Texas. They hated Paxton in the runoff. They voted like 75% cord in there. I would say it's possible. I think the runoff in the general election, it's going to be interesting because I do think a lot of the Cornyn vote will consolidate behind Ken Paxton as a Republican candidate. There may be a good amount that doesn't, especially given Paxton's scandals, but I think it's kind of a similar conversation of Platner and Maine, where you may dislike the candidate, but are you going to vote for a Democrat over the candidate? There's a lot of voters that'll vote Democrat no matter what, or Republican no matter what. Now, there's certainly a good amount of voters that are open to change and that will vote for the opposite party if they really don't like a person. I'm not sure how much of the vote percentage that will be. So is it enough to maybe flip a county like, what should I say, Kennedy County? It's definitely possible. But again, we'll have to wait and see because I do think that Paxton will pick up in the polls a little bit as time goes on, but we'll see. It's definitely possible. First time in rooting for a Republican challenger over the incumbent. Both suck, but at least Mark Lynch isn't bloodthirsty for the Iran war. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Since you said that, let's see where things are right now. Well, so far, Lindsey Graham, even doing better than expected based on the early results thus far, 65.4%. Mark Lynch in second at 22.8%. It is significant that, I mean, no disrespect to Mark Lynch, but Mark Lynch wasn't like a super well-funded, serious Republican challenger to Lindsey Graham. He kind of just like emerged as the top challenger. For instance, there wasn't like a Ken Paxton in this race where there's like the attorney general or someone like that, like running against the incumbent. Mark Lynch is kind of like the only like notable Republican that I would say stepped up in this race, and he's getting 22.78% of the vote. If President Trump had not endorsed in this race and there was a serious Republican challenger, we could be having a similar conversation to Texas where maybe Graham would be in trouble. But so far, getting nearly about 65.4% of the vote. Lindsey Graham looks pretty on track to do a very solid job here and win this race without really too much of a problem. Should, at this rate, break 50% without really not much like a struggle at really at all. We can look on the Democratic side. Annie Andrews still leads 59.9 to 31.8 over Brandon Brown in the early results thus far. For South Carolina governor, Jermaine Johnson leads 55.7 to 33.4, and the governor's race also leading in every single county on the map as well. So early results so far, not really too much, I would say, surprises or shocks so far here. Evette and Wilson, the leading two Republicans, I think certainly makes sense in the governor's side. Let's see. Brian says, if Talarico were to win the general, he'd have to hit at least 60% or 61% in Harris County, my home county, hit 71% in Dallas County, win Tarrant, Collin, and Denton counties. Is that something he could do? I don't want to go away too quickly because I do want to look. I mean, Dallas Harris had 60%. 2020, Biden got 65%. So Talarico would have to have a very significant overperformance in Dallas to get there. In Harris County, Harris got, ironic, Harris in Harris County, 51.93. 2020, Biden hit 55.96. So Harris County, I think, hitting that threshold would be probably more realistic for Talarico. I'm not sure if Dallas hits that threshold for Talarico. It's possible, but I don't know if that's as likely as the Harris one. He has more ground to make up there based on the last two presidential elections. Then again, Ken Paxton, obviously, given his scandals, could be a weaker candidate in the general election. So maybe it's possible. Maybe that could be something that ends up happening. Let's see here. Brian says, increase the margin in Travis County by maybe 78%. William Williamson is home county. Hayes County is in the RGV region. When South Texas overall by more 2020-2022 margins in South Texas. Clyburn's at 86% against name recognition wins, even if he's very old and moderate down. Yeah, we can take a look at that race. I haven't checked in, I don't think, in a while now. Okay, so 9% of the vote now in. 9,825 votes in the Clyburn race. 3 counties come in Allendale. Clyburn's winning 100% of the vote there. Hampton County, only about, about 257 votes. And Clyburn's winning here 86-14. And then Charleston, this is obviously, I think, the largest county by population in this district. 38% of the vote has come in here. And yeah, Clyburn's winning big, 93.47, 66.53. Clyburn, definitely a longtime Democratic representative. Certainly a big political force in South Carolina in the Democratic politics. He should win this race, probably pretty considerable. Though it looks like some of those votes were taken away, so I do wonder maybe the results just came in earlier. The map hasn't updated yet, but Clyburn, I expect, will win this race pretty handily, I would say. This has got a few more votes out of the governor's race now, out of Charleston. Oh, let's see. My screen's glitching out for some reason. Okay, let's see. Frederick Goodwin is basically a Protestant candidate, or protest candidate, sorry, protest candidate. He doesn't seem to have a website. If he really wanted to win, he should have campaigned as a Bernie-style progressive. Yeah, it could just be, I mean, this is probably unfair to him, but it could even be considered similar to maybe like Mark Lynch as like the only main opposition to the incumbent in the race, and Lynch is getting 21.85%, and then he's probably even less than that. And the Frederick Goodwin's in the 6th district. Yeah, so much so as we're literally talking. Oh, looks like they just took it away. They looks like they made a call in the race, and then maybe just took it away. So let's see here. Okay, that's weird because we all saw it too. It's still saying 0% of the vote in, but they had him as the winner. Now they don't. So we'll keep an eye. Yeah, because on here now it says 10% of the vote in. Maybe there's just some like connection issues or something on either my end or the website end. I'm not sure, but yeah, Jim Clyburn has officially been declared the winner at 7:41 p.m. Eastern Time over Frederick Goodwin, getting 10% of the vote in, 91 point or almost 92% of the vote for Clyburn, 8% of the vote for Frederick Goodwin. So not really too much of a surprise here that the longtime Democratic incumbent wins this race, but yeah, wins very handily here. And again, we talked about this earlier as the results start coming in, but Republicans were failed to redraw the congressional map in South Carolina based on the consensus rankings from 2026. I think it's a combination, I believe, of Sabato, Cook Politico, and Inside Elections. Clyburn should win his 6th district safe over 15 points in the general. The rest of these districts should all be over 15 points in the general election as well. We can look at the House map from 2024 to see the overall margins. Clyburn won it by about 23 points in 2024. Mace only won her 1st district by 16.6%, but in 2020 it voted for Mace by 13.9%, so it did get more red. It's possible without her being at the top of the ticket, maybe it goes more Republican, maybe it goes less Republican. We'll have to wait and see there. South Carolina 7 was a 30-point win. Norman won South Carolina 5 by 27.2. The 4th district was a 22.5% win, 46.1 in the 3rd, and 19.3 in the 2nd. So it'll be interesting to see how South Carolina goes on the House level, but I think a lot of these are going to be pretty solid for the Republicans, and Clyburn should win his Democratic district. Okay. Okay, so now 9% of the vote in the Republican governor's race, with now 39,000 votes in here. And where things currently stand, Pamela Evette has 28.91% of the vote. Alan Wilson's in second at 26.17%. On the left here, the odds, Evette's now shot back up to 80%. And the odds here, that's again, I feel like makes a lot more sense as the Trump endorsement seems to be helping her. Though Alan Wilson's getting his fair share amount of strong performances in a lot of these counties here. Cherokee County has come in 33% of the vote in here. It looks like smaller in numbers, but Ralph Norman is winning here, so he gets his first win on the map. For Norman at 33.5%, Evette's in second at 26.4%, Reddy's in third at about 19% of the vote there. We can look at some of the other counties as well and see if any more vote has come in. Oconee County is at 27%. Evette still leads in that one. Anderson County, 25%, and very close race in Anderson County between Evette, Wilson, and Reddy. So got a few more votes out of Williamsburg County, 28% of the vote in here. Smaller amount of votes now, but Wilson's leading here, 38.08, 27% for Evette, and Reddy, 13.52. Just the early takeaway thus far, aside from Cherokee County, which is going for Ralph Norman here, it's looking like a two-person race between Evette and Wilson. And Wilson's honestly getting, at this current point in stage, a lot more of the counties across the state than honestly I would probably expect heading into tonight. Evette currently is leading in about, about 5 counties across the state. Wilson's leading, I think, about 7 to 8 counties. So we're looking at a pretty competitive race between Evette and Wilson right now. We're looking as of right now, both of them will probably head to the runoff. Again, 9% of the vote in, so it is still early with the results coming in here. Though it is 7:45 p.m. Eastern time array, so about 15 minutes away from Maine's polls closing. But Reddy's roughly about 3,000, like 400 votes back of Wilson. Norman is about 4,000 votes or 4,600 votes back of Wilson, and Nancy Mace is looking like 6,000 votes back of Wilson as well here. So far, Evette and Wilson, with the early voters come in, I would say they're definitely consolidating as the top two vote getters in this race so far. Again, not really too much of a surprise, but so far they're consolidating as the top two vote getters. Let's see here. I like to see how strongly incumbents perform in their primaries. It can reveal how many voters their opponents can sway if they adapt some of their messaging. Interesting point. I'm kind of split because sometimes I go back and forth on primaries about how important they are in terms of how well an incumbent does. I know all I know is that in presidential elections, if the incumbent president has a primary challenger, it doesn't bode well for the general election usually. Senate primaries, I'm not 100% sure how it goes. But like Lindsey Graham here getting 63.45%, Mark Lynch getting 23.67%. For this one, I would say, I mean, Graham's breaking 50% pretty easily. That's good for him. But there's still a good amount of Republican voters that don't like Lindsey Graham if he's getting 63.45% of the vote. And he's not an incumbent, but Graham Platner, for instance, may be an interesting case of this as well later on as results start to come in. How well does he do? Could be an indicator of how well he may go into the general election with the vote consolidated behind him. Let's also check the U.S. Senate side for the Democrats, where Annie Andrews is leading 66.5%. Brandon Brown is in second at 25.97, about 26% of the vote. Kyle Freeman's in third at 7.57. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna make a call in this race anytime soon because there's still obviously 88% of the vote to go. But based on what's come in thus far, like Georgetown's been competitive, but Brown won it. Darlington, 51% in, has been very close, but Brown won it here. But I think Annie Andrews probably has his primary essentially on lock. Again, they're probably not going to call it until more votes come in, but I think we can say pretty definitively that Andrews is going to be the Democratic candidate based on what's come in so far. On the Republican side, Pat Herman's jumped to third place with 11% of the vote in. Still Lindsey Graham, though, at 64.22%. Mark Lynch at 22.86%. Still currently every single county in the state of South Carolina has voted for Lindsey Graham in this primary so far. So, again, another case similar to the primary side of the Democrats are probably waiting for more votes before they can definitively say for sure that the Democrat Annie Andrews and Lindsey Graham will break 50% of the vote. But what we've had so far, both Andrews and Graham are on track to win their primaries by a very solid amount. The Democratic side, Jermaine Johnson's numbers have dipped a little bit. He's still leading very strongly at 56.16%. Webster's at 32.01%. Though, with 13% of the vote in here, there is the potential that Johnson could potentially fall under 50% of the vote as the remainder, like 83%, comes in. But again, I still think he's running very strong here. But combined vote about 44% or so between Webster and McLeod, opposition to Johnson. This one, I think they're going to wait for more results to come in for sure before we know definitively if Johnson will fall under 50%. I still think he has the win here, but again, we'll see as more votes come in. On the Republican side, I mean, this is definitely the closest race of the night so far in South Carolina. Evette has 29.88% of the votes, about 29.9%. Alan Wilson's in second at 24.3, or no, numbers just updated now, 14% of the vote in, about 60,000 votes across the entire state. Evette's still in first at 29.2, Wilson's in second at 24.85. Reddy's percentages have gone up a little bit, now at 19.6%, so he's trailing Alan Wilson by a little bit under 3,000, or a little bit over, 3,000 votes now. Norman is in fourth place at 14.37%, so he's trailing about 3,000 votes from Reddy, and he's down about 6,000 votes from Alan Wilson. And Nancy Mace now down nearly about 10,000 votes from Alan Wilson at 10.86%. So 14% of the vote in the South Carolina Republican governor primary. Early takeaways of the night, I would say for sure. Evette and Wilson are running very strong. Rom Reddy is starting to make a push for potentially getting close to second place. Nancy Mace, I would say, unless something very rapidly changes, but even Charleston has started to come in, and this I do believe Charleston is part of her congressional district on the House map. And yeah, that's part of her district, and it's coming in pretty strongly for Alan Wilson at 35.13%. Evette is 23.02. Reddy has 16.8. So even a big part of her district. I know it is. Charleston is probably redrawn in the House map and kind of gerrymandered around the more Democratic areas to make it more Republican friendly, but no vote out of Georgetown yet. Berkeley, which I think may include parts of the district. Mace is on the top three there. She's on the top three in Dorchester as well, or Colleton, or Beaufort, or Charleston. So the only definitive statement I can make right now is that Nancy Mace essentially is pretty much done in this race. I don't think she's getting close to the top two based on the votes that are coming right now, unless she finds a way to like really gain in a lot of big areas that have not come in yet. So far, Nancy Mace definitely down at fifth place, does not seem to have a pathway to getting into the top two as of the votes right now. She's down roughly about 9,000 votes of the 61,000 votes cast here, which accounts for about 14%. So there's still 86% of the vote to go, but I would say definitively Nancy Mace is essentially out of this race. Ralph Norman, not totally out of the race yet. He's about 10% down of Wilson, but he's definitely getting there. Evette Wilson is a two-person race right now, and Rom Reddy is just on the outside of that margin looking in. It is interesting because, again, there's not a ton of votes, so it's possible. Now, yeah, 66,000, nearly 67,000. Yeah, I said the meme. 67,000, 16% of the vote in here. It's just the trend so far have been pretty consistent here. Looks like we have our first county in Spartanburg. That's a win for Rom Reddy as well, winning here by about 400 votes over Pamela Evette. As the results have come in so far, it looks like a race between Evette and Wilson. So definitely the endorsement from President Trump has helped Pamela Evette, no doubt, here be in first place. She's still in a very close race versus Alan Wilson, but Evette versus Wilson appears to be the most likely race ahead of the runoff right now. Rom Reddy trailing Wilson by right around 5,000 votes, down about 7% of the vote. And then Norman is trailing Wilson by about 8,000 votes. And Mace is down literally about 10,000 of Wilson. So, yeah, that's where things stand right now on the governor's race. Definitely, I think Evette and Wilson are the early favorites to advance to the runoff. Let's see here. When Platner speaks, his voice sounds deeper than you'd expect. I don't think I've heard Platner speak too much, actually, believe it or not. 17% and now 73%. Evette's at 28.2. Wilson's 25.08. And Reddy's at 18.23. I want to say it came out of Sumter County, but I could be wrong. Now we're starting to have a lot of counties fill in. York County, this is where Charlotte is. These numbers came in strongly for Ralph Norman as well. At 41.65%, Evette's at 20.22, 14.02%. Overall, let's look at the number of votes in so far. I don't think, yeah, the highest county so far is 41% in, so we still have a lot of the vote to go here. Horry County has the most amount of votes in thus far. In terms of total registration, the largest total registration county for the Republicans here is Greenville, which has not had any votes coming yet, but Horry County at 306,000 total votes is the second largest county, and Horry has 35% of the reported estimated vote in. And Evette's leading here by a large amount, 30% of the vote, 12,243 votes. Charleston is the second largest in the state or the third largest, total registration, second largest to report votes here. And Wilson is leading by 12.1% and 35-23 over Everett. So in the largest county that has reported votes so far, Evette's leading by a very large amount. And the second largest county, Wilson's leading over Evette by about 12 points. Not as large, but still pretty significant there. So the early vote so far, again, we're just watching as it comes in. We're waiting for more vote to fill up before we get a clear indicator. But I think going to a runoff is very likely, and Evette and Wilson appear to be the early leaders thus far. Let's see here. I remember I remember Ralph Norman from his Nikki Haley endorsement in 2024. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, do not remember that, but both from South Carolina, so that makes sense. If the Dem in South Carolina makes the Iran war their main issue, they could even like a third of people who didn't vote for Lindsay in the primary. I think I'm sure the Democrat candidate will make the Iran war a big issue in the campaign for general election. I'm sure they will, and I'm sure also, given the state of the economy and such, I'm sure that'll be a big issue as well. I do think at some point, though, I think partisanship of a state, I think, matters a little bit more than the issues in a lot of regards. For instance, like South Carolina, a state that voted for Trump by 18 points, like, I think it definitely may swing more competitive in the midterms, but are we talking about a scenario where it's like under 5 points where Lindsey Graham might lose? Yeah, I don't think that's in the cards at all, no matter what they campaign on. But at very least, I do think it'll be more competitive. So I could definitely see what you're saying about that being a key issue here. And Lefty says 6'7", haha, 6'7". He goes, it's becoming like one of my favorite memes now of like the live streams is there'll be a vote percentage or like a vote report that has like 6-7 of the vote in. And I'm just like, you know what? I can't run from it. It's too funny. It makes it fun. So 17%, we're now 4 minutes away also from the polls closing in Maine. So I'll do another quick check of the South Carolina races, then we'll have to start looking at Maine as well. The Democratic primary, South Carolina governor, 22% of the vote now in. Every single county except for Georgetown, which is currently tied, Jermaine Johnson is winning by a considerable amount. Johnson has about a nearly double lead, nearly about 23,000 vote lead over Billy Webster in this race. So definitely waiting to see if he breaks 50% once all the votes are in, but Jermaine Johnson seems to be on track to be the Democratic governor candidate. So he got a little more vote as well out of might have been more vote out of Lee County and Darlington County as well out of there. For U.S. Senate, Lindsey Graham, but 18% of the vote in. Now it's 61.07%. Mark Lynch is at 24.93%. I want to say that might be it's also about a what's that 20,000 no 30,000 vote lead for Graham over Lynch. I want to say Graham's numbers may have gone down slightly. I could be wrong, but I thought he was near like 63, 64%. We may have seen Lindsey Graham go down just a little bit, like a point or two across the Republican primary here. For U.S. Senate, Andy Andrews is at 63.32%. Brandon Brown is at 28.82%. Kyle Freeman, 7.86%. Again, similar to the Lindsey Graham race and the governor's race on the Democratic side, probably waiting to get over 50% of the vote. But I think we're going to ultimately see Andy Andrews be called a winner, probably not too long from now. For the governor's race, now 20% of the vote in. The Republican side, 87,000 votes are now in. Evette still leading in first place at 28%. Wilson's in second place, around 25.9%. Rom Reddy's in third place at 17.5%. Ralph Norman's in fourth at 16, nearly 17%. And Nancy Mace still in fifth at 10.64%. Andrew said if Annie Andrews wanted to win, she would run as an independent. Dems can't win in South Carolina. I think we're seeing a lot of, yeah, I definitely agree. And I think we're seeing a lot of that in this year cycle as well. Like you're seeing an independent candidate run in Montana and Seth Bodnar. You're seeing an independent in Dan Osborne in Nebraska. I thought you would have saw it in Kansas, Adam Hamilton. If he ran as an independent, I would have thought it would have given him a better chance of winning than running as a Democrat. We'll see if that has any impact, but I'd imagine he would lose that race because he's running as a Democrat. But it is an interesting strategy. If the Democrats run as independent and make it to the general election, a good amount of voters seem to be more willing. They won't vote for a Democrat in a lot of red states, but they'll vote for an independent. And, I always talk about it. Even if a candidate doesn't win the general election, things aren't usually in a vacuum. Like if the Democrats and Republicans are in a close race in Nebraska and the Republicans have to spend more money in Nebraska, that could hurt in a race like Maine or in New Hampshire or Michigan, where they're taking some of that money and resources away and they have to kind of like spread it out and try and protect as many seats as they can. That can play a very big role down ballot, both in the Senate races on the Senate map, but also potentially in the House and governor races as well. So these things do matter. And I think definitely that point about more Democrats running for independents in Republican states, I think definitely, honestly, it's a good strategy. You could make the same argument for Republicans running as independents, maybe in Democratic states as well. I think you could probably argue similar semantics, but for 2026, probably won't matter as much. But you could definitely make a similar argument. But it would also have to be like, it would have to be an independent candidate that is like, okay, they're getting Republicans and independents or Democrats and independents. They're the main opposition candidate. And arguably, you'd probably need no one else on the ballot to help them out as well. So there's no like vote splitting there. 21% of the vote in, 88,500 or so votes in. Evette at 28%, Wilson right around 26%, Reddy around 17.4%, Norman at 16.83%. It is now also 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the East Coast, so the polls in Maine have officially closed. So I'm just going to do a quick little recap here on Maine. Obviously, the race we're watching probably the most in the state of Maine is the U.S. Senate Democratic primary. This is the Graham Platner race where he's facing off against David Costello and Janet Mills. Now, Janet Mills, the governor of Maine, did ultimately end her campaign for this race, but her name still is on the ballot. So we'll see how much of the vote she gets. I think somewhere in between 10 to 20% is probably where she ends up. Again, she didn't really campaign at all in the last 4 months because she dropped out, but may see her get a good amount of some votes here. So this is going to be an important one to watch for. We have the precinct map and the county map up here. I think this one is in county. I think they're doing it by town, not even by county. So I think it's by town here. So we'll see as the map comes in how it looks on the Senate side. This is obviously for the general election to face off against Susan Collins. Expecting Graham Platner will win here pretty handily. And then for the general election, I have the odds up as well. We can see in real time as the odds may change as the results for Platner start to come in or not. In terms of the polling, it's currently a very tight race, only about a 2.2% lead for Platner, which is down from about 2 months ago, where Platner was leading over Collins by about 6 points. So that's for the general election. Also going on in Maine, there's the governor's primaries, which are very competitive as well. The Maine Democratic governor primary should be very, very close between Angus King, Hannah Pingree, Nirav Shah, Shenna Bellows, and Troy Jackson. The Republican side, Robert Charles or Bobby Charles and Jonathan Bush are expected to be the two leading Republican candidates in this race. Ranked choice voting is utilized in Maine if no candidate breaks 50% of the vote, so it is possible we may not get all of Maine's results tonight if the candidate does not break 50% of the vote that is leading, so that's an important one to keep an eye out for as well. And we do have the national precinct map up in Maine as well by county if we need to look at it in terms of some of these areas if need be as they come in. We do have also some of the House results in Maine. There's only 2 congressional districts, the first and the second. The first will be a safe Democratic win in the general election. The second district will be more competitive. Paul LePage will be the Republican candidate, the former governor. This is Jared Golden's district. There's a competitive Democratic primary underway. Joe Baldacci, Jordan Wood, Matthew Dunlap, and Paige Loud are in a very competitive race, so we'll have to wait and see how that goes as these results start to come in. So yeah, the polls have been closed in Maine for about 2 minutes now. I don't think we're gonna get any results probably for a few minutes, so I'll go back to South Carolina and start checking in here in a few minutes to see if results start coming in out of Maine. Still 21% of the vote in, though, out of the South Carolina governor's primary, where Pamela Evette has about 28.1%. Alan Wilson is about 26%. Rom Reddy, 17.3%. Ralph Norman, 16.9%. Nancy Mace, 10.7%. Now let's see. Independents, Brian Bangs in South Dakota, Indy in Idaho too. Hamilton polled higher as an independent, Andy said. And yeah, I think definitely I think we see that trend here. 24% of the vote now in. And not. It was just 24% of the vote, and then the vote went away from the numbers. So maybe it will get reported in like a second. It just might be a little early on the graphics update or something like that. But okay, yeah. So now 25% of the vote in, kind of like what I thought. The Republican race is now a fourth of the way done. Still, obviously, 3/4 of the way to go. But 25% of the vote in, 105,380 votes across the South Carolina governor's race. Pamela Evette is at 29,290 votes. Alan Wilson, 27,126. So Evette currently has about a 2,000 vote lead, the Trump-endorsed lieutenant governor of the state, against the attorney general and Alan Wilson by about 2,000 votes. Nearly a little more updated vote has come in now, where Evette looks like she expanded her lead a little bit. 27.62 to 25.56, about a 2% lead as well. So Evette and Wilson appear to be the leading candidates in this race thus far. Again, if you're just joining us, I've mentioned a few times now, but the leading candidates in South Carolina, if no one breaks 50% of the vote, the top 2 candidates will head to a runoff election. Looks like Evette and Wilson are the 2 leaders right now. Rom Reddy, who's in 3rd place at 17.82%, is now currently trailing Alan Wilson by, what's that, about 8,800 votes or so, nearly 9,000 votes for Wilson and Reddy in that race, separating those. And Ralph Norman, he's at 17.47%. So Norman going up a little bit at 17.7%, nearly jumping Rom Reddy, but both significantly down from where Alan Wilson and Pamela Evette are at in this race. Nancy Mace at 11,000 votes. She's trailing Wilson by about, let's see, what's that, about 16,000 votes. So certainly seems like Nancy Mace does not really have a path to getting into the top 2 in this race as these results have come in thus far. In Allendale, got a few votes out of here. Barnwell County now 59% of the vote in. We can look in terms of reported percentage. Lee County, only 10,900 total registered voters. About 85% of the vote in, only accounting for about 572 votes. So that county is mostly in, and Lee County is going for Pamela Evette by about 14%. She has a lead here of about 80 votes in this race. In terms of total voter registration here, of the top 3 most populous counties in the Republican primary in South Carolina, Greenville has a lead for Evette of about 1.2%. So this wasn't called, or it didn't have any votes last time we checked. Now more votes have come in here, and Evette's leading here by 1.2% over Wilson by about 170 votes out of Greenville. Horry County still 35%, going strong for Evette. Charleston County still 12% lead with 30% in, going strong for Wilson. Richland County, the 4th largest in the state, going strong for Wilson as well. So that's where things currently stand in the governor's race in South Carolina. After not getting any results for the first 20 minutes, now it's starting to get some results in pretty quickly, 25% in at 8:06 p.m. Eastern Time. We can check in on the Democratic governor primary as well, where they have a lot more vote coming in faster. At 40% of the vote, 147,257 votes. So not only do they have more vote in, they have more total votes as well, nearly 40,000 votes more than the Republicans. And Jermaine Johnson continues to lead here by a large amount, 58.25%. Billy Webster has 31.57%. So again, that 50% mark is going to be the ultimate question, but coming up on nearly half of the vote in the state of South Carolina, Jermaine Johnson seems to be on his way to winning this Democratic primary and getting more than 50% of the vote. For U.S. Senate, Lindsey Graham's numbers have dipped again a little bit, now under 60%, with 26% of the vote in. Graham has 59.14%. Mark Lynch is 27.11%. In terms of the U.S. Senate primary for Lindsey Graham, I don't think there's any scenario tonight where Graham is going to fall behind Mark Lynch. That's obviously a given here. But what we're watching for most closely is, will Lindsey Graham potentially fall behind that 50% mark, like we're waiting for in all of these South Carolina races, to go to a runoff election of Graham versus Lynch. Even if that does happen, I'd still expect we'd see Lindsey Graham probably win, but that may at least prolong the potential of Lindsey Graham not being the outright winner tonight if he falls under 15 points. So it's going to be interesting to watch as these results come in. For the U.S. Senate on the Democratic side, Annie Andrews is at 61.1%. Brandon Brown's at 31.21%. Again, right around that 40% number here. So based on the early results, the Democratic primaries seem to be a little bit more locked up. The Republican primary for the governor's race is still definitely the most competitive right now, though it's looking more and more clear that Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson will probably be heading to a runoff, and Rom Reddy and Ralph Norman are trying to get into those top 2 spots, but are nearly running about 10,000 votes behind Wilson and Evette, depending on which candidate you're comparing them to. Josh Kimbrell obviously dropped out of the race, so he has no chance of advancing. Nancy Mace in 5th place, 10% down, nearly about 17,000 votes of Wilson and Evette. She doesn't have much of a chance at advancing as well as of right now. That's where things stand in South Carolina. Let's check the Maine U.S. Senate race, see if any votes have come in. It does not look like any votes have come in out of the Maine U.S. Senate primary yet, but it's only been 9 minutes, so not really too much of a surprise. We can check as well on the governor's side, nothing out of the governor's races as well, but we saw with South Carolina as well, once the votes start coming in, they usually come in pretty quickly, so we'll keep an eye on Maine as well for more of these votes to come in. So let's see here. Let's see on the estimated vote. Any more numbers get close to 85%. Darlington County is now up to about 61%. Marlborough County at 60% here. Again, total registration numbers here. Still no movement for the counties to the top since the last vote update, only 26%. It's only been a 1% gain there. Not really too much of a surprise. Also, I do want to take time just to say, since we've been live streaming for about over or nearly an hour and a half now, thank you everybody for taking time to watch the live stream tonight. I really appreciate it. If you are new to the channel, if you've not watched any of my prior live streams or videos, I'd really appreciate it if you would hit like and hit subscribe so you get notified when I post more videos going forward, which I do. I post a new video every day at 3 p.m. I would greatly appreciate it if you could do that for me. I also put a poll in the chat as well for the South Carolina Republican primary of who you think will ultimately win. Pamela Evette currently leading that poll at 52%. Alan Wilson's in second at 20%. Nancy Mason in third at 24%. And then 4% are saying Rom Reddy or Ralph Norman. So that's a fun way to be involved with the live stream as well and give your 2 cents on how you think is currently going. 27% of the vote in, maybe a little more, like another 1,000 votes or so, have come in, and things remain relatively pretty much unchanged across the state. Evette and Wilson still with a lead over the rest of the candidates as of now by a pretty considerable amount. We can do a quick check-in on the House races as well. Also, yeah, no votes yet out of Maine. In terms of the, looks like we actually have a call to make out of the Senate race for the Republican U.S. Senate primary here, where Lindsay Graham, the Republican incumbent, with 27% of the vote in around 8:10 p.m., so literally just 1 minute ago, Lindsey Graham has officially been declared the winner over the Republican challenger Mark Lynch. Lindsey Graham getting 59.35% of the vote, Mark Lynch 26.89%. Based on the amount of vote left to go, there's still, I believe, about 73% to go here, but Decision Desk HQ has officially projected that Lindsey Graham, once all those votes are in, will break 50%. He will avoid a runoff, and he will be the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate once again in 2026. Lindsey Graham, obviously, he is the, let me go back here. He is one of 2 U.S. senators from South Carolina, him and Tim Scott. Lindsey Graham won his Senate race in 2020 by 10.3% against Democrat Jamie Harrison. So actually pretty competitive for the state of South Carolina in that election, winning it by 10.3. The last election before that in 2014, he won it by 15.5%. So Lindsey Graham always seems to be in relatively competitive elections. He never wins by like outright blowout proportions you would expect maybe for a Republican incumbent senator in the state of South Carolina. So Lindsey Graham officially has been declared the winner in the Republican U.S. Senate primary in the state of South Carolina. On the Democratic side, 40% of the vote in here. Annie Andrews and Brandon Brown. Andrews currently leading by about 30%. It is interesting that Graham is winning by a smaller margin share against Mark Lynch than Annie Andrews is over Brandon Brown. So I would imagine we may see this race get a call relatively soon as well. There is still 60% of the vote to go, but I think Annie Andrews will probably wrap this up pretty quickly as well. For South Carolina governor, Jermaine Johnson's leading over Billy Webster, 58.27 to 31.53. Again, still ways to go, but Jermaine Johnson seems to be on track to winning here. The governor's race, a few more votes, 28% of the vote in, 121,000 total votes across the state of South Carolina. Pamela Evette now up to 29.12%. Alan Wilson's at 25.24%. Rom Reddy's at 17.07%. Ralph Norman's at 17.02%. So Reddy and Norman are very, very closely fighting for third place here. Only a difference of less than, 50 votes separating Reddy, or less than 60 votes separating Reddy and Norman for third place right now. So a good amount of vote being split. I'm going to start calling it the anti-Evette Wilson vote here of the remaining candidates, because you have roughly about 34% between Reddy and Norman, another about 10.5% for Mace here. You're looking around like, what's that, about 45% of the vote split between Reddy, Norman, and Mace. And it just seems that none of these 3 candidates are able to consolidate enough vote to make up for the 25% that Wilson's getting and the 29% that Pamela Evette is getting, with about 28% of the vote in there. So let's see, Lindsey Graham's officially been called in that race. And some of the other House races that have been going on here, the 6th district we covered earlier with 34% of the vote in. James Clyburn, the longtime Democratic incumbent representative, has won his primary by a very large amount, getting nearly 93% of the vote. In the 2nd district, Republican Representative Joe Wilson has been declared the winner in his primary, getting about 75.6% of the vote. The House District 4, Republican incumbent William Timmons wins here, 67.66% of the vote there, so another safe Republican win for him there. And John Peterson has been declared the winner in the 6th Congressional District to take on James Clyburn. That's expected to be a safe Democratic win once those results all come in. And the governor's primary is still too close to call in South Carolina. Now, U.S. Senate, Lindsey Graham has officially been called. Still, I don't believe any votes out of Maine yet. While we're looking at South Carolina, we can take a quick look at Attorney General and Secretary of State as well here, as the Attorney General primary for the Republicans is competitive, with Stephen Goldfinch, the leading Republican, at 42.8%. David Stumbos in second at 32.69%. David Pascal's at 24.52%. So about only 29% of the vote in here, but Goldfinch leading 42.8%, but not breaking 50% of the vote. That is significant, as this may go to a runoff as well once all the votes are in. We'll have to watch this one closely as more of these votes is coming in. For South Carolina Secretary of State, Jason Belton and Edwina Winter are actually in a very close race at 42% of the vote, 50.88% for Belton. Winter's at 49.12%. So this actually may even be the closest race in a two-person race tonight in South Carolina to be the Democratic candidate for Secretary of State. Obviously, for the general election, not to like pour cold water on anyone, but it's South Carolina. It's obviously a more heavily Republican state. So most of the Republicans that win these statewide primaries, like Attorney General or Secretary of State or Governor, will probably end up being the winning candidates. But still interesting to keep an eye on these very close primaries. We can look back at the governor's race as more votes have come in. Now 32% of the vote in and 137,000, nearly 400 total votes. Pamela Evette is now at 28.7% of the vote. Wilson's at 25.95, so about 26% of the vote. Ralph Norman has jumped to third place at 17.2. Rom Reddy's in fourth at 16.9. Nancy Mace still in fifth at 10.39%. Brian says Graham is probably the first establishment candidate I hear of to win a primary election in 2026. Certainly, that's a good point, actually. I'm not too sure. I'm sure there's been Republican senators so far that have won, but first establishment one, definitely. Probably the most prominent one for sure, because John Cornyn obviously losing to Ken Paxton was very big. Bill Cassidy lost, so you might be right. Very well, maybe you're right there. But yeah, 33% of the vote in at 8:10 p.m. The decision was made. Lindsey Graham wins his Republican primary, will advance to the general election, and may very well be reelected to another 6-year term in South Carolina. Democratic primary with 47% of the vote in. Annie Andrews is at 61%. Brandon Brown 31.32. Again, I think we could be expecting a call here relatively pretty soon out of this race. I do wonder overall registration here. Yeah, a lot of the areas, the highest areas on population in the state are all going for Annie Andrews very solidly. I'd imagine we'd get a call here pretty soon for the Democrat Annie Andrews. Okay, let's take a look at Maine. Maine, a little bit of a tease, but we do have our first official votes out of the Maine Senate race out of Frenchboro, where I think these numbers were up on the map earlier, so not too much of a surprise here. Brian also says that 2026 is the year of anti-establishment candidates winning primaries. Definitely seems like it. We have 6% of the vote out of the small town of Frenchboro, 5 votes going for Graham Platner, 1 vote for Costello. So the first official results out of the Maine U.S. Senate primary, Graham Platner 83.3%, David Costello 16.67%. There you go, there's 6-7. So obviously only 6 votes in, long way to go, not even 1% of the vote in, but early votes will come in for Graham Platner out of the town of Frenchboro. U.S. Senate for the general here. We can probably push this down the end here because we're probably not going to talk about it too much till after. For Maine governor, looks like we have our first votes out of Frenchboro as well for the governor's race. Robert Charles or Bobby Charles has 6 votes. David Jones has 1 vote. Garrett Mason has 1 vote. And Jonathan Bush has 1 vote. So Bobby Charles, in the small amount of votes, 95% of the vote in here on the Republican side of these early votes. Bobby Charles is leading by a very large amount. Let me just double check. Was 100% of the vote in for, no, only 6% in on the Democratic side. This is obviously, must be a very heavily Democratic area then, if 100% on the Republican side is that much. Let's look at precinct. Can look in here. Might be a little tough to pinpoint exactly on the town. Yeah, this might not be the best idea, but yeah, I think it was north of here, but it might be a little bit tough to pinpoint Frenchboro on the. I think I just got it. I swear I saw it come up on the line here. You know what? That's okay. Well, that's all right. It was worth a try, but it might be a little bit too difficult to get it 100% on the cursor, but that's all right. So, yeah, those are our first votes out of the Maine Senate primary, out of the Maine U.S. Senate, or out of the Maine governor primary. We have our first votes as well out of the town of Frenchboro. Here, Shenna Bellows currently leads in a closer race, 2 votes, 33.3%. Angus King has 1 vote. Hannah Pingree has 1 vote. Nirav Shah has 1 vote. Troy Jackson 1 vote. So Shenna Bellows literally leading in the governor's race for Maine by 1 vote right now in this race. So definitely very interesting. Keep an eye out for. So some very, very tiny amount of vote out of Maine. We'll certainly keep an eye on this as more votes do start to come in these races across the state. Yeah, Brian says 6-7 again. Yeah, it follows me. It follows me in this in these live streams. Annie Andrews, 49% in, 61.42% of the vote. U.S. Senate, obviously, Lindsey Graham, 35% in now, was called the winner about 10 minutes ago. South Carolina Governor, Johnson's at 58.48%, 49% of the vote in. Again, getting pretty close, I would imagine, making a call. Johnson likely to break 50% of the vote. South Carolina Governor, now on the Republican side, 43% of the vote in, so now their votes are starting to come in pretty quickly after the polls closed at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Ralph Norman appears to actually be leading now in the Republican governor's race, and now at 58% of the vote in, so a very large amount of vote came in here. Things have flipped back, where Pamela Evette is now at 31.51%, Alan Wilson's at 28.37%, 17.96% of the vote for Ralph Norman. This makes more sense. I was like, those numbers do not, that would be a very big reversal of where things were if that was the case. But with now 58% of the vote in, roughly about 251,050 votes, so over half the vote now in South Carolina. Pamela Evette, though definitely trailing 50% of the vote, leads in first place, 31,050 or 31.51%, 79,000 votes. 71,000 votes for Alan Wilson, 28.37%. He holds the second spot for the runoff right now, if it does head to a runoff, which it looks like it ultimately will. Alan Wilson is now in third place at 17.96%. Nancy Mace has actually jumped over Rom Reddy now, 29,301 votes, 11.67%. Looks like we got, now it's back down to 35%, so seems a lot of vote disappeared there. I might leave the South Carolina governor page for just one moment and see if any of those votes go back in, because that might just be a glitching thing there. Looks like we have a call in the Democratic U.S. Senate primary for Annie Andrews. Again, not really too expected. We've been looking at this the last half hour, saying essentially this has been a very close race to being called. Officially at 8:22 p.m. Eastern Time, Decision Desk HQ officially projects with 50% of the vote in that Annie Andrews has won her Democratic primary. She will break 50% of the vote once all the vote is done. So we now know the U.S. Senate matchup in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham officially will defeat Annie Andrews, Lindsey Graham and Annie Andrews will officially defeat their respective challengers, and then they will go to the general election. And in that race for Graham versus Andrews, I would expect Graham to defeat Andrews by a likely Republican margin of in between 15 and 5%. I think probably closer to that 10-point margin than the 15-point margin, but I think we're going to see a Republican win in that race regardless. But Lindsey Graham and Andy Andrews officially both win their primaries. South Carolina governor with 51% of the vote in. I think we're getting pretty close to that being called as well, with about roughly 51% of the vote in. Johnson's at 58.57%. So he is running roughly about 3 points behind in his race what Annie Andrews did. So it may take a little bit more time for this race to be called, but I think we're going to see Johnson probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes be called the winner in this race. For South Carolina governor, it's still at 37%, so that may have just been a vote reporting glitch on the site, so maybe it's not at 58% yet. So it may have just been a glitch on the end there of the site. Evette's still leading. We can look at where things currently are here of the 157,000 votes or so. Evette currently has about 45,800 votes. Wilson has 41,114. So Evette's leading Wilson by about 4,700 votes. She's squarely in first place right now. Wilson, 41,114. He's in second place. Third place, Ralph Norman currently has about 26,800, nearly 26,900 votes. So he's currently down by about 15,000 votes. Ralph Norman's down by Alan Wilson about 15,000 votes. Rom Reddy, similar, about 15,000 plus an extra 600 votes or so. And then Nancy Mace at 17,000, just doing the quick math here in my head. Nancy Mace, you're looking down, let's see, 27, 37. You're looking about, I want to say about 24,000 votes shy of Alan Wilson right now. So as the votes have come in, again, a massive vote drop could certainly change things, but you look at the amount of votes across the entire state right now, it's definitely going to go to a runoff. No candidate's going to break 50% of the vote with 38% of the vote in. Pamela Evette's leading at 29%, so no one's close to breaking 50%. But at this current point in time, Nancy Mace doesn't appear to be close to getting into the top two. Ralph Norman and Rom Reddy are kind of within striking distance, but as time's gone on, Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson have grown on their margins in terms of the overall statewide vote. I think we're getting pretty close to say definitively it's going to a runoff, and I think Alan Wilson and Pamela Evette are the two most likely candidates to go to the runoff right now. In terms of the overall population, Greenville, one of the larger population areas for the Republican primary in the state at 372,000 votes, only 36% of vote reported of the overall total registration. Horry County, 63% of the vote in there, 21,000, so more votes out of there. Charleston, about 12,000 votes, 42% in there. In terms of 100% or 95% of the vote in, Lee County does have 95% of the vote in now. So Lee County essentially is all in. There may be like another few, like 10 to 20 votes or so, but this county essentially is all in here at about a 16-point win for Pamela Evette. Barnwell County is also mostly in at 95%, and Barnwell is going for Alan Wilson by about 1.71%. So we're starting to see votes come in relatively quickly in South Carolina. 39% of the vote in. Evette and Wilson continue to lead across the state. And officially, as we're speaking, as things become more and more clear how things are going here, with 39% of the vote in, Decision Desk HQ at 8:26 p.m. Eastern Time officially projects earlier in the night, honestly, than I was expecting, that Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson, neither one of them will break 50% of the vote, so there will be officially a runoff election at 40% of the vote here, but Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson will both advance to a runoff election to be the next Republican governor nominee, as no candidate will be able to break 50% tonight. They also officially knock out Ralph Norman, Rom Reddy, and Nancy Mace from being able to get into the top two. Again, 8:27 p.m. here, not really too much of a surprise. We're about an hour and a half after the polls have closed in South Carolina. And Ralph Norman, he's trailing by nearly 20,000 votes from Alan Wilson. Rom Reddy, same thing. Alan Wilson is literally, or Nancy Mace is literally trailing Alan Wilson by even more than that, even more than 20,000 votes. With 172,000 votes total cast, 40,000 vote, or 40% of the vote here, there's just not really a path for Norman or Reddy or Mace to get into the top two to dethrone Wilson or Evette. Though Evette has led the entire night so far, it seems that Evette and Wilson were not going to get dethroned for their second spots, and Decision Desk HQ officially makes the call in this race. In the governor primary as well, all the Maine, South Carolina races have now officially been called. Jermaine Johnson at about 8:28 p.m., so literally right now, Jermaine Johnson's been officially declared the winner in the Democratic primary. So again, we now know Jermaine Johnson will face off against either Pamela Evette or Alan Wilson for the runoff election. And then for the U.S. Senate, we also know that Lindsey Graham will be facing off against Annie Andrews in the general election. So before moving on to Maine, I'm just going to do a quick look here. The Senate race, I have Lindsey Graham winning by a likely Republican margin in between 5 and 15%. On the governor map, honestly, it's the exact same here. I think whether it's Pamela Evette or Alan Wilson, I think they're very interchangeable for the general election. I think they'll win in between 5 and 15%, though I do think they do outperform Lindsey Graham. I think each one of them will be more popular with the general election than Lindsey Graham. They may even have the potential to win by more than 15 points, but I think ultimately we see the South Carolina governor's race go around that 14-point margin for the Republican candidate when everything is said and done there. So South Carolina for Senate and governor have officially both been called. So U.S. Senate, Governor, the main prizes out of the state now done. Attorney General, Republican primary, still 38% of the vote in here. So this one's still competitive. This will probably go to a runoff as well. And it seems Stephen Goldfinch and David Stumbo are the leading two Republican candidates for that as of this current point in time. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But currently, that's where things ultimately stand on the Attorney General's race. Secretary of State race for the Democrats, very, very close. Jason Belton, 50.34%. Edwin Winter, 49.66%. This one is certainly very close as well. So South Carolina, still a few more races left to be called here, but the main ones of the night, the governor and Senate, have now officially been called. I'm going to take a quick drink of water, and then we'll go to the state of Maine and see where things ultimately change there. Okay, here, let's go to the state of Maine, where only a handful more votes have come in out of very small counties here. We already had Frenchboro, 6% of the vote and out of there. We now have some votes out of Burnham County, about 12% of the estimated vote here. Platner is winning 48 votes, about 66.67%. Brian, it pops up once again, 6-7. Costello has 14 votes, 19.44%. And Janet Mills, the current governor of Maine, has 10 votes at 13.89% out of tiny Burnham. Next, out of Hammond County, also very tiny in population here. 7 votes for Graham Platner, 1 vote for Janet Mills, 87.5 to 12.5% out of Hammond. I shouldn't be saying county, really. I guess these are towns, not counties. But and then we have Westmanland, where Platner has 2 votes. The rest of the candidates have 0 for 100% of the vote going to Platner. So again, probably like 0.01% of the vote in out of the state of Maine. Platner has 70.45% of the vote. David Costello, 17.05%. Janet Mills, 12.5%. If these results do remain consistent across the state of Maine, so far it's going pretty much exactly as we expected, with the 2 candidates in Costello and Mills getting around the 10 to 20% range, and Graham Platner just really crushing it and blowing it out of the water essentially everywhere else. So not really too much of a surprise there. We can do a quick check on the governor's map, as a few votes have come in as well out of Frenchboro, which we already talked about. Then we have Burnham County, where 95% of the vote is in on the governor's side of things. And the Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate, the state Senate President Troy Jackson, here wins with 23 votes. Hannah Pingree comes in second with 17 votes. Nirav Shah comes in third with 14 votes. And then down from there. And then we can also look at the town up here of Westmanland, where Jackson wins 2 votes there. So the early result totals out of the governor's race, look, we got another vote as well out of Hammond County, where Jackson gets 5 votes, Hannah Pingree gets 1, and Shenna Bellows gets 1 as well. So the very early results out of the Maine governor's race, Troy Jackson currently leading at 31 votes, 34.83%. Hannah Pingree's in second at 19 votes, 21.35%. Nirav Shah is in third place, 17.98%, 16 votes. Shenna Bellows tied with Shah at 16 votes, 17.98%. Angus King has 7 votes at 7.87% of the vote in the governor's race. So far, the state Senate President Troy Jackson is the early leader in this race. I am curious. Let's take a quick look as these results have come in. I want to see in the last 6 hours or so if the odds have moved in any significant direction. So far, it does not appear that they have. Nirav Shah still at about a 65% chance to win here. Let's see, from about 2 minutes ago, Shaw's actually looks like maybe even gone up a little bit. Hannah Pingree's numbers have gone up a little bit in the last 6 hours. Troy Jackson's still the leader in front of her, but then Nirav Shah is still ahead of Troy Jackson. Again, it's very important to point out, obviously it's very early on in the night in Maine, but Maine does utilize ranked choice voting for an election where the leading candidate does not break 50% of the vote. But I think it's for, is it all statewide races like governor, Senate, and House as well? So if Jackson ends up finishing first but doesn't break 50%, it'll go to a ranked choice voting where it'll go round by round by simulation. We covered this similar to the New York mayor's race last year, where it'll go round by round. The lowest candidate, the last place candidate, their votes will be taken out essentially, and their second choice candidates and third choice candidates and such will be added. And then it'll keep going until there's 2 candidates left, where the all combined votes for one of the 2 candidates ends up winning. Again, if that happens, which I expect it will, we'll play that process out as it does happen. But that's how that, in a nutshell, essentially works. For the governor's race in the state of Maine, again, these similar counties, we talked about French Borough a little bit earlier, now 95% of the vote in here. We also have about 95% in out of Hammond County, and we actually have a tie here where Garrett Mason gets 4 votes, Bobby Charles gets 4 votes, and Jonathan Bush gets 1 vote, 40-40, 10% there. And then in West Mainland County, Bobby Charles wins here very big with 12 votes, 63.16%. Bush gets 2 votes, and Wessels gets 2 votes as well. So it looks like we got a little bit more vote as well here out of Burnham County. This is definitely, I think, the largest one so far. Vote dumps here. Bobby Charles with 95% of the vote in gets 46.1% of the vote, getting 65 votes. Jonathan Bush gets 38 votes at 26.95%, and Midgley gets 18 votes with 12.77% of the vote in there. So far, across the Republican governor primary in the state of Maine, Robert Charles or Bobby Charles currently has 87 votes for 48.6%. Jonathan Bush is in second place, 23.46%, 12.29% for Garrett Mason. Benjamin Midgley in fourth place at 11.17% of the vote. In terms of the markets, on this one here, we'll also look at the last 6 hours to see if anything changed. I don't imagine too much will change here once it loads in. Yeah, we've seen Bobby Charles really skyrocketing over the last few months or so, and even the last few weeks even. It's still very consistent. Bobby Charles at 99%. According to the most recent odds, 14% for Jonathan Bush. So you may be wondering also, it doesn't add up to 100%. That's just kind of the way it is on this. But yeah, Bobby Charles certainly seems to be the most likely Republican as of right now. We'll go back to the Senate race. I feel like there may have been a little bit more vote. No, there hasn't. That was just the county Burnham catching up on the Republican side as well. Let's see. Brosbar asks, who's the more progressive in the Maine governor's race? In terms of progressive by like actual policy, honestly, I'm not too sure. I do know that Troy Jackson does have the endorsement of Bernie Sanders, obviously one of the most progressive U.S. senators in obviously in the United States Senate. So that's very significant of endorsements here. So we can look at in their endorsements that may give an indication here. Let's see. So Shenna Bellows, she actually has the endorsement from both Troy Jackson and Hannah Pingree as a second choice co-endorsement. So they're essentially saying, which is kind of interesting, that if Shenna Bellows makes it past Jackson or Pingree, they would hope their supporters would line up behind Shenna Bellows. That's interesting. I haven't really seen that too often. For Troy Jackson, he has the endorsement of Bernie Sanders and Ro Khanna in that race. And again, second choice co-endorsement with Shenna Bellows as well. Troy Jackson. Angus King III, his only endorsement is the Senator Angus King, who's the independent. Hannah Pingree has the statewide endorsement also of Shenna Bellows. She also has the endorsement of the current Attorney General, Aaron Frey, and Janet Mills, the current governor of the state of Maine. So I'm not saying these candidates necessarily are not progressive, but I would say the more establishment candidates, like the current governor, the current Attorney General, and the current Secretary of State, all lining up behind Hannah Pingree, the daughter of the current representative of the 1st District. I would say probably it's not the most progressive candidate, would be my guess. So I would say Nirav Shah or Troy Jackson, from a policy perspective, would probably be considered the most progressive candidates in the race, would be my assessment of that race right now. Thank you for the question, though. Thank you for leaving that. For Maine U.S. Senate, let's see, still no more votes out of the Democratic U.S. Senate side here. Can put for Maine governor, no more votes out of the Democratic side yet. Republican governor, nothing out of there yet as well. We have the precinct map up, and we have the general election map up as well to see if how the odds will change throughout the night as maybe more results come in. We'll do a quick look at South Carolina as well, though a lot of these races were called earlier. 46% of the vote in. Pamela Evette, Alan Wilson already declared the winners heading to the runoff election. For the U.S. Senate race, or for the South Carolina governor's race, Jermaine Johnson officially wins the Democratic primary. He will avoid the runoff. For U.S. Senate on the Republican side, Lindsey Graham, now at 59.6%, was declared the winner, will also avoid a runoff. And then U.S. Senate, Annie Andrews, 55%. She's the winner. She will avoid the runoff as well. And that's where things currently stand with the updated results. So now we're just waiting for more results to come in out of the state of Maine before we start getting, obviously, some indication how things are going. Though the early votes that have come in very strong for Graham Platner. Okay, so now that the governor's race and the Senate race in South Carolina is all wrapped up here. I'm going to end the poll, and we're going to do one for the Maine Senate race or maybe the Maine governor's race. Let's see. We could do Senate. We can do Platner versus Collins in the general election. We could do that one, or we could do who will win the Maine's governor's race. I'm thinking we're going to do Maine's governor's race first, get that out of the way, and then we'll do, once Platner's declared the winner, which I expect that he will, we will do Platner versus Collins later on in the stream. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We'll do that. Okay, so we have who will win the Maine governor primary for the Democrats. Okay. And I just realized I was typing it as a comment and not as a poll. That is embarrassing. Okay. Okay, so that's good. Okay, so now we can add. Yeah, they only allow 4 options for the governor's one. So we'll do this. We'll go by the results. We'll go Troy Jackson as 1. Yeah, we'll do Troy Jackson. We'll go Nirav Shah as 2. We'll go Hannah Pingree as 3. And then for 4, we'll have to combine Bellows or King because it won't let us do a 5th option. So we'll go Bellows or King the 3rd. Okay, so that we're gonna put that in the chat now. The Maine Democratic governor primary. We'll add that to the chat and we'll see as it comes in. Already 1 vote for Nirav Shah thus far, so I'll say very quick vote. So there you go. So now we're just waiting for more vote to come in out of the state. Out of the state of Maine. Okay, also we're coming up on about 2-hour stream now, but literally about to hit the thresholds. Yeah, we passed 2 hours on the live stream. We started for the polls closings in South Carolina. We now have polls for Maine. Looks like we got a few more votes out of the state of Maine now for the governor's race. The remainder of the vote may have come out of Burnham County. That may have been where they did come from, because the other 2 counties look to be unchanged as of right now. So yeah, it looks like we got a little more vote out of Burnham County, where 95% of the vote is now reported in. And Troy Jackson gets 23 votes, 17 votes for Hannah Pingree. Nirav Shah has 14 votes. In terms of the overall across the state right now, still a very low amount, still reporting 0% of the vote in. So like under 1% of the votes still in here. Troy Jackson is 107 votes for 27.51%. Nirav Shah is in second for 98 votes at 25.19%. Hannah Pingree is in third at 79 votes, 20.31%. Shenna Bellows in fourth, 74 votes or 19.02%. Angus King is in fifth place at 31 votes, 7.97% of the vote. We do a quick check of the poll here. Looks like we already had a handful of votes that have come in. Nirav Shah is winning 2-1 over Troy Jackson in the early poll results thus far. Okay, so wait, here's for more votes. We'll see on the Maine Senate side, where it looks like some more votes have come in as well. I think it might be the same situation where we got more votes out of the town of Burnham, 12% of the vote here, 377 total votes. Graham Platner is at 72.41% of the vote, 273 votes. Janet Mills is in second place at 16.91%. David Costello is in third at 10.61% of the vote. Again, this is not really very surprising. This is going essentially exactly as expected on the Senate side. Governor side, still a long ways to go there. On the Republican side, now 1% of the vote in. Looks like we've got some votes as well out of Ogden County, or Ogden Town. I'm going to keep saying county, so bear with me. I apologize for that. Ogden Town, Bobby Charles wins 57.66%, 143 votes. Jonathan Bush gets 28 votes. Benjamin Midgley gets 22 votes here. Across the state, Charles now leading 48.1, Jonathan Bush 17.41, Benjamin Midgley at 11.99%. So still a ways to go before we have a clear indicator in these main races for who's going to end up winning. But on the Republican side, Bobby Charles is off to a very early lead of the about 609 votes cast. Democratic side, 389 votes. In the Senate, or in the governor and for Senate, 449 votes are in. Looks like we've got some votes out of here, out of Bering Pit and Baileyville. Baileyville's coming strong for Platner, 51 for him. Mills, 12 and 9 for Costello. That is Baileyville here. And then out of, I thought there was a second town. Maybe it was just all Baileyville. Yeah, it was just all Baileyville. Okay, so I was mistaken. So those votes come in out of Baileyville. For Platner, Platner continues to lead 72.16% to Mills's 16.93%. So certainly early votes thus far, a long way to go, but Graham Platner is looking very strong in the early vote that has come in thus far. I'm going to go on to the general election side, and we're going to have the market odds pulled up, I think, for this race. We can see here, and we'll go for the last week or so. That might be a good way to look at it. So right now, as the results are just about to start coming in around 8 p.m. Eastern time here, and 58% chance for Platner to win, 43% chance for Susan Collins, the Republican, to win, and we'll check in periodically throughout the night as these numbers change and so forth. Okay, so I think we'll leave it on the Senate side for now for Platner, and we'll see as more votes do ultimately come in. We can also take a check on the House race as well. I don't know if we have any of these votes yet for the 2nd district. Okay, we do. So we have 451 votes out of the 2nd district, no votes yet out of the 1st. In the 2nd district, Democrat Joe Baldacci currently has 38.14%. Matthew Dunlap has 30.16%. Jordan Wood has 20.4%. And Paige Loud is 11.31% of the vote. We could probably open this one up to the main screen here as well, as this is going to be one of the more competitive races. Keep an eye out for in the state of Maine as well. So we have the 2nd district, we have Maine governor, we have Maine governor for Democrats and Republicans, and Maine U.S. Senate as well. 528 votes in. Looks like a few more votes have come in out of Maine. I think they came in out of the town of Harrington, I do believe, with 13% of the vote now in. Platner's leading here, 64 votes. Mills with 11, Costello at 4. So again, very early amounts of votes coming in. We're going to have to wait a long while before we get like known indicators for sure. But based on the early vote that's come in, Platner's been winning most of these votes by a very solid amount. He's winning exactly what he needs to. He's getting about 73% of the statewide vote here. Janet Mills only getting about 16.5% of the statewide vote. And David Costello getting about 10.04%. So actually splitting a good amount of the vote away from Janet Mills. I think we're going to see Graham Platner probably win this primary based on these votes and win it by a pretty solid margin here. I don't think ranked choice voting is going to be a thing that takes place in the U.S. Senate primary for the Democrats. Baileyville, I don't remember if it was 85% in or not, but in case it wasn't, Platner's at 51, Mills is at 12. I think that was already updated, but just want to get that in there. There. Governor, looks like a few more votes have come in and maybe coming out of the same area, but I don't think it's updated yet on the map. Well, Baileyville is updated with, so maybe it was Baileyville where the votes came in with 95%, over 95% of the vote in out of Baileyville. So those votes are now all in. And Troy Jackson tied with Nirav Shah with 18 votes each. In Baileyville, Hannah Pingree got 17 votes out of that town. Overall, across the state, a very close race. Jackson's at 27.2. Shaw is at 25.27. Pingree is at 20.92. Shenna Bellows 17.86. Angus King 8.71. For the Republican governor, looks like we may have gotten a little more vote as well. Baileyville is now also at 95% of the vote in here. 759 total votes. Bobby Charles goes down slightly, but still has a very large lead at 53 votes in this county. Midgley finished in second with 51. Bush finishes in third with 24 votes. Across the state, Charles has 346 votes. Bush has 130, and Benjamin Midgley has 124. In the House race, 528 votes are now in, including some out of Burnham, where Jordan Wood is in third place across the state despite winning the town of Burnham. 122 votes for Wood. Matthew Dunlap, 156. Joe Baldacci, 36.55. So it looks like Baldacci's leading, 36.5% of the vote. Dunlap, 29.5%, and Wood, 23.11% as of right now. Still, we have a long way to go in the state of Maine as we wait for more votes to ultimately come in. We have a few votes as well out of the Maine governor poll, where Nirav Shah is leading over Troy Jackson here, 80-20. So again, we'll keep checking periodically to see how this goes. Let's take a quick look at some of these South Carolina races, see if any more calls have been made in any of these House races. Nothing yet. Also in Maine's 1st district for the Republican primary. Some votes out of the governor's race in the Democrat and Republican primaries. There may have been, was there another Republican update? No, that was up to date. Okay. Just making sure. Obviously, Nevada's polls don't close, I believe, until 10 p.m. Eastern. So a little ways to go there as well before we have a clear indicator on how that's going in the state of Nevada. North Dakota's polls also, or they close at 9 p.m. So in 10 minutes, North Dakota's U.S. House District at large will close. Julia Fedorchuk will probably beat Republican Alex Ballas as the incumbent, and that's essentially it for North Dakota. It's not really too much to talk about there. In terms of the primaries in South Carolina, we already know the results of the U.S. Senate primaries. Annie Andrews wins here. Lindsey Graham wins here very solidly. In those races, in the 1st district, this is expected to be safe Republican at the general election level. This is the Nancy Mace district, but at the Democratic level, we do know that no candidate will break 50%, and Nancy LaCour and Mac DeFord will be going to a runoff election. In the 2nd district, 76% of the vote in, still currently too close to call, though a runoff does appear to be likely between David Robinson and Zion Khalifa. The 3rd district, it is, oh, wow, okay, speak of the devil, the second I said it, it looks like they have officially updated on the website here that it's going to be going to a runoff between David Robinson and Zion Khalifa in the 2nd U.S. House District in the state of South Carolina. 3rd district, it's a 2-person race, so there will not be a runoff between Eunice Lamacher and Ernest Mackins. Very close rate, though, with 78% of the vote in, only a difference of about 1,000 votes. So very, very, very close. And now the graphics officially updated here with Robinson and Khalifa both heading to a runoff in South Carolina. House District 5, Mallory Dittmer is leading Andrew Cloth by about 13%. So no runoff in this race, but we'll have to wait and see for all the results to officially be called in that one. James Clyburn won his primary earlier tonight, 50% of the vote, having 91% of the vote in here. The 1st district for the Republicans, still way too close to call here. Only 33% of the vote in. A runoff is looking probably very, very likely in this race with all these candidates splitting the amount of vote here. In the 2nd district, we know Wilson won, Timmons won the 4th, and John Peterson won the 6th district Republican primary to face off against Jim Clyburn. That race is listed as safe Democratic. The governor primary, Jermaine Johnson won the Democratic primary, Republican primary, Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson going to a runoff election with 53% of the vote in. Attorney General, still too close to call, though I think a runoff is looking more and more likely, with Goldfinch at 42.58%, David Stumbo 33.45%, David Pascal 23.97%. Lastly, the Secretary of State race, Jason Belton and Edwina Winter with 59% of the vote in. Still a very close race, only difference about 3,000 votes, even less than that, between Belton and Winter in the South Carolina Secretary of State race. Looks like we should have a little more vote out of Maine now, since we last checked in here. Maine's U.S. Senate, now 1% of the vote in, 941 votes across the state. Looks like some of these towns like West Paris has Platner getting 121 votes, Janet Mills 31, David Costello 13. And it looks like neighboring town of, this is Leeds, votes for Graham Platner 77.2%. Mills gets 39 votes, 16.46. Costello gets 15 votes, 6.33%. We can also take a look in Burnham County. I don't think there's any more votes here, still 12%. Maxfield, very small county, but a few votes here, 9 for Platner, 2 for Mills. And I want to say that maybe it for updated vote. Harrington, I believe we had before. Baileyville, we had before as well. So in terms of the overall vote now, 1% of the vote now in across the state of Maine. Platner leads with 701 votes, 74.5% of the vote in. Janet Mills, 159 votes, is in second place with 16.9%. David Costello is in third place with 8.61% at 81 votes. So again, sorry, almost dropped my water there. We have a long way to go in South Carolina, but Graham Platner certainly has a very large lead with the amount of early votes that have come in thus far. Also, to the earlier comment in the night about will we see Graham Platner win every single county or every single town across the state of Maine? Well, so far we only have I think under 10 counties that have come in, but they've all come in big for Graham Platner. So we may very well end up see this happen across the night as these results come in. That's U.S. Senate map. Let's take a look on the governor map, where more vote is now in, with 1% of the vote in, and we have a very narrow lead for Nirav Shah. He has taken the lead from Troy Jackson, 260 votes for Shah, 258 for Jackson. Hannah Pingree's at 215, Shenna Bellows 205, and 103 for Angus King. So now Shah, Jackson, Pingree, and Bellows are in a very close race for first, second, third, and fourth place right now. Angus King roughly about 100 votes back of the rest of the candidates from Shenna Bellows and Pingree and so forth. So about 1,000 votes now in the governor's race. We're starting to see some movement in this race for Nirav Shah as he's gone up as these votes have come in. Wes Parrish comes in for Shah about 24.5% to Bellows 21.47. Pingree's in third at 34 votes. So Troy Jackson didn't even get into the top 3 in this town so far. Leeds County, Shah finishes in first with 68 votes. Jackson in second with 48, and Pingree tied for second with 48 votes. Burnham County is now all in. Frenchboro County, I believe, was in from before as well. Looks like Clifton County reported some votes. I don't believe this was in earlier. 31 for Jackson, 21 for Shah, 17 for Pingree. So still waiting on more results out of the state of Maine, but we're starting to get some movement out of the governor's race as well. Nirav Shah now taking the lead over Troy Jackson by, look at this, only 2 votes. So we have a very long way to go in the state of Maine on the governor's race and the U.S. Senate race as well. Looks like we've got some more votes out of the Senate race, up about 300 votes, now 1,256 votes across the state. A lot of them came out of the eastern part of the state here, out of, it may have been Harrington County, but I think we definitely got some votes out of Jonesport and out of East Macias County or Macias County as well here. Bailey County, or Baileyville's also 85% in. That might have been unchanged from earlier, but Jonesport definitely had some votes come in here. Platner gets 76 votes, 11 votes for Costello, 8 votes for Janet Mills. East Macias County comes in for Platner, 80.3% of the vote, 108 for Platner, 17 for Mills, 9% for Costello. And then Leeds County we already talked about, West Paris we already talked about, but some votes have come in out of Parsonsfield, where Platner gets 142 votes, 72.45%. Mills gets 38 votes with 19.39%, 8.16% of the vote in. So in these smaller counties, obviously a lot smaller, I keep saying counties, I'm sorry, in these smaller towns that have come in out of the state of Maine, they haven't been super large in population. They only combine for about 1% of the overall statewide vote. But what has come in has shown Graham Platner leading by a very solid amount at 75.21% for Platner. Mills at 16.39%. Certainly a very large amount of a lead for Graham Platner in these early results thus far. In terms of the vote numbers here, we can look at a reported percentage and total registration here. In terms of what's come in, 95% in out of East Macias County, only about 132 votes of the total registered 100 or 1,073, but that's 95% in. So a lot of these early towns that have reported votes, a lot of them have come in at 95% of the vote in here. In terms of the towns by largest population, you're looking at Portland, Maine, Lewiston, Maine, South Portland, Bangor, Brunswick, Scarborough, Auburn, Saco, and down through here. We haven't had any towns in the state of Maine, even like Wells or Kittery near the border with New Hampshire. We haven't had many counties yet with a large amount of votes report votes yet. In terms of the total registered votes by a smaller amount, Frenchboro's come in only 40 votes in that town. So we still have a large amount of the vote to go in the state of Maine here. But some of these smaller counties like East Macias, West Paris, Maxfield, Parsonsville, Leeds, and Jonesport are all 95% or above in. And the votes that have come in has all come in very strongly for Graham Platner. So far, early lead for Graham Platner by a very considerable amount. It's still, I believe, 1,400 votes. So I don't think any change there. Andy says that Kornacki said Platner's benchmark is 76% of the vote. Well, if that is what he said here, well, Platner's running about 75.21%. He's coming very, very close to beating that mark here. I think without a doubt, based on these early results we've seen thus far, obviously, it's still 1% of the vote. It's super early, but based on what Platner's done in a lot of these early towns, we're going to see Platner win outright. Ranked choice voting is not going to be needed in this race. Janet Mills is the second place candidate to Platner right now, but it's still, she's down about 800 votes from Platner. So in terms of what we're looking for, in terms of which candidate will win, I think Platner's going to win for sure. Just going to have to wait and see for more votes to come in. On the governor's side, now 1,400 votes, are now in, 1% of the vote in a lot of the same counties that we talked about, same towns that we talked about for the Senate race here, like Harrington County. Nirav Shah is now leading statewide. Or no, I'm sorry, he's tied with Troy Jackson statewide, 374 votes for Shah, 374 for Jackson, tied percentage-wise, 25.39% across the state of Maine. Pingree's in third place at 20.77. Bellows is in fourth place at 18.81% of the vote. So, got some votes coming in now out of the Senate and governor's races. And looks like another 200 votes will come in out of the Senate race. Not too totally sure where they came out of. Jonesport we already accounted for. East McKay we accounted for. I think they might have come out. Parsonsfield, I think we got Haram. I believe it's pronounced Haram County or Hiram County. These may be where the votes have came from here. Platner gains another 139 votes. Mills gets 40 votes here. Costello gets 15. So Platner now at 74.79% across the state. Mills at 16.89% and 8.32% for David Costello. So that comment about Platner's benchmark being 76% based on that town that just reported votes, he is down. He is 71%, not 76%. So he's down a little bit on the benchmark, but again, for tonight, all Platner really has to do is win outright and avoid ranked choice voting. I know Kornaki's talking about the benchmark in terms of what it can mean for the general election, but I think the primary happens first, and then general election, worry about that later. So far, Platner's off to an early lead in the Senate race. On the governor's side, we just did the map. No new updated votes yet. Oh, no, a few more votes updated there now. Hiram County comes in for Nirav Shah, 73 votes for him. Hannah Pingree has 41 votes. Troy Jackson has 35. For overall across the state of Maine, Nirav Shah leads. Looks like another more vote, roughly about 1,700 votes now in. Nirav Shah has about 460 votes at 459. Troy Jackson 414. Hannah Pingree 356. Shenna Bellows 306. Angus King 162. The early trends in the governor's race thus far is ranked choice voting 100% is going to be needed. No candidate's going to break 50% of the vote. Tonight, I can say that up like almost 100% certainty here. Nirav Shah is leading over Troy Jackson right now, but it's clearly a four-person race between Shah, Jackson, Pingree, and Bellows. And with the early vote that's coming thus far, Angus King is just not getting a large amount of the vote, despite his father being the U.S. Senator and his name likely being well known in the state. Angus King is just in a very distant third place on these early votes thus far. Let's take a look at the market odds. I'm a little interested here to see how they changed over the last few hours here. Since we started getting results here, which I think was around, I want to say 8 p.m. here, Shah was about 55.5, Jackson was at 27. As these results have come in, the odds have certainly narrowed up, where now they stand with Shah at 50%, Troy Jackson at 39%. Shenna Bellows is now at 26%. So it looks like we may even have a situation here where Hannah Pingree may be going down a little bit based on these current odds. That's from Polymarket. Yeah, Bellows at 26, Pingree's at 25. Angus King's down at 1. It's very clear Angus King does not have a pathway to getting into the top 2 for ranked choice voting right now, is how it currently seems based on these results. That's on Polymarket. On Kalshi, Troy Jackson is now the current leader at 44% of the lead here. Nirav Shah's in second at 34. Hannah Pingree's at 25. Shenna Bellows is down at 4, and Angus King is down at 0 on these results. So it's interesting as these early results have come in here. Definitely the markets are reacting to see where things currently stand with Shah and Jackson in the lead. Pingree and Shenna Bellows fighting for third place right now. Angus King in a very distant fifth place, excuse me. Looks like no more vote yet out of the Senate. Maybe a little bit more vote out of the Senate map. Graham Platner at 75%. Mills at 16.74% of the vote there. On the Republican primary, 4% of the vote now. And this is one where ranked choice voting is possible that it may be avoided, though there's still a good amount of candidates vote splitting in the field. Roughly about 2,483 votes have been cast and reported in the Maine Republican governor primary. Bobby Charles leads at 46.84%. Robert Charles. Benjamin Midley is in second place at 17.76%. Jonathan Bush member of the Bush family, is in third place at 14.1%. Garrett Mason at 10.43%. Robert Wessels, 4.35%. Owen McCarthy, 3.06%. David Jones, 2.1%. James Libby, 1.45%. So unlike with the governor's race, this one, Bobby Charles is the clear leader in this race. The question will just be ultimately, as more votes come in, is there enough for Charles to avoid ranked choice voting? But he's the clear leader at this current point in time. For the U.S. House 2nd District, 3% of the vote is now in. Joe Baldacci leads 34.1%. Jordan Woods in second, 27.9%. And then Matthew Dunlap's in third at 27.71%. Paige Loud's in fourth at 10.27%. So ranked choice voting may be needed as well in the Maine U.S. House second primary. In terms of, I do also just want to talk about, we're talking about the 2nd District here. The 2nd District in the state of Maine is going to play a very important role in the general election. The consensus rankings have it currently listed as likely Republican. This is held by Democrat Jared Golden. He is retiring from this race. Sabato's Crystal Ball has it listed as lean Republican. Cook Political Report has it listed as likely. And Inside Elections has it listed as likely. The current Kalshi odds do have it listed narrowly as tilt for the Republican. So it's expected to be a very important competitive district that could play a very large role in the House control for 2026. Okay, so let's see here. Now, 2% of the vote in out of the Maine U.S. Senate Democratic primary. And these are the updated numbers that we currently have. Platner at 74.39%, Mills at 17%, Costello at 8.61%. So again, a lot of early results out of these small towns. Like I do believe this town here, Hebron County in Leeds County may have 95% of the vote in now. Hollis County as well, also I believe, had some votes come in. Parsons Field we already discussed it, I believe, but Hollis County has some votes for Platner, 452. For Platner, Mills now at 109. In this area, Costello at 64. So again, very early in the night, smaller towns are reporting votes. But for what has come in, we're seeing a very large lead for Graham Platner across the state of Maine in every single town that has reported votes thus far in a lot of these areas. Platner is running very, very strongly. Not really a surprise. He's at 75.2%. He's hitting, or he's getting close to that Kornacki benchmark that he mentioned, about 76%. Brian Chavez said, Mills being on the ballot reminds me of Swalwell being on the ballot after dropping out. Yeah, definitely in terms of like, I mean, not when it comes to scandals and such, but definitely in terms of like Mills being on the ballot but not really campaigning. She's going to get some votes, but she's not going to get anywhere near what Platner's getting. Like, just got a very big vote done, but I think we got some votes here out of Portland, the not capital of Maine, that's Augusta, but a very large city in Maine here out of Portland. And now 6% of the vote is in, so that was roughly 4% of the overall statewide vote out of Portland, 40% of the vote here. And Platner is doing very well at 79.19%, getting 3,688 votes. Mills, 780 votes, 16.75%. And as Portland comes in, 40% of the vote in, only at 9:08 p.m., only an hour and 8 minutes after the polls close in the state of Maine. Decision Desk HQ has officially projected that Graham Platner is the winner, the winning candidate in the Maine U.S. Senate Democratic primary in the state of Maine. Not really too much of a surprise that he comes in and defeats Janet Mills by a very handed amount, getting 77.7% of the vote. Mills currently gets about 16.6% of the vote, or 16.7%. David Costello is getting third place at 5.6%. So again, just about 9:08 p.m., Platner officially wins the Democratic primary and will now advance to the general election to face off against Susan Collins in the general. Let's see here. I am interested to see if they updated the thing. It might be a little too quickly for them to update this race. Yeah, it still says placeholder, but I'd imagine this will be updating probably very, very shortly out of the state of Maine. The 2nd Congressional District, 4% of the vote now in. Portland's not included in that, as that's in the 1st Congressional District, but Baldacci is leading over Jordan Wood and Matthew Dunlap still. Maine Governor, a few more votes out of the Republican race. Bobby Charles continues to lead, 46.5, 16.4 for Midley and Bush at 15.06. Maine Governor, 5% of the vote in, including some vote out of Portland as well, so that's going to play a very important role given the amount of people living in Portland. with it looks like 95% of the vote in out of Portland for the governor's race. And this has Troy Jackson at 30.3% in Portland, Hannah Pingree at 24.28, Shenna Bellows at 23.75. So Portland gives a very significant vote dump for the state of Maine here, with Jackson now leading 28.45% of the vote. Hannah Pingree's in second at 23.5. Shenna Bellows is in third at 22.15. And Nirav Shah is in fourth place at 19.12%, with 5% of the vote in. So we're getting a lot of competitiveness and a lot of movement in the Maine Democratic governor primary. Nirav Shah has fallen from roughly about a 66% chance favorite to win, now down to, look at this, only 37% to win, according to the Polymarket odds here. You can look in the last 6 hours here. Nirav Shah is now at 37%. Troy Jackson is at 35%. Hannah Pingree is 34%. Shenna Bellows at 12%. Angus King, though, seems abundantly clear at 1%. Does not have much of a chance at winning this Democratic governor primary, with 5% of the vote in thus far. King's in a very distant fifth place, but Shah, Bellows, Pingree, and Jackson look like we're going to head to ranked choice voting, and it's going to be a very competitive race in doing so. In the Senate race, a few more votes are in, but Platner continues to lead 6% of the vote, 77.75%. So, yeah, I mean, again, this isn't really too much of a surprise. We came into this race expecting Graham Platner would win over Janet Mills, but he's getting 77.nearly 8% of the vote. He's getting a very large amount of the early votes that have come in, including out of the city of Portland, where he's getting about 80% of the vote there. Like, he's doing very well in terms of like the scandals of, will Platner get a lot less votes because of his scandals and controversies and that hurt Democrats in the general election. Well, the polling for the general election shows a very close race, with Platner leading 47.4 to Collins 45.2. So it's a dead heat. It's a 2-point race in the polling average. The market odds here can show you what they've been in the last 6 hours. Now, Platner's still leading 58 to 43 over Collins. That remains unchanged thus far. But for the general election, it's going to be a very close race. We've known that for a while. I mean, depending on where you look, there have been some predictions that say it'll be bigger wins or not. I think it's going to be a very close race, under 5 points for Collins or Platner either way, but it's going to be very close. But now we know Graham Platner has officially won the Democratic U.S. Senate primary in Maine. Not surprising, but he officially wins. The general election is now officially on in the state of Maine. Still, though, we're going to count some more votes out of the state of Maine in the governor's race, and we'll keep looking at the Senate map as well. We may do a quick check-in on South Carolina in like 10 minutes or so, but we're over about 2.5 hours streaming here, so I do want to do a quick little check-in on these places in a few minutes, but we're keeping an eye on Maine, and we also have some polls closing in Nevada out of the state of Nevada at 10 p.m. as well. Those should not take too long to report, as the governor primary should be pretty easy. We may have had some votes out of North Dakota already as well for the House district at large, and we have, with 6% of the vote in, Julie Fedorchuk, the Republican U.S. representative, has officially been declared the winner for North Dakota's U.S. House district at large. And without a Senate or a governor's race, that's the only real significant race out of the state of North Dakota. So with that, essentially North Dakota's coverage for the night is pretty much over. So that was quick. Still, though, 6% of the vote in, Platner leading over Janet Mills. No surprise here. Now that he's officially been declared the winner by decision desk HQ, he's 100% going to be the Democratic nominee in November. It is also worth noting, because I mentioned this earlier, the comment of, will Platner win every single town in the state of Maine? Well, so far, it's early, it's about 6% of the vote in, 7,404 votes, but Platner has led and won every single town that's reported votes, and he has done so by a very handed amount. There's not one town in the state of Maine that's reported votes for Graham Platner that's been less than a 20-point victory for Platner in this race. Yes, Janet Mills she dropped out of the race, but she's still on the ballot as the current incumbent governor. Still, not one county is currently under 20% of the vote. So if there's concerns about Platner in the general election among can he win, among Democratic voters, based on the 6% of the vote that's come in thus far, doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of concern. Getting 77.67% of the vote, 6-7, of course, and Janet Mills getting about 16.67% as well. The Democrats seem to be consolidating behind Graham Platner by a very large amount. The question will be in the general election, what the combined Democratic vote, will there be enough independent voters that coalesce around Platner as well to defeat Susan Collins? That will be the ultimate question. But in terms of the Democratic primary, I would say so far Platner's doing very strong. He's doing what he has to do. And it looks like a very large majority of the Maine Democratic voters are behind him. 11% of the vote is now in across the state, and we got some more vote out of the city of Portland. So we'll zoom in here to get the numbers here. And Portland has come in 88% of the vote in, so nearly all the vote is in out of Portland. And Graham Platner's up to 7,785 votes, 76.91% of the overall vote of the city of Portland. Janet Mills now at 1,895 votes, 18.72% of the vote there. Costello comes in third place at 442 votes, 4.37%. Again, with Portland nearly all in, this comes in for Platner across the state, 76.51% of the vote, 9,852 votes. Janet Mills, 2,352 votes, 18.27%. So, I mean, sure, there's still, if you're just doing the math there, there's 24% of Maine Democrats that decided they didn't want to vote for Graham Platner, that voted for Janet Mills or David Costello. You could look at it that way, for sure. But you could also look at it as, despite all of Platner's scandals and controversies, he's still getting 76.5% of the vote. So what does this mean for the general election? I really don't think this means too much. I think Graham Platner, there may be a few votes, like, I don't, as possible, of all these Democratic voters, is like all of the, what's that, combined 3,000 votes or so that was anti-Graham Platner. Does every single one of them vote for Graham Platner in the general election? Probably not. Just statistics don't really work that way. There'll probably be at least, like, of the 3,000, maybe like 10 to like 100 or so, or maybe even 200 decide not to vote for Platner, but are a large majority of them probably going to say, I don't want a Republican senator anymore. I'll vote for Graham Platner and hope that he wins and takes Susan Collins out in the re-election attempt? Probably. But again, speculation for a later date, but Platner so far at 76.51% of the vote is doing very strong in doing what he has to do. We'll look at the governor's race now. More votes are in at 9% of the vote. I do believe we got some more vote here out of Portland as well. Oh, actually, no, I've been from earlier, 95% in. Jackson ends up winning 28.9%. Pingree, about 24.9%, and Bellows at 23.5%. So across the state in the governor's race, Troy Jackson, based on these early votes that have come in, has been one of the early benefactors of these early votes. Troy Jackson has 28.3% of the vote. Hannah Pingree has about 24.2% of the vote. Looks like some more vote has come in here. Shenna Bellows in third place at 22.37%. Nirav Shah only in fourth place at 18.65%. That is a surprise, I would say, so far. Definitely the early vote that's come in here. Angus King down in fifth place. Again, we talked about a few times now. Doesn't really have much of a path here, but a lot more of a divided map in these towns out of the state of Maine here. It's definitely surprising to see Nirav Shah down in fourth place here. The polling heading into this race, the average showed Nirav Shah leading at 29%, 17% for Jackson, 15% for Hannah Pingree. Again, it's still very early with the results that have come in here, but so far, Jackson's at 28, Pingree 24, Bellows 22. Shaw's down at 18.67% of the vote. So it's definitely, I would say, surprising that we're seeing Shaw in fourth place as of right now. Again, there's enough vote to change. There's still like 91% of the vote to go here, so this could change very quickly. But a little surprising to see Shaw down this much as of right now. In terms of the updating market odds, Shaw is still very narrowly the leader on Polymarket at 37%. Jackson nearly tied though at 35%, Pingree at 34%, Shenna Bellows at 12%, Angus King at 1%. The only thing that it seems for certain right now is Angus King is not going to win. And based on the votes that have come in thus far, Shenna Bellows is probably not going to end up being in the top two either. Though between Pingree, Jackson, and Shaw, currently it seems to be essentially a toss-up, a jump ball between which one of those will advance to the general, which is interesting considering Shenna Bellows is currently in third place and not in fourth place, even though the odds seem to have it differently. So interesting, very interesting. Broswell says 18.67. Yep, 18.67. Let's see. Andy says Chuck Schumer wanted Janet Mills so badly. Yet another defeat for Chuck Schumer. Yeah, he definitely did. Schumer definitely wanted Janet Mills. He definitely saw her as probably a candidate that would be stronger in the general election than Graham Platner, which we'll end up seeing with hindsight. Obviously, if Graham Platner wins, I think you can say pretty considerably that Chuck Schumer was wrong. If Chuck Schumer loses to Susan Collins in November, hindsight 2020, you can look back and say, well, maybe he was right. But Janet Mills, I mean, the second she entered the race, she really did not have much of a chance in the polling versus Graham Platner, like the poll back in June 5th. Platner 68%, Janet Mills 16%. Even when she was still campaigning and didn't drop out of the race, like back in March, the Emerson poll had Platner at 54, Mills at 28. Mills was never beating Graham Platner in this race. Once she started polling very strongly, that became abundantly clear. She ends her campaign. Certainly a big blow to Janet Mills and Chuck Schumer, without a doubt. But Platner's winning very big. Was already been declared the winner about, about 9:07 p.m., so about 13 minutes ago. Very early on in the night for Maine, but no surprise, Platner's been declared the winner in this race. Maine governor, still very much a toss-up. I would bet we're not going to get the answers that we want probably in Maine's governor's race tonight, because it's probably going to go to ranked choice voting. It's going to be very close. But it looks like on the market odds on Polymarket, Troy Jackson is taking the lead now. 46% chance he wins according to Kalshi, and 44% chance he wins according to Polymarket. So a lot of volatility early on in the Maine governor's race, both in the results and the odds. For Maine governor, on the Republican side, Robert Charles is still 99.9% the favorite to win this primary. Only 7% of the vote in here, but Robert Charles has a very large lead of 41.84% of the vote. Benjamin Midley's in second place at 17.52%. Jonathan Bush, the member of the Bush family, is in third place at 16.77%. Garrett Mason's in fourth at 11.7%. So again, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like as more votes has come in, that Robert Charles won't be able to break 50%, and ranked choice voting may be needed for this primary. But once ranked choice voting happens, I mean, Robert Charles should probably end up winning the ranked choice voting very handedly if it is needed. And he'll probably end up being the Republican candidate without really too much of a fight in that one. Let's see here. Maine 2nd District, 5% in. Joe Baldacci currently leading Jordan Wood by only about 3%. Only about, 50 votes or so. Another vote update here. 32.4 to 30.6 for Baldacci over Wood. Dunlap's in third place at 27% of the vote, roughly. Paige Lau's in fourth place, around 10% of the vote. So currently Joe Baldacci is the leader to advance to the general election against Paula Page in this race. But again, we'll have to wait and see for all the votes to come in before we will know for sure. 12% of the vote in out of the state of Maine, 76.53%. Janet Mills is at 18.03. Also, it's worth noting it is 9:22 p.m., so we are about, about 42 minutes or 48 minutes? No, that's probably wrong. It's probably 38 minutes away from 10 p.m., which is the poll closings in the state of Nevada. Nevada's not really too much to talk about tonight. There's the House primaries, and then there's also the governor primary for the Republican and Democrats, so we expect to know that Joe Lombardo and Aaron Ford should win those primaries very, very quickly. So not really too much of a surprise. Brian says for the fourth time, 6-7. Oh, it'll keep happening. It'll keep happening throughout the night. I'm honestly just thinking, I'm starting to think the election results on these live streams are just trying to make sure I have to say 6-7 as many times as possible. That's honestly what I'm starting to think for these. Let's see here. We can also check in on the poll in the chat. 12 votes now. Who will be the Maine governor primary winner? Troy Jackson, 33%. Nirav Shah, 42%. 8% for Hannah Pingree. 17% for Shenna Bellows or Angus King. Certainly, I think more of those votes would go to Shenna Bellows based on the early results that we've seen thus far. So still 12% out of Maine. 10% out of the Maine, or the Senate for 10% out of the governor's race. Still very, very close with the early results that'll come in there. Bobby Charles continues to lead in the governor's race and the House race currently there. Let's see if they updated yet the general election side now for the results here. I'm interested to see if they have. No, still Dem placeholder. Okay. I don't know why. I thought they'd be on it immediately, but they're probably a little preoccupied at the moment. Let's see. We can do a quick check-in as well for those who are just joining the stream of what happened earlier in the night as well, where we saw in South Carolina a lot of primaries that went by very, very quickly. The governor primary on the Republican side, Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson advanced to a runoff. 75% of the vote now in, but Norman, Reddy, and Mace all got pretty much locked out of the primary very, very early on by Evette and Wilson advancing to the runoff. The South Carolina governor, the Democrat Jermaine Johnson, won very handedly early on in the night. We saw U.S. Senate Lindsey Graham win his primary early on in the night as well, 58.45% of the vote over Mark Lynch. In the South Carolina U.S. Senate, Annie Andrews wins that primary as well and advances to the general. Now back to Maine. We're just waiting for more results to come in, but Graham Platner's already officially been declared the winner in the Democratic U.S. Senate primary. Janet Mills at 18.35%, David Costello 5.54%, but Platner at 76.11% of the vote, getting a large share of the Democratic vote in the state of Maine. Let's see. What's the general election polling look like in Maine's second district? I will pull that up in 1 second. I do promise. Brian says I'm gonna hop off for now. I'm gonna go move the trash boat for tomorrow because the trash pickup truck comes on Wednesdays and Saturdays in my neighborhood. And I'm going to take a shower. I'll BRB. So yeah, Brian, all right, appreciate it. Appreciate stopping by. And if you come back later, I'll be here. I'll say hi as well. Okay, so you're looking for general election polling, like in Maine's second congressional district. I don't know if there's been a lot of polling out of Maine's second, but we'll take a look here. Let's see. Okay, so second congressional district. First things first, we know Paul LePage will be the Republican candidate, the former governor of the state of Maine. The Democratic side, Joe Baldacci, Matthew Dunlap, and Jordan Wood still fighting up the primary. We'll have to wait and see how it shakes out. The polling for the primary, Baldacci in the final Survey USA poll from the end of May, beginning of June, Baldacci led by about 5 points over Dunlap and Jordan Wood by about 6 points. In the University of New Hampshire poll, though, Wood led 23, Baldacci 22, and Dunlap had 17. For the general election, which I think you're probably more interested in, it's currently listed prediction-wise as either likely Republican or lean Republican, which would be a flip from the Democrats to the Republicans in this race. For Baldacci versus Paul LePage, in the most recent poll from Pan Atlantic Research, which is a Democratic pollster, which is sponsored by Baldacci's campaign, it is typically the way I look at internal polls or partisan polls is I shift them 4 to 5 points in the opposite direction to account for the polling bias. But this one is 418 likely voter sample size, so it is kind of a low poll in terms of numbers, but it is Maine, so it's not as many voters as well. So it goes from about an 8-point Democratic lead over LePage, probably down to like a 4 to a 3-point lead for the Democrat based on that. So in between the margin of error, depending on how you're looking at it, but the coefficient poll, larger sample size, but it's a Republican-affiliated pollster, and it had a 10-point lead for Paul LePage. So again, same thing, and you're looking probably around a 5 to 6 point lead, 5 to 6 point lead for LePage over Baldacci in that poll. From the UNH poll back in February, it was a 1-point lead for LePage over Baldacci. So that was actually a very close race. That's not a partisan poll. That's a nonpartisan poll. So that shows a 1-point race. And Pan Atlantic Research, a Democratic poll from back in November and December, showed LePage leading by 1 point. So again, that would probably account for like a 5-point lead for LePage there. For coefficient for Matt Dunlap, showed LePage similar 50 to 40. So again, probably like a 4 to 5 point lead for LePage. And then for University of New Hampshire, same thing, 1-point lead for LePage there. For Jordan Wood versus Paul LePage, the only poll came from the UNH one, which showed a 4-point lead for LePage. And the upswing Democratic pollster by Wood's campaign showed LePage leading by 7. So that would mean that LePage is probably leading it by over like 10 points, if that is the case, accounting for the bias of the poll there. So in terms of the general election, it looks honestly pretty good for Paul LePage and the Republicans right now. Either lean Republican or likely Republican. You're probably looking at somewhere in between like a 4% win for LePage and like an 8% win for LePage, somewhere in that range. So right around that like line of being a lean Republican win or a likely Republican win in the state of Maine. The predictions on 270 to win currently has it as likely Republican. I would probably put it right on that lean to likely edge. I think it's probably more likely, but it's definitely going to be very, very close to like being a lean win or a likely win as well. Quick update now on the votes. 18% of the vote in the U.S. Senate primary for Maine, and Graham Platner's votes have gone down a little bit, even though he's already been declared the winner. He has about 74% of the vote in, or 74% of the overall statewide vote, excuse me. Janet Mills now up to 20.03% of the vote. So this would be something interesting to keep an eye out for. Platner's still winning a very large majority of the Democratic vote in the state of Maine, but throughout the night, as more vote comes in, if Janet Mills' numbers go up into like the high 20s and even early 30s, and Platner's numbers go down in that hypothetical, that could be a potential worrying sign for Platner and for Democrats in the general election. If enough of the Democratic vote goes to Janet Mills, like in the 30s even, that could be a worrying sign. But again, we're at 18% of the vote estimated in. Platner's still winning a very large amount. I do believe, looking at the map here across the state of Maine, every single town that has come in not only for Graham Platner, but it's come in very strongly, of at least by 20 points for Graham Platner, including Falmouth and Long Island, right near the Portland area as well. So certainly, we've seen Platner have a very strong night. We'll see if the numbers continue to change one way or the other, but so far, Platner's been doing very strongly in these results. In terms of total registration of the Democratic map, the largest town on this map is Portland at 54,000 votes, and 95% is already in, accounting for about 11,510 votes. So Portland essentially is all in. There's a possibility of like another like 20 votes or so, but essentially all in. And Platner wins here by about 57 points, getting Portland 76.32%, Mills getting 19.11. So Platner did very well in not the capital, but the largest city in the state of Maine. He did very, very well there. In Augusta, I don't believe Augusta, despite being the capital, only has 12,000 registered voters, so it's a lot smaller than Portland and Lewiston and even South Portland are, so still more votes to go there. But we do know that obviously Graham Platner is the winner, and we're just waiting to see as more votes come in what the margins end up being. But Platner's doing, I would say, still pretty strong, though he is shy of, like the commentator, I think it was Brian said, was it Brian or it might have been Andy? It was Andy. Andy Drew said that Steve Kornacki on NBC did say that Platner's benchmark he wants to hit is 76%. Currently at 18% of the vote in, he's only at 73.91. So he's a little bit shy of that, but obviously we'll keep track of that as more vote does come in. For Maine governor, now 16% of the vote is in, and Hannah Pingree is actually taking the lead in the race. She was in third place, I believe, the last time we checked in here. Hannah Pingree now leads at 25.95% of the vote. Troy Jackson's in second place at 24.49% of the vote. Nirav Shah is in third place at 21.44%. Shenna Bellows is in fourth place at 20.96% of the vote. Angus King's in fifth at 7.16% of the vote. So this governor's race, it's really going to go down to the wire. I mean, ranked choice voting in Maine also, as I mentioned a few times now, will definitely be used for the governor's race. No candidate's going to come close to breaking 50% of the vote tonight, it seems, but it really is a jump ball here. All these candidates, Shenna Bellows, Nirav Shah, Troy Jackson, Hannah Pingree, they're all within 5% of each other, and some of them are within even like 3 to 4% of each other. So based on the early vote out of the governor's race right now, it is very close. Currently, Polymarket has Jackson favored 60% to win. Kalshi has Jackson favored only 48% chance to win. It looks like with Hannah Pingree and Nirav Shah both going up on the Kalshi odds as well. So it's a jump ball right now. It really is a jump ball in the governor's race. We have to wait and see more of these results come in. This is going to be one, unlike earlier in the night with South Carolina and even the Senate race, this is going to take a very long time probably to decide who the winning Democrat's going to be in this race, because it is certainly very, very competitive. A few more 100 votes on the Senate side. Now 19% of the vote in out of, looks like we got some South Portland votes that may have come in. I do believe if I looked quickly on the map there, no, okay, that was just the cursor. But still, Platner leading 73.7 to 20.08. But yeah, this governor's race in Maine is going to be very, very close. Definitely going to be very important to keep an eye on here, because still 84% of the estimated vote to go, only 16% of the vote in. Long ways to go in the state of Maine. Can look on the Republican side as well. Now 12% of the vote is in, and Bobby Charles still leading in this race by a very large amount, 39.34% of the vote. It is worth noting as more vote has come in, his numbers have gone down a decent amount. Now at 39.34, he was up around 47% not too long ago. Jonathan Bush has gone up to second place at 18.79%. Benjamin Midley at 17.79, but 14% of the statewide vote estimated in. This will be interesting because Bobby Charles certainly seems to be the leading Republican candidate right now. For Jonathan Bush, who's currently in second place, what he's hoping to happen here is that he can essentially just keep Bobby Charles from getting 50% of the vote, force ranked choice voting, and hope enough of the other candidate support consolidates behind him. I would say it's a slim path to victory. I think Robert Charles is certainly like the odds show 99.9% to win on Pollard Market, 99% chance to win on Kalshi. The only chance I think Jonathan Bush has is if enough votes come in that make Bobby Charles' numbers go down like either close to his or well below his, or Jonathan Bush has a massive rise out of nowhere. Because right now, Robert Charles, despite losing some ground, still leading over Bush by about 22 points. This looks like Bobby Charles' Republican primary, certainly to lose. But a lot of these earlier rural areas as well have come in very strongly, it looks like, for Robert Charles in a lot of these areas. Though there has been some wins here and there for instance, McCarthy in some areas. Got a win for Bush here in Portland and up here in Gilhead County. West Paris going competitively for Charles. We got another a win or a tie for Mason and Bush in Pleasant Ridge Pit. So there's a few areas of vote for both Bush, Midley, Mason, McCarthy, Jones, Wessels, and Libby. But Bobby Charles certainly seems to be the likely leading Republican candidate right now. He's in the strongest position moving forward so far. Maine governor looks like got another like few hundred votes now. 16% of the vote in. Deer Isle and I think Islesboro and I think it's Camden have reported significant amount of votes here. And this must be Hannah Pingree's base of support. This could be the part of the state that she may be from. As she's won these areas very, very strong here, winning it by over, what's that, about nearly 30 points, about 26 points out of Camden. Islesboro, very strong as well, only shy about 17%. And then Deer Isle goes for Pingree as well by about 16%. So strong wins for Pingree there. In terms of the statewide result, still very close. It's gotten even closer. 25.45 for Pingree, 25.2 for Jackson. Nirav Shah's at 21.4, 20.58 for Shenna Bellows. In terms of the overall votes, only a difference here of 60 votes separating Pingree and Jackson. 5,970, 5,910, 5,028 for Shaw. So a 900 vote difference between Jackson, Pingree, and Shaw here. And then you're looking at like another 200 votes, so like an 1,100 vote difference between Bellows and Jackson, Pingree, and Shaw there. So we're starting to see a lot of movement in the governor's race here, but definitely the results are very, very competitive as time has gone on here. We're also about 2 hours, 54 minutes on the stream, so we're approaching nearly 3 hours on the stream. So if you're watching, if you've been here the whole time or you're just joining, I appreciate you clicking on and watching the stream. I'd really appreciate it if you could hit like and subscribe as well. I have the chat pulled up as well if you have any comments that you want to leave on the chat. I am periodically checking that as well. But I do appreciate you stopping by and checking out the live stream. Quick check on the Senate map here. Now 20% of the vote in. Graham Platner, again, declared the winner, but he's at 73.65% of the vote. Janet Mills at 19.94%. So not too much of a change since the last update. We're looking at roughly about like I don't know, maybe half a percentage point movement in Platner's direction away from Mills. So not really too much of a change there. David Costello at 6.42% may have gone down a little bit, but not too certain on that. Still, though, every single town across the state of Maine has voted so far in the U.S. Senate primary, all for Graham Platner, and all for Graham Platner by more than 20% in every single one of these towns, including the city of Portland. So definitely the question is going to be talked about for Graham Platner, how he'll do in the general election, but among Democrats thus far, he's doing very strong at 73.71%. Back to the governor page, 17% of the vote in. Pingree 23.34 or 25.34, Jackson 25.13, Shaw 21.58, Bellows 20.53 there. Definitely going to be very interesting to keep an eye on here in the governor's race. We can do a quick check also on the House district, the 2nd district here, to take on Paul LePage in the general election. Baldacci has 34.27%, Dunlap 28.21, Jordan Wood 27.99. So obviously 12% of the vote in, we have a long way to go here, but I would say it's pretty likely we're going to see ranked choice voting happen in this race as well. And Joe Baldacci so far seems to be the leading Democrat. After the ranked choice voting, which I think is needed, will happen, I think we'll see Baldacci end up being the Democratic candidate that ends up taking on Paul LePage in the general. It's kind of where things are going right now with 12% of the vote in. Republicans, 16% of the vote in. Bush goes up about another point or two, up to 18.27%. Benjamin Midley at 17.06%. Bobby Charles at 41.14%. Again, another situation of it's going to be very close for whether the Republicans will need ranked choice voting or not. Bobby Charles at 41.14%, though, based on the amount of vote that's in. Probably will need ranked choice voting to ultimately break 50% of the vote here, as Bush and Midley are making some ground, but Charles is still leading by a very large amount here, so probably going to need ranked choice voting in Maine's Republican governor primary. And looks like a few more handful of votes out of the Senate primary in the state of Maine. Platner's at 73.65%. So yeah, just right now at this point, we're just waiting to see as more results come in. We do know Graham Platner has won his U.S. Senate Democratic primary, but the governor primaries and the House primary in the 2nd District for Maine are still very close and very much up for grabs. Sorry, a little water there. Okay, let's go back to the governor's page here. 17% of the vote is in. Hannah Pingree, 25.28%. Troy Jackson, 25.16%. Nirav Shah, 21.63%. Shenna Bellows, 20.52%. I'm going to do a quick check of the markets here just because I'm interested to see where they're at here. Poly market now has Troy Jackson at 49%. Hannah Pingree at 34%. Nirav Shah down at 18%. Shenna Bellows down at 9%. Angus King down at 1%. On Kalshi, it's actually flipped. Hannah Pingree's at 49%. Jackson's at 37%. Nirav Shah's at 17%. Shenna Bellows down at 2%. It was very, very interesting to see these results as they come in here. I think it might have, yeah, the screen might be glitching out a little bit as I tried to look at it, so I'll refresh here. Yep, okay, so it looks like we have Decision Desk HQs in the process of making a call in this race here, where they have updated it, where now it says first round and final round of ranked choice voting. So it does have the indicator that this race is projected to go to ranked choice voting. I can open this up in a different tab here just to show you exactly what this means. I don't know if it has ranked choice voting on here. I can search by see here. Okay, so it does not. Okay, so it doesn't have it on here, but it's going to go to ranked choice voting in this race. Again, not really too much of a surprise here that it's going to go to ranked choice voting. It's kind of expected, very competitive race here. But they've updated the results where it says the polls are closed, awaiting results, but we have 22,522 votes here on the initial round. They're going to call it the first round here, this primary of voting. What's going to happen is once all the votes are in, it'll go to ranked choice voting, where then it'll take the votes of the lowest candidate, like Angus King. It'll take his first votes away, and then those that voted for Angus King first, their second choice candidate, third choice candidate, fourth choice, so forth and so forth, will be added to the respective totals of the candidates. Then that round will be over. It'll go to the next round. It'll then be Shenna Bellows, Nirav Shah, Hannah Pingree, Troy Jackson will be facing off. Angus King's voters will be added. None of there's not enough vote right now for that to change the race. So then whichever candidate after King's voters are split up, it's in last place. That candidate would then have their first votes taken away, and their second, third choice, fourth choice, so on and so forth would take place out of the state of Maine. So this race, this is why this is a very important call, as we know it's going to go to ranked choice voting. Again, not really too much of a surprise here. We're starting to get a lot of results out of these results here. We can turn off Dem and GOP registration and other and just have the reported vote here. But a lot of votes are in, 95% in a actually good amount of areas here. In terms of total registration, Portland is still the largest, 95% in. Jackson's leading here by 6.9%. In terms of what we could look at for a potential simulation here, we can look at the numbers and the percentages here. Jackson's leading. Okay, so Jackson's leading Pingree by right around 600 to 700 votes. And then Nirav Shah is trailing about 900 votes from Hannah Pingree. Shenna Bellows is trailing only about 40 votes from Nirav Shah. And Angus King is down about 3,000 votes, or even more, 3,700 votes in that. So we're going to have to wait and see for more results to come in before we get close to knowing how many total votes there is in this race. But the way it's going to work is Angus King is going to finish in last place of these 5 Democratic candidates in the governor's race in Maine. So his 2,045 votes will be split up for those for those voters that marked off second, third, fourth, fifth, and so forth candidates. those votes will be split up. Now, there is a belief if someone voted for Angus King but didn't mark off second choice candidates, I think their votes essentially just thrown out. So doesn't guarantee every person that they don't mark off the ranked choice voting ballot correctly, where they don't choose their second, third, or whatever candidates. It doesn't necessarily mean their vote will be counted then. Let's see. I don't know the. Yeah, definitely. William, definitely very interesting point. I can't read your comment aloud because I'm not sure what YouTube's policy is about saying that word on there, but I definitely see your comment. But yeah, I just don't want to repeat it just in case. I'm not sure what the monetization or the like copyright laws on that are, but definitely I know that's going to be the discourse of Graham Platner being the Democratic nominee for sure now. And we'll get to Platner in just 1 second. I just want to go through this quick exercise here. Is King's 2,088 votes. Let's just say hypothetically every voter chose the second place candidate. Those votes split out. Let's say that then gives Shenna Bellows like 23%, Nirav Shah 24%, Hannah Pingree 25%, Troy Jackson 26%. Let's say that happens. Shenna Bellows would then be the last place candidate. Her 5,828 votes. Their first votes are then thrown away, and then her second choice, third choice, fourth choice candidates would then go from there. Her votes then get split up to Nirav Shah, Hannah Pingree, and Troy Jackson. And let's say after those votes are split up, Nirav Shah goes up to say, I don't know, 30% of the vote. Maybe Hannah Pingree, or no, it's probably too high. Maybe Nirav Shah goes to like 25%. Maybe Hannah Pingree goes up to, I don't know, 28%, and then the remainder vote goes to Troy Jackson. Well, that would have Nirav Shah finish in third. His first votes are taken away. Then you have Hannah Pingree versus Troy Jackson as the last two Democrats, and then the second choice candidate votes are all added up, Jackson versus Pingree, and then the winner of the first round votes, I think it is, plus the remainder second choice votes are then added up, and you would have Jackson versus Pingree, and the winner would emerge. Essentially, that's how ranked choice voting works out. Right now, based on the amount of vote that's currently in here, that's the overall total. We're going to look at the, now that I've gone through the ranked choice voting exercise, we'll look at the first round here. We still have about 20% of the vote in, so another 80% of the vote to go still in the Maine governor's race. In terms of where things currently stand, Troy Jackson has leading with 25.76%, Hannah Pringer's in second at 24.94%, Nirav Shah's at 21.47%, Shenna Bellows at 20.46%, Angus King is in fifth place at 7.47%. So I can't stress this enough. Not only is this first round primary in Maine's Democratic governor primary going to be very competitive, we know for a fact really that's going to be the case, but once the ranked choice voting commences, it's going to be very close as well, as the gap between these candidates, the top four especially, is not that large. You're only looking at like a 300 vote difference between Jackson and Pingree, another like 1,000 votes between Pingree and Shah, and then only 300 votes between Shah and Bellows. So Angus King's like 2,000 or so votes, assuming he's the first candidate whose first place ballots essentially go away and then go to the second and third choice candidates. It's not going to be a very massive difference between these candidates once all the votes are in, if the way they're currently going continues to go that way. Like, look at this. Even between Jackson and Pingree now, 7,800 for Jackson, 7,672 for Pingree. You're only looking at a difference of like what's that, 124 votes? So, or 128 votes. You're not looking at a very large difference here. So, this race very much is competitive right now. And the ranked choice voting, honestly, is looking like it's going to be very competitive as well. So, this governor's race, it's competitive right now, 30,583 votes. And I think that's why when you see these market odds here showing Jackson at 49% chance to win here, it's very split. Hannah Pingree 51 on Kalshi, Jackson at 49. People on the odds are very unsure. The polling showed a very close race, and now the results are showing a close race as well, because there's a lot of uncertainty in this race. The results on the first round are super close. The ranked choice voting, I imagine, is only going to be very close as well. Also, I just want to say that we've reached over 3 hours on the stream, and we just also reached over 1,000 total views on the stream as well since I started. So I do really appreciate everyone taking time to come in to watch the stream. Whether you've been here from the beginning or you're just joining, I really appreciate you stopping by and watching our live election coverage of the state of Maine. Earlier in the night, we watched the live coverage for the state of South Carolina. In just about 12 minutes, we're going to have polls closed as well in the state of Nevada, with a very important governor's race that's up for in the general election. It's going to be important to see how those go as well. Those are pretty expected, but important to see as well. So yeah, thank you everyone for stopping by. If you're a subscriber of mine already, I really appreciate that. If you're not, if you're a new subscriber or you're new to the channel, this is the first time you've seen one of my videos, I'd really appreciate it if you could hit like and subscribe on this video. It really does help out me and my channel, boost my content to other viewers on YouTube as well for videos like this, which hopefully you're enjoying. So I'd really appreciate if you could do that. Let's see. So let's see, we're at 9:49 p.m. Eastern time. About 21% or 20% of the vote is in the Democratic primary for Maine's race. The polls closed at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So about 2 hours in, about 20% of the vote. It's certainly going a little bit slower than some of the other states. Like I do believe South Carolina, I want to say their polls closed at 7, but now they're about 83% of the vote in, now nearly about 3 hours past. So Maine's definitely running a little bit behind in terms of the election results, but still going on here. On the Senate side, just a quick update, 27% of the vote in. We already have Graham Platner, Decision Desk HQ, declared as the winner, so he'll be going up against Susan Collins in the general election. Janet Mills, the governor of Maine, who dropped out of the race but still remained on the ballot, currently getting 19.27% of the vote, but Platner wins here very decisively. Certainly, though, the main talk of the last really half hour has been, since Platner's race has been called, has been the Maine governor's race, as this primary is certainly very, very competitive. On the Republican side as well, they have not updated it yet for the ranked choice voting tab that they have on the Democratic side, as it's a little bit more unclear. With 22% of the vote in, Bobby Charles, the Republican, getting about 41.5%. It is possible he could win outright and avoid ranked choice voting, but his closest challenger, Jonathan Bush, who I do believe is the cousin of former President George W. Bush, is in second place at 18.45%. So ranked choice voting, whether it's needed in this race, remains to be seen. I think based on the results right now, I would say it's more likely that it probably will, given just like how much of the vote split is going on right now. But there is enough votes overall out there for Charles to break 50%. So a little bit of a wait and see on the Republican side for what's going to happen there. For the 2nd Congressional District, 19% of the vote is now in. And we've actually had a little bit of a vote change here. Jordan Wood, the Democrat, now leading 33.7% of the vote. Joe Baldacci, the leader for most of the night, is now in second at 30.85%. And then Matthew Dunlap's in third place at 25.34%, 10.12% for Paige Loud. And like with the Maine Democratic governor primary as well, Maine's 2nd Congressional District, to take on Paula Page, the Republican, in the general election, very likely ranked choice voting is going to be needed in this race as well. We can refresh it. They may have even added it to the, no, they haven't added it yet, but I'm very, very confident we're going to need ranked choice voting for Maine's 2nd primary as well. Maine's governor up to now 24% of the vote. Charles is at 41.22%. Jonathan Bush up to 19.03%. So as a little more voters come in, I mean, Jonathan Bush has been growing. I think he started around I want to say 10% of the vote when the results first started coming in. Now 26%. He's up to 19.08%. So Jonathan Bush is slowly cutting into the margins of Bobby Charles a little bit, but it's not by a very significant amount. Charles started out around 50% of the vote. Now he's at 40.67% of the vote. Jonathan Bush is at 19.08%. So he's still trailing by over 20%, Jonathan Bush is. But Bush's main goal in this race is to keep Charles under 50% and try to get his vote as low as possible for when ranked choice voting is going to happen. That's really Bush's only pathway to victory right now. On the Democratic side, 25% of the vote in, so now a quarter of the vote is in out of the state of Maine. I feel like ever since a few minutes ago when I said Maine is reporting their votes very slow, I feel like another 5% has come in. So the state of Maine may have taken that personally. 25% of the vote now in. Sorry, throat got very dry there. 25% of the vote in. Troy Jackson now back on the lead with 24.62% of the vote to Hannah Pingree's 24.4%. Nirav Shah is in third place, 22.96%. Shenna Bellows in fourth place at 20.33%. Angus King in fifth place at 7.7%. So again, we have a long ways to go, a lot more votes to count, but this ranked choice voting 100% going to be needed for the Maine governor's race, and it is completely down to the wire for which Democrats are going to advance. I know Decision Desk HQ obviously said here, I talked about a few minutes ago, the race is projected to go to ranked choice voting. A few minutes ago, I just did a quick little exercise of how ranked choice voting works. So I don't want to go through it as in depth just in case you already saw it, but in case you missed it, Angus King's first place votes go away as the worst place finisher. The second, third, fourth, fifth choices go from there into the remainder candidates, so on and so forth. And then the process repeats until two candidates remain and the winner is crowned with over 50% of the vote. That process will be happening in the race as 4 out of the 5 candidates are all breaking 20% of the vote. Honestly, one of the more competitive races we've seen in these governor elections and even Senate elections since I've started doing live streams. I think this is my my 7th or my 8th live stream now that I've done. This is probably the most competitive governor's race primary we've definitely seen so far, and maybe even the most competitive primary we've seen so far too. Like even the Texas U.S. Senate race for Cornyn versus Paxton, Cornyn led the first one by 3 points. This is only 0.3% lead for Jackson over Pingree, so a very close race happening in Maine's Democratic governor primary. Let's see. Lightspeed says what? That's funny. Uh, let's see here. 38,308 votes here. We can start looking in at some of these counties. Looks like the city of Bangor, Maine, may not have actually had some votes coming in. So it's the neighboring smaller county that had some votes that have come in here. Portland, the city of Portland, which is not the capital, but is the largest city by population, had some votes come in earlier. That Troy Jackson won 30.58%. Shenna Bellows finished second, 23.71. Pingree in third with 23.31. South Portland, I don't believe South Portland has come in yet. And yeah, we do have some votes out of Saco, Maine, though, or Saco, Maine. Saco, Maine, I do believe one of the larger cities. Yeah, so it's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Saco, Maine, among the total registration, is the 8th largest town in the state of Maine. And it's come in for Nirav Shah at 8.2% for Shah. Pingree's in second at 21.7%. Bellows in third at 20.31% of the vote. Overall net votes here, Shah leads over Pingree and Saco, Maine by about 300 votes, a little bit shy of 300 votes. And then Pingree leads over Bellows with only about 50 votes. In Auburn town, the town of Auburn as well, just about a few more votes than Saco County in terms of total registration. But tonight, Saco has more votes than Auburn does by about, what's that, about, I want to say 700 votes or so. Auburn does come in for Shaw as well, though by 5.2%, giving Shaw a net win over Troy Jackson of roughly about 140 votes or so across Auburn. So very significant. We still have a lot more votes to come in out of some very big towns and cities in Maine, like Lewiston, Maine, South Portland, Bangor, Maine, Brunswick, and Scarborough, Maine. So once these areas come in, you're going to be very important to see where the candidates are finishing here. A lot of Maine's not like a typical state where there's like, for instance, in Texas, there were several cities that were massive in population, like Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and there's also a ton of really small counties as well. In Maine, the big city in Maine by population would be considered Portland, and again, it's only 54,753 votes. So you're looking at a lot smaller population in Maine versus a state like Texas or even some of the other states we look like California we just looked at. So Maine, looking, and they also do it through towns here, it's a lot less votes up for grabs. It also means there's going to be smaller town votes here, and it's also going to mean smaller gaps between the candidates across the state of Maine. And with a lot of these states' smaller population areas seems to be coming in, but the larger ones, a lot of them haven't reported a lot of votes yet. Like, of the counties, 10,000 votes are up. I mean, a majority of them have not had any votes report for the Democratic governor primary. We're still waiting a long ways for how this governor's race is going to go, which is why you see the overall votes here. Only 25% of the overall statewide vote is in. A lot of the top counties, like Portland's in, the largest city by overall total registration in the state, is now in 4 votes. But number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 have not come in. 7, 8 have, but 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of these counties, a lot of them have not had votes come in yet. So once these do, we'll start getting an indicator at how Troy Jackson, Hannah Pingree, Nirav Shah, Shenna Bellows are doing once those votes come in. And then once most of the votes in, we'll probably get an accurate picture of what the ranked choice voting could look like in the state of Maine. But we still have a long ways to go on that. Also, I just want to do a very quick update after I take a sip of water here. 3 hours into the live stream, just finished my first cup of water. So we'll pop in the other one here. I call that an improvement. Okay, so it's also 9:59 p.m., which means the polls are closing in the state of Nevada in just about 1 minute. So I just want to do a quick update here. In Nevada, there's a few important races. The most important is at the top of the ticket race in the governor primaries, where Aaron Ford, the attorney general, is expected to be declared the winner of the Democratic primary for governor, and Republican Governor Joe Lombardo is expected to be declared the winner in that race. These two are expected to face off in the general election in a race that's expected to be one of the closest governor's races in the entire country in 2026. So that governor's race is very important. There's also primaries for lieutenant governor, attorney general, secretary of state, and all four of the U.S. House races in the state of Nevada as well. Nevada, though, we do have a pretty good idea in terms of how we'll vote at the House level. Similar to Maine, we know the first district will be safe blue. The second district, currently listed as likely Republican. Nevada, we have the second district listed as safe red, so that will be a Republican hold, even though it's an open race. The fourth district and the first district are likely Democrat, so again, most likely to hold on for the Democrats there. And then the third district, Democrat Susie Lee is currently a favorite in the lean Democratic category, but in an election environment, the Democrats are polling in very strongly right now in the generic ballot. I think it's more likely than not we're probably going to see the map remain the way it is. Republicans hold the second, Democrats hold the first, third, and fourth in there. So polls are now officially closed in the state of Nevada. We'll probably check in a few minutes to see how these results come in. I don't think it's going to take too long, to be honest, for the governor primaries to be called, because I think there's not Aaron Ford and Joe Lombardo are both very significant candidates. I don't think the other candidates in the race are going to be able to get as much vote combined in that race against those candidates in the race. But I guess you could say the only competitive race that's lean Democrat is the third district for Susie Lee, and Martin O'Donnell has the endorsement of President Trump, the former composer of the Halo video games, which is an interesting fact. This is probably the most important Republican primary to keep an eye out for general election significance in terms of toss-ups. Safe wins, though, the second district for Nevada. It's an open race with the Republican Mark Lynch retiring. Whoever wins this primary, the Republicans are heavily favored to win this race. I do believe David Flippo has the endorsement of President Trump, and I want to say it's James Settlemyre has the endorsement of the current representative, Mark Lynch. So two names important to know here, Settlemyre and Flippo for this race. Okay, so that's where things currently stand in Nevada. Obviously, we'll go back to the state of Maine here. Quick update on the Senate side. Now, 34% of the vote is in for Graham Platner. He now has 73.29% of the vote. Janet Mills has 19.64% of the vote. Again, about 9:07 p.m., so coming up on an hour since Graham Platner has been declared the winner in this Democratic primary. We're still keeping an eye on the vote totals, though, as I saw a comment about Steve Kornacki saying 76% was the voter threshold or landmark that Graham Platner, or the benchmark, that Platner and his team wanted to hit. He's roughly about 3 points shy of that right now, so we'll keep an eye on that. For the governor's race, 26% of the vote in. Troy Jackson still holds a very narrow lead in the state against Hannah Pingree. Jackson's at 24.47, Pingree 23.91. Nirav Shah, who's the polling leader coming into tonight, is in 23.19% in third place. Shenna Bellows in fourth place at 20.68%. And then Angus King's in fifth place at 7.77%. So still have a long ways to go in the governor's race. In terms of the odds here, you can see on the side, Hannah Pingree is now 62.5% chance to win according to Polymarket. Kalshi has Pingree at 53% chance to win. So again, very much up in the air in the Maine governor's race as well. And again, as I mentioned a few times now, Decision Desk HQ has officially projected that this race will be going to ranked choice voting. That doesn't mean the race is over, or in terms of we know where the candidates are going to finish or the votes that are going to be, but we do know no candidate will ultimately break 50% of the vote. Ranked choice voting works a little bit different than a typical runoff, where, for instance, we can look back in South Carolina in the governor's race, where actually now over 85% of the vote in, so this race is almost just about done. Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson, the top two vote getters, advanced to a 1v1 runoff. Maine does their elections in general a little bit different, where they go to the ranked choice voting system, which is the first place candidates' votes get taken away, and their second, third, fourth, and fifth place choices that the voters mark on their ballots then go to the remainder candidates in the race once their candidate is eliminated, if that happens. So Angus King's 3,235 votes, based on these results, would be they would essentially be thrown out for the first place, and then the voters that marked off who's their second, third, fourth, and fifth choice would then go. For instance, a second place vote for Troy Jackson would go there, third place for Hannah Pingree, fourth place for Nirav Shah, fifth place for Shenna Bellows would happen. They would go to the next round of ranked choice voting. No candidate breaks 50%. Cycle repeats, process repeats, and then Shenna Bellows, who's currently in fourth place, her first votes would be taken away, second, third, fourth, and fifth from there, or second, third, and fourth from there. Maybe it goes to second for Jackson, third for Pingree, Nirav Shah for fourth. Shaw's votes goes away, same thing, end up with Jackson versus Pingree, and the winner emerges once their first place votes are added up with the second and third choice votes for that, or second choice votes for that. So that's essentially how it works in ranked choice voting. Again, it's a little more complicated than just a typical election where it's like the most votes wins or a runoff for the top two advance. A little bit more complicated, but that's the way the votes work. That's how it's currently looking in the Maine governor's race. We already know that race is projected to go to ranked choice voting. Obviously, the Senate race, Platner's been declared the winner, well over 50% of the votes, so no ranked choice voting needed for this race. As for the general election, though, ranked choice voting may be needed. The polling heading into today showed Platner at 47.4%, Susan Collins at 45.2%. If you were to combine the vote, you're looking at roughly about 92 to 93% of the vote consolidated behind Platner and Collins. So still another like 7% of the vote that's either undecided or third party right now, which means there would be, if these were the results on election night, ranked choice voting would be needed as no candidate would break 50% of the vote in this outright matchup. So for Maine, at least for the general election and the governor election, this is not going to be the last time you've heard of ranked choice voting in all likelihood. On the Republican side, 34% of the vote is now in. It's still TBD if it's going to be ranked choice voting being needed for this race or not. As more votes have come in, there's 34%, still about 66% of the vote to go. So about a third of the vote is in the Maine governor's race here. And Bobby Charles, is the very strong leader in the race at 40.84%. But Jonathan Bush, Benjamin Midley, Garrett Mason, Owen McCarthy, Robert Wessels, David Jones, and James Libby, the other candidates in the race, are doing enough of the job, accounting for roughly 60% of the vote, and keeping Bobby Charles, it seems for now, from breaking 50% of the vote. Now we can look overall, though, at the total registration of the areas in this race. And Portland has come in for Jonathan Bush, but a lot of these areas with a lot of votes, similar to the Maine governor's race, Lewiston, South Portland, Bangor, Brunswick, Scarborough, Auburn, and Saco, Maine are in, but Biddeford, Sanford, Windham, Gorham, Westbrook, Augusta, York, these areas that do have a lot of votes for the smaller state of Maine have not reported any votes yet. So until we start getting votes out of these areas, we're not going to have a definitive answer for sure if this primary is going to need ranked choice voting or not. It seems to be approaching like it probably will. There is still, I mean, you look across the state of Maine here, all these counties that are in like black here, they aren't going to have any votes, but these darker gray counties, like these ones all have no votes in yet. They're all going to add up, and depending if Bobby Charles can win enough of them, he can get above 50% of the vote and avoid ranked choice voting. Based on what we've seen thus far, I would imagine it's going to very narrowly go to ranked choice voting, not 38% of the vote in, as both Jonathan Bush and Benjamin Midley are getting about 19 and 18% of the vote, and even Garrett Mason getting about 11.15% of the vote. They're consolidating a pretty decent amount here. I mean, just quick math here, this is about 37.3% of the vote between Bush and Midley, and Mason plus another 11. I mean, then you're looking at like roughly 48 to 49% of the vote consolidated behind these three candidates. So if they're getting about 49% of the vote among those three, assuming those percentages remain constant here, Bobby Charles does not have enough vote on its own to break 50% of the vote. Now, if the remainder vote that comes in these counties that currently have no votes, including coming up on the New Hampshire border, where a lot of these more popular areas are, like Kittery, York, even Ogunquit, Wells, Kennebunkport, these areas with a lot of people, as these come in, if the numbers go up for Robert Charles, Bobby Charles, and push Jonathan Bush and Benjamin Midley down and Garrett Mason down, it's possible that Charles could break 50% and avoid ranked choice voting. But as of right now, to me, ranked choice voting looks more popular, especially because I do believe Kennebunkport is where the Bush family's like house or compound is. So that's going to be an area that I imagine Jonathan Bush would probably win relatively handedly. And Kennebunkport is down here in population, 10,000 total registered votes. So I would imagine we're probably going to see a good amount of votes come in here for both Charles and Bush. And I think ranked choice voting is where things are going to ultimately be needed here. I guess we could pull up GOP registration as well just to show you, because it says the Republican primary here. For instance, Portland, there's 54,000 total registered votes, but there's only about 5,200 Republican votes, and there's been about 1,223 of them tonight. So I guess it's important to have the context in terms of how many votes are expected. Like Auburn has about 15,000 total votes, only 4,300 Republican ones, and about 1,500 tonight out of Auburn. So that's important to keep an eye on as well. I'm going to pull it up on the Democratic one as well, because I think that is very important to keep an eye out for. Democrat registration. Okay, so now with the context. In Portland, 54,000 total registered votes, 32,000 Democrats, about 14,000 votes tonight out of Portland in the Democratic primary. Now 29% of the estimated vote in. So the Democratic primary is running a little bit behind the Republican primary by, what's that, about, oh, nearly about 10% actually. It's gone up a little bit, so about 10% shy of where it's been. The Republican one seems to be reporting votes a little bit faster, but still, we do know this race is projected to go to ranked choice voting, as Decision Desk said, because the candidates, the top four candidates, are all within like 5% of each other. They're all splitting the vote, honestly, relatively evenly. Angus King's the only candidate that's not really in the mix here at 7.75%. The rest are all 20% or above. Even if like that remainder of the Gray County vote, like we're talking about in the other race, in the governor's race for the Republicans, even if a lot of that vote came in, there's just no way for Jackson or Nirav Shah or Hannah Pingree to jump up to 50% of the vote when the rest of the candidates are all getting 20% or more. There's just no path. On the Republican side, since Bobby Charles is getting 40.25%, that outstanding vote, there is a path to him breaking 50% of the vote. I'm still narrowly banking on him not breaking that number, that I still think he remains under 50%, but there's still at least that possibility that Bobby Charles could get there, given the fact he currently has 40% of the vote right now. Though again, Bush at 19, Midgley at 18 combines for about 37%, plus another 11% brings you to about 48% combined vote from Bush, Midgley, and Mason. And the remainder vote down here, you're looking at 7% to about 10% to about 11. You're looking around 11 to 12% here of these four candidates combined and their overall vote. So just do the math. Unless things rapidly change here, that 12% combined with the 47% here is keeping Bobby Charles at 40.39. There's just not enough vote currently for Charles to break 50% on the current votes that have come in. Now, if more votes come in for Robert Charles or Bobby Charles, that maybe diminishes some of Bush's numbers or even Midgley's numbers, Mason's, McCarthy's, Wessels, or Jones, or Libby's, then it becomes possible to break 50%. But right now, to me, it looks more like both of these races may go to ranked choice voting, though given that Charles, if he starts ranked choice voting around 40%, obviously he's the heavy favorite to win this Republican primary. If Jonathan Bush finishes in second, or even Benjamin Midgley, they would have to win essentially almost all of the ranked choice voting vote that's left out there just to beat Charles. Doesn't seem very likely. The Democratic primary, 30% of the vote in, though, it's really anyone's guess at this current point in time because the vote is so really evenly distributed among the candidates. Also, while I was talking about that, the results have changed where Troy Jackson is now in first place still, but Nirav Shah has jumped Hannah Pingree for second place at 23.84%. Pingree's in third place at 23.51%. Bellows in fourth place at 20.78%. In terms of the overall votes here, in this first round of the Maine Democratic governor primary, you're looking at a difference of less than 200 votes between Jackson and Shah. You're looking at a difference between Shah and Pingree of less than 200 votes as well, almost about 170 votes. And then from Bellows and Pingree, even though Bellows is down about 3%, there's only a difference here of less than 2,000 votes. So, or a little bit more than 2,000 votes, like 2,000 votes nearly exactly. So this race for Maine governor, we're going to watch it obviously close. We're going to see all the votes that come in, but this is a very close race in Maine's governor's race. And I think we're going to, like, even when ranked choice voting ultimately happens, whenever that takes place here, we really don't know which candidates are going to emerge into the top two, because once the ranked choice voting takes place and Angus King's voters are split up here, the gaps of 3,700 votes right now, the gaps are so narrow between the top three candidates and even Shenna Bellows as well. It's possible that any of the combination of the three could advance to the next round. It does based on right now, if the numbers remain the same here. Pingree getting roughly about a 2,000 vote lead over Bellows. There probably wouldn't be enough second place votes for Shenna Bellows from the Angus King voters to jump Hannah Pingree, Nirav Shah, or Troy Jackson. So it looks more likely that Bellows and King would probably both go down first. But then whether it's Hannah Pingree, Nirav Shah, or Troy Jackson who advance to the final round of ranked choice voting, where it's the 1v1 matchup, I mean, you're looking at a difference of these three candidates combined here from Hannah Pingree to Troy Jackson. That's only about 300 vote difference between the three of them. So that's really ranked choice voting, super, super close based on the results we have right now in the Maine governor's race. Truly too close to call to say whether it'll be Jackson, Shaw, Pingree, and maybe even Bellows as the Democrat candidate for governor. Though it is looking more and more likely, unless Shenna Bellows can get a significant amount of a vote surge here, it looks more likely it's becoming a three-way race between Pingree, Shaw, and Jackson, despite the fact that Bellows is 20.78%. She's running very strongly. She's going to have to, in ranked choice voting, get enough of those last place Angus King votes to jump Hannah Pingree or Nirav Shah or Troy Jackson to avoid getting eliminated for the first round for the ranked choice voting process that commences. In her current situation, is going to be a little bit tough. If she can, like the other candidates, soften that number down to like maybe a 100 to 200 vote gap, it's more possible. Hey Brian, welcome back. Welcome back to the live stream. So yeah, so I just kind of broke down, Brian. I know you just joined that. I went over how things currently are looking in the Maine governor primary and how the ranked choice voting could play out in a very, very close race right now. We'll do a quick check-in on the Maine Senate race as well, with now 73.23% of the vote in for Graham Platner, or he's getting 73.23% with 40% of the vote in. Mills getting 19.51%. David Costello getting 7.25%. So again, that 26% threshold or benchmark that Democrats for Platner were hoping for, he's roughly polling about 3 points shy of that right now, but he's still winning almost every single town in the state of Maine, except for Garfield Pitt, which currently only has 2 votes in, where Mills and Costello are currently tied. I imagine we'll end up seeing Platner win every single one of these towns once all the vote is in. We'll also just do a quick check in here on Nevada, see if any votes have come in. Looks like no votes out of the state of Nevada as of yet. Not really too much of a surprise here that no votes have come in, but yeah, okay. Just want to do a quick check-in. Also, all the results from South Carolina, or most of them, excuse me, from earlier are now essentially all in. The only one that's still left for grabs is South Carolina Secretary of State, where Jason Belton and Edwina Winter are in a very close race, only a 4,000 vote gap here in this one, but the rest of the races have all been called for the respective Republican and Democrat candidates, including the races from earlier that we already talked about. So we can look here now back to Maine. Platner still 40%. Governor 30% on the Democrat side. Republican side, 42% of the vote in, so another 2% of the vote has come in. In terms of these top counties, looks like we haven't gotten any more vote yet out of these top counties. We're still waiting for the more populous ones to come in. 42% in, 58% of the vote to go in the Republican primary. In terms of the overall votes here, about 25,766 votes in the Republican primary. Still another 58% to go. So you're looking at least double, which would bring you to about 50,000, like 51,200 or so, or 51,400 or so votes. You're going to have to plus another bit. So we're probably looking right around like 60,000 total votes for the Republican primary. So you still have a good amount to go in this one. On the Democratic primary, only 30% of the vote in, but 48,617 votes here. So we still have a good amount. You can almost basically 3 times those votes and subtract a little bit. So we're probably looking around like 110,000 to 120,000 total votes estimated for the Democratic governor primary. And we have a long ways to go for this one before we get a clear indicator of how things are going. Brian said since Platner won, now I'm endorsing him. On the front line, Politics says the latest Alaska Senate race poll has Mary Peltola 48, Dan Sullivan 44. But here's the catch: the other vote is 8% and is split between 2 other Republicans. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously Alaska. I mean, it's going to be very close. We're going to have to wait and see how that goes. The polling so far has looked good for Mary Peltola in a lot of those races. I think Dan Sullivan still, given Alaska's more of a red state. It really keeps the race really competitive. So I'm not too sure yet how it's going to go. I think ranked choice voting, speaking of ranked choice voting, like Maine, Alaska has ranked choice voting as well. That'll probably be needed for the Senate race in Alaska as well between Sullivan and Paltola. But that's probably a conversation for a later day. But that is interesting though. Frontline. Let's see. We can check on the another 1% in, 43% the Republican side here. On the House primary for the 2nd District, Joe Baldacci at 29% in is taking the lead back from Jordan Wood, only by a little bit, 31.02. Wood's at 30.41. Dunlap is at 28.38 with 29% of the vote in. Page Loud getting 10.19% of the vote. Again, ranked choice voting going to be needed for this race as well. No candidate's probably going to be able to break 50% of the vote. 17,600 votes here for 30%. So again, almost 3 timesing it, probably bringing you to what's that? 34,000 to be times 2. Or this would be 35,200, and then plus another 17, bring about 55 minus 3. So we're looking around 53,000 votes from there. So probably around 48 to 50,000 votes, probably estimated total for this one. So again, large amount to go there, but probably looking around that 50,000 vote mark for this one to go as well. So ranked choice voting is probably going to be needed here, but still very, very close. I also haven't covered it much tonight with the Republican primary. Paul LePage, the former governor of Maine, the Republican, is running unopposed. He'll face the winner of whichever Democrat emerges from this primary. Also, Talarico seems to be falling off now. I don't know. I mean, it's the beginning or the middle part of June, so there's going to be talk about candidates falling off and like rising, like Talarico or Paltola, Paxton, or even depending on the race here, Susan Collins, Graham Platner. Like, I kind of just think like we're in a very small snapshot of the election cycle for 2026 now, where I think things are going a certain way. But in terms of what they mean for November, I think we're still really far away from knowing for sure what's going to happen. But that's the Maine House primary. Maine governor now up to 44% on the Republican side. Bobby Charles still leading at 40.73%. Jonathan Bush still at 18.86%. Midgley at 18.14%. 11.02 for Mason. Again, situation's pretty much unchanged since about like 10 minutes ago. Still a lot of vote left to go in Maine to come in. Still 56% of the vote. Around, right, what I say, around like 60,000 votes or so, I think we're forecasting to get in out of Maine. If it were to double, it'd go up, to about 60,000 votes. So still waiting on a lot of the population areas out of Maine to report its votes. Once they do, we'll get a good idea of how things are looking in this one. I still think ranked choice voting is possible. I don't know if Bobby Charles will break 50%, but still, once they go to ranked choice voting, I think Bobby Charles is certainly, or Robert Charles is certainly the favorite to win there. But gotta wait for the rest of the vote to be sure. They're getting close to 50% in that race. For Maine governor now, 32% in the Democratic primary, and Nirav Shah is actually taking the lead back from Troy Jackson and Hannah Pingree. This is what I'm saying. There's still a lot of vote to go on the Democratic side. Only 32% of the vote in, so about a third of the vote now in the Maine Democratic primary. With that said, 53,000 votes. You may be looking closer to like 150,000 votes then, if there's still 2/3 of the vote to go. So maybe it's 150,000 votes, and it's only a difference for Shah over Pingree of about 500 votes, and Shah versus Jackson about 600 votes. So we have a long ways to go in the Maine governor's race as well before we get a clear indicator on how this is going. Where do you think Dunlap's voters will go? Good question. Honestly, I'm not too sure because he's getting 28.25%. It's a very significant amount here. Well, first things first, because once ranked choice voting happens here, Page Loud's voters will have to go first, and it's a 400 vote gap between Wood and Dunlap, and only about a 600 vote gap between Baldacci and Dunlap. So even though I think it's more likely that Baldacci and Wood would advance to the general, or would advance to the final round of ranked choice voting, it's only 30% in. It's possible Dunlap still has a path to getting into one of the top 2 spots. And then from there, once Loud's voters go to the remainder candidates, it's possible Dunlap could still be in the top 2. So for right now, I think Baldacci would probably end up winning it with 35% of the vote in, but it's not out of the woods per se. Yeah, like you see, even as we were talking, votes just came in. 35% now in, and Dunlap is now leading Wood 6,235 to Wood 6,121. So this is another situation, and Loud even went up 2,350 votes to 10.69%. It's going to be a situation of we have to wait and see for really all the votes to be in before we can start talking about the ranked choice voting, like certainly, because Dunlap or Wood, I imagine Baldacci will probably finish in first place, or Baldassi will finish in first place. But then Dunlap and Wood, very close fight for second place. We'll have to wait and see how that works out. Maine governor Republicans now 47% of the vote in. Still no more votes out of the top county or top towns that we're waiting for. But Bobby Charles now at 39.82%, Jonathan Bush 19.34, 18.33 for Ben Midley, and Garrett Mason's at 11.06%. Frontline asks, how long have I been interested in politics? A while, definitely a while. I started my channel for the 2018 midterm, so I've been making YouTube videos about it technically since 2018, so what's that, 8 years now? Not, obviously I wasn't making videos back then as consistently as I am now, as I was only in like early years of high school back then, but started that in 2018. First election I remember watching was probably the 2012 presidential election. I remember watching that one really closely. 2014 is the first midterms I remember watching, and kind of just stuck from there. But yeah, all these years later, still doing it, still going, still watching the results come in. Though watching them come in live is a new thing that I was not doing. I didn't do a live in 2024. Didn't do that. I did do a live for the 2025 elections and the governor's races in Virginia, New Jersey, and the mayor's race in New York. So that was the first time I did that. But first, this is sort of still brand new to doing live streams. This is only my, I think, 7th live stream, my 8th live stream. So still very, very new to doing it this way. We now reached about 50% of the vote in for the Maine Republican governor's race. So now 30,837 votes. So I'm just going to do a very, I mean, I know it's about 60,000 votes, but I just want to get an exact number here for you. 30,837 times 2. We're looking at about 61,674 total votes in the Maine Republican governor primaries where things are currently forecasted. And again, we're not going to know for sure until all these counties start reporting votes of the top counties by population. Bangor County may have just reported some votes. I'm not sure if that was in beforehand. So I'm starting to think that Bangor County may have reported some votes. Yeah, so 23.8%, now 95% in. Again, 20,232 total registered votes. Only about 5,300 Republican ones, about 1,726 votes in this Republican primary. But Robert Charles won them by a lot, getting 735 votes. Bush comes in second with 325, and Midgley comes in third with 287. So 51% of the vote in now as well. We're starting to see some movement. We're starting to see some movement with about 51% of the vote in. Charles is above 40% again at 40.09. Bush 19.25%. Midgley 18.2. Again, based on the amount of vote statewide, it looks like Charles is going to fall a little bit short of avoiding ranked choice voting, but there's still 49% of the vote to go, so there is enough vote out there to change it. He's leading currently, Charles, over Jonathan Bush by about 6,500 votes, and he's leading over Benjamin Midley by a little bit more than that, like an extra 300 votes from there, so like nearly 7,000 votes for Charles over Midley, about 6,800 to be precise. So we're going to have to wait and see how the remainder of these votes come in for Charles to officially avoid ranked choice voting, but based on the trends that have come in so far, there seems to be enough of a vote split of the vote that's not for Barbie Charles to probably make ranked choice voting happen, but again, we'll have to wait and see. On the Democratic side, 34% of the vote now in, so running about 16% behind the Republican side, but Nirav Shah currently leading at 24.76%. Troy Jackson, 23.82% in second. Hannah Pingree, 22.97% in third. Shenna Bellows, 20.74% in fourth. 7.72% for Angus King in fifth place. So as more votes have come in, Nirav Shah, who was polling around third place, has now jumped back up to first. In terms of the overall votes here, Shah is opening up a lead of about 550 votes over Troy Jackson. Shah leads over Pingree by only, actually, what's that? That's almost about 1,000 votes. Actually, no, a little bit more than 1,000 votes even. Jackson leads over Pingree by about 400 to 500 votes or so there. Shenna Bellows, though, still trailing Hannah Pingree by about 1,300 votes, and Bellows is back on Troy Jackson, roughly about 1,800 votes. So obviously things can fluctuate back and forth here because as these results come in, there's only 34%, about a third of the vote in here. Things are going to keep changing back and forth as they do come in. But right now, Nirav Shah, Troy Jackson, Hannah Pingree in a tough fight for the top three spots. Looks like Angus King is definitely going to finish last place and will probably be the first candidate voted out in ranked choice voting. And then based on the current numbers, it's tough to imagine Shenna Bellows would get into the top three once Angus King's voters are split up, as she's currently down from Pingree by about 1,300 votes, and there's only 4,500. So they would have to break pretty significantly for Shenna Bellows to jump Pingree or Jackson or Shaw to get into the top three. So to me, and that's what you see here on the odds, you could see as of about 10:29 p.m. right now, it says that Pingree is at about 53.4, Jackson's at 25, Shaw's at 23, and Bell's at 2.5. It definitely looks more likely that Shaw, Jackson, and Pingree will be the final three, and Shenna Bellows is just going to get a little bit not enough vote to get locked out here because Pingree is only 1,300 shy or above Bellows, but Bellows is also roughly about 2,000 down of Shaw and Jackson as of right now. So she's definitely not going to catch Shaw or Jackson in the ranked choice voting with Angus King's numbers. And maybe can she catch Hannah Pingree? It's possible, but I'd imagine as the top two vote getters in Shaw, Jackson, and Pingree, a good amount of their vote is going to be getting split up among these top three if that's what they're doing throughout the rest of the state. It's going to be tough for Bellows to get into the top three. So based on where it currently stands, I think for the Democratic nominee for governor, we're looking at Nirav Shah, Troy Jackson, Hannah Pingree as the top three most likely outcomes. Again, there's still a lot of vote left. There's 2/3 of the vote to go. So if one of these candidates can surge one way or the other, like Shenna Bellows has enough opportunity to come back and get some of these votes, but it's going to be a really tough for her to make up those margins to ultimately do so. Let's see. Oh, I missed a few comments here. Have you ever played POTUS 2024? I have not actually. I I don't think I know what that. I mean, I'm assuming it's a election simulation game, but no, I don't think I've ever played that. Ethan said, "What's up? Came here for the Massey coverage. You were doing great. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, that stream definitely. The Massey stream, I think, is definitely the best one I've done so far. That was a very great one. The views are incredible. I got like over 14,000 views on that one. Like that was awesome. So definitely thank you for watching that. Thank you for coming back and watching this. I really appreciate it." Brian says, "I just found out that the new poll that came out today that had Talarico leading Paxton by 3 points has been revised, and that poll is Talarico and Paxton tied up at 46-46. Yeah, I mean, it's very close. Ethan says Talarico likely will lose Texas. It's Texas, not even Obama could win it. And yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's kind of been the conversation that race the whole time now has been, I mean, Talarico running a strong race against Ken Paxton, a weaker Republican candidate, but it is Texas, where even in 2018, where like the media, there was millions of dollars behind Beto O'Rourke, Cruz still found a way to win by like 3 points. I think something similar for Texas, honestly, in 2026. Ken Paxton's scandals are bad. Talarico's running a strong race, but it is Texas. So that's why I'm like a little more hesitant than maybe some others to give it to Talarico. I still think Paxton holds on and wins, but again, like I said earlier, we're in like the beginning of June. Again, we're only talking about the race in the snapshot of time now. We're still months away from November. Things can certainly change a lot, whether it gets more Republican, more Democratic. Have to wait and see. But for now, I think Paxton's narrowly favored. But again, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. We'll do a check on the Platner race as well. Now 52% of the vote is in. And it looks like we have a few counties now that are actually Janet Mills is leading in, but only by a few votes. Moose River going for Mills by 2 votes. Morrill Pitt tied between Mills and Costello, and Garfield Pitt 1-1. So no votes have come in like 100% of the vote in that have Mills beating Platner yet, but can't take those away. They are going for Platner or for Mills right now. Platner currently at 72.95%, Mills 19.52, 7.53% for David Costello. A little more vote came in, another percent or so. Costello's 7.5, Mills 19.53, Platner 72.92. So again, Platner is running short of that 76% benchmark that he would like to hit, but still winning a very large amount of Democratic support. So about 28% combined, or about 27% combined nearly, is going for not Platner, but Platner's still getting a very large amount. Maine governor, let's see if any more vote came in. Still 35%, a few more votes here and there. Not too much of movement. Republican side, another 3% came in, 54% of the vote. And it seems just to be fluctuating between Bobby Charles being at like 40% and 36% and more. Arundel County seems to have some new votes. I don't think that was in earlier. Migdol takes the lead over Charles and Bush there. Still, though, a lot of vote to go in southern Maine, where a lot of people live there. Bobby Charles currently has 39.6, Bush 19.27, Midgley 18.7, and Mason at 11% of the vote. So still a long ways to go in the Maine governor's race on the Republican side as well. See, Ethan says, however, I do think you'll see Texas flip blue before Florida ever does. I mean, I don't think either one's flipping blue probably for a while, but I definitely agree. Florida's becoming more red. Texas is becoming more competitive, more blue. And definitely in 2026, if you're asking me, does the Florida Senate race or Texas Senate race, which one's more likely to go Democrat? No question. Texas Senate race is more likely to go Democrat. For the governor's race, though, between Greg Abbott or Byron Donalds, who's like more likely to win, that's a little bit more even because Abbott is the incumbent and he has been winning most polls by like 8 to 9 points. But then again, Donalds is in Florida, so he's still probably going to win pretty handily as well. So you can kind of argue the governor's race both ways for Texas versus Florida for going red or going blue, but the Senate race, no question, Texas will be more competitive at the Senate level than Florida will be. A few more percent now, 59% of the vote in on the Republican side. Bobby Charles falls down to 39.27%, but still in the lead by about 7,000 votes. Jonathan Bush and Benjamin Midgley both into 19% now. Bush at 19.33, Midgley at 19.11, Garrett Mason at 10.81%. Let's see if any of the larger counties started reporting more votes. Bangor County we talked about. I think Sanford is a new report. 1,300 votes, 1,350 votes there. Charles is leading by about 7% over Midgley and Bush. And that county, still though, a lot more votes to come in out of a lot of these counties as well. But we're starting to see some movement on the Republican side. Now 60% of the vote in, or 59% of the vote in, still went back a little bit. But we're seeing more vote on the Republican side that's starting to slowly come in more. The Republicans, Democrats, 36% of the vote. So it's a little bit stalling, going a little bit slower in the Democratic race. So we still have a good amount of time to go on the Democratic side, but Republican side is moving a little bit faster. But still, very close races. And the Maine governor's race definitely very, very close on the Democratic side. Let's see here. Nirav Shah's at 24.95%. Troy Jackson's at 23.68%. Hannah Pingree, 22.79%. 20.3% for Shenna Bellows. Angus King, 7.75%, with about 63,000 votes in thus far. Interesting. Excuse me. We'll do a quick check of the Platner race. Now 59% of the vote in. Platner's at 72.71% of the vote. Mills is at 19.45. Costell's at 7.84. I haven't done this in a while. I'm just going to do a quick check-in on the House race as well. 38% of the vote in. Baldacci's at 32.1%. Dunlap's at 29.74. Jordan Woods at 27.31. So still 62% of the vote to go here. And Dunlap and Wood, I mean, Baldacci and Dunlap's only a 600 vote difference. Dunlap and Wood's only like another like 500 to 600 vote difference as well. So the gap here between Dunlap and Wood is very close. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out before we have a clearer picture on the ranked choice voting and how that will go in Maine's 2nd district. We'll also do a quick check-in on some of the other races I want to talk about as well. Let's see, Nevada doesn't seem to have any votes yet, so yeah, in classic Nevada fashion, the polls have been closed for about 38 minutes and no results have come in. So Nevada continues to be Nevada when it comes to reporting votes in the elections. That's always good to hear. But let's see. South Carolina, the Secretary of State result is still, is still in. They have Maine governor round 1 now, but I think that's what we're currently watching. That might be the ranked choice voting results here. So I'm not totally sure, and I don't know if anybody in the comment section knows for sure how this will go. Once they do the ranked choice voting in Maine, do they do it like per day, or do they just do it like one day all at once? Like, is it going to be a situation where I could live stream the results come in over the course of a few hours, or is it like they just dump all the results at once on one day of how it goes? I'm honestly not too sure, but that could be something important to keep an eye out for. Also, I mean, a lot of you've already seen it, but I did post a poll in the chat from an hour ago of who you think will win the Maine governor primary for the Democrats. Troy Jackson leads at 47%. Nirav Shah is in second at 32%. Hannah Pingree's in third at 9%. And then Shenna Bellows or Angus King's in fourth at 12%. So thank you everybody for voting on that. Just a fun way to stay connected as the results start to come in. So still 39% in the governor Democratic primary, 60% now on the Senate primary for Platner. Republican side, 63% of the vote in. On the Republican side, Bobby Charles in 19.16, Jonathan Bush 19.46, 19.13 for Benjamin Midley. So it's really, between Bush and Midley, it's getting very close. Only a difference of like 120 votes, 130 votes currently separate Bush and Midley in the Republican primary, so it's getting very, very close. Also, we're coming up, I see on the side here of the screen, we're coming up in about 4 hours since we started the live stream. So we started around, I want to say 6:40, I think, or so. Yeah, coming up on about 6:42 to be precise. So we're coming up on 4 hours total live stream. So again, whether you've been here from the beginning or just joined, I appreciate everybody coming in to watch it. Let's see, Brandon, I might hop off again anytime for a second time today because I'll eat dinner, but I'll come back again. No problem, Brian. No problem. I'll probably still be here, so no problem at all. 63% of the vote in, 38,463. So we're still looking probably around that 61,000 or so vote mark for the Republican primary. In terms of more votes here, I don't think we got no more votes out of Lewiston or South Portland. Bangor, Maine's come in. Brunswick may have come in before. I'm not totally sure. They're all kind of starting to blur together, but Brunswick has some votes that have come in. Charles leading here by about, looks like 133 votes over Bush, so Brunswick has come in. Scarborough, no votes yet, but Auburn's come in. Saco, Maine has come in as well, 1.3% for Charles. Sanford's come in. Still a lot more vote to come in for some of the top races in Maine. Some of the top towns come in there. Now 64% of the vote in, 20.01% now for Bush. So Bush does break 19%, but now Charles is 38.92%. A little bit more updated vote as well on the Republican side. Bush is at 20.01. Midgley goes up to 18.97. So if ranked choice voting does happen for the Republican governor's race, which again is looking more and more likely that it probably will here, Charles has roughly about a 7,000 vote lead, if not more, over Jonathan Bush. But then Bush and Midley, only a difference here of like 400 votes. So once ranked choice voting happens and these votes are split up here, it's going to be very interesting to see between Bush and Midley who advances against Bobby Charles, because the gaps here are not that large between these top two or top three Republicans. Well, between Bush, Midley, from there. Mason, there's a big gap between Midley and Mason, and then Charles and Bush, there's a big gap as well. Democratic side, now 40% of the vote in, about 73,537 votes. It did strike me also why the Republicans may be reporting votes faster than the Democrats, is there's also a lot less votes. I mean, 65% of the vote in is roughly about 40,000 votes for the Republicans, whereas the Democrats are at about 73,000%, and they're only at 40%. So it could just be the sheer amount of votes takes a longer time to report. I don't know why they didn't just click with me right now. But 40% in, Nirav Shah's at 25.9%. Troy Jackson's at 23.03%. Hannah Pingree, 22.76%. And Shenna Bellows at 20.64% of the vote. Angus King's down at 7.66%. So still got a good amount to go. We also just passed 4 hours. We're at 4 hours and 1 minute now on the stream. Okay, let's see. Let's check the Senate race as well. 63% of the vote in, 72.73% for Platner, 19.46% for Janice Mills. Let's see here. You're looking at a gap of about 40,000 votes, separating about 40,200 votes, separating Platner and Mills. Across the U.S. Senate race, we already know that Graham Platner was declared the winner, but the margins that we're looking at in terms of the percentages, Platner is currently reaching 72.41%. I think he said in the comment his team would have liked about 76%, but he's still running very strongly in the Democratic primary. Still wait and see, though. 41% in on the Democratic governor primary now, so another few thousand votes have come in. And Nirav Shah still leads at 26.13%, but he's grown his lead a little bit in this race. Shah's now at 26.13, 20,012 votes. Hannah Pingree now in second place, 17,576 votes, 22.95%. Troy Jackson has now fallen to third place, 17,444 votes. And, the votes just updated again here. Jackson's now at 22.63% of the vote. So now it seems with 80,000 votes, about 43% in on the Democratic side. This is where the odds currently sit as well on the side here. 10:42. I want to see if there's any more recently. 10:44 p.m. Hannah Pingree now is the favorite according to Polymarket at 58.25%. Nirav Shah is in second at 21.5%. Troy Jackson, who's leading for a while, is now fallen to 17.5%. So it certainly seems Hannah Pingree, now up to second place, is going up, but it's going to be interesting. It is important to mention, I mentioned this earlier in the night, that Hannah Pingree, Troy Jackson, I don't know if Shenna Bellows is involved in that. I think she might be, have that pact about co-endorsing each other in this race. Or no, Shenna Bellows might not be included in that, but Hannah Pingree and Troy Jackson do. So that may be why, even though Nirav Shah is in first place right now and leading about 3,000 votes over Pingree and over Troy Jackson, they do have that co-endorsement pact where, sort of similar to the New York mayor primary, where Zohran Mamdani and Brad Lander had that pact of them supporting each other, and they're hoping their supporters would support each other's candidates to stop Andrew Cuomo from getting the Democratic nomination. Once upon a time, that's kind of like a niche thing to reference, but that was what was going on there. It could be a situation of Pingree and Jackson view Nirav Shah and Shenna Bellows maybe as like the common candidate enemies, and they want their voters, whichever one of them advances, to rank them first and second to try and get one of them into the final two to face off against Nirav Shah if Nirav Shah does end up the winner. Now, we're only at 43% of the vote, and it is about a 3,000 vote lead, so that margin can be made up, honestly, very easily, of about the 81,539 total votes in. And yeah, we're at 81,000 votes, 57% of the vote to go. So now, what was looking like 150,000 votes, we're probably coming in closer to like 170,000, probably 170,000 projected final votes in the Maine Democratic primary. So there's still a lot of vote to go here. We don't know for sure how it's going to finish up, but if it did right now, we would see Angus King go out in round one. We'd probably see Shenna Bellows go out in round two, and then Hannah Pingree and Troy Jackson would be very, very close. Only a 200 vote gap to advance to the final versus Nirav Shah, assuming there wouldn't be enough votes to knock out Nirav Shah altogether and have Pingree and Jackson advance to the final. With a 3,000 vote lead for Shah, it's possible. But if that did happen, one of Pingree or Jackson would advance to the final round versus Nirav Shah if that did happen. But again, still 57% to go in the race, so we'll end up seeing how it goes for sure. It looks like 81,931 votes, so a few may have gone back. So again, we're still looking probably around like 170,000 or so votes in this race. We know it's going to ranked choice voting, but still like 170,000 votes total we're expecting. So another probably, 89,000 votes to go in the race, so a little bit under half now. On the Republican side, a lot of votes came in, now up to 72% of the vote in. Let's look at some of these counties. I feel like some of these may have come in now. Sanford was in, I believe, already. Biddeford, Auburn, Brunswick, Bangor, Lewiston, Maine. Okay, so Lewiston, Maine, or Lewiston, not Lewiston, Lewiston, Maine, the second largest town or city in the state of Maine by total voter registration. Approximately 5,503 Republican votes has come in, and Robert Charles has won it here by a very large amount, getting 23.9% of a win here. In terms of overall votes, Charles gets 986, Midgley gets 437, and Bush gets 356. So not only does Charles get roughly about, about nearly 500, if not even more than 500 votes on Midgley here, but he also gets about another 100 votes on top of Bush as well. So now Bobby Charles is at 39.1%, Jonathan Bush is at 19.6%, he falls under 20% of the vote, and Benjamin Midgley jumps back up to 19.04% of the vote here. So where are things currently? Now 72% of the vote in, 28% to go, 44,167 total votes. That number I'm still looking at around that 61,000 vote mark still seems to be relatively where we're heading for. And I still think there's enough vote out there per se to avoid ranked choice voting for Bobby Charles. But as these results come in, we're getting closer and closer to 100% of the vote. And only about 2,296 votes came out of Lewiston, which is also the second largest total registration county in the state, 5,503 Republican registered voters here. To me, it's going to be tough to see how Bobby Charles avoids ranked choice voting right now. We can even sort, not even by total registration, let's sort by GOP registration. Just based on that metric alone, Lewiston is actually the largest GOP registered county according to their votes on here to Decision Desk HQ of registered Republican voters. So Lewiston is 95% in, Bangor is 95% in, and Portland's 95% in as well. So you still have, so 1, 2, 3 for most registered Republican towns are in. Now Scarborough and Windham still have to come in. Those are 3 and 4. And then 5, 6 are in, then 7, 8, and Gorham and Augusta still have to come in. And you see the margin that went in Lewiston for Charles was roughly about 400 votes. The question is going to be, though, 27% of the votes to go of the 44,728 cast thus far. Would Bobby Charles getting another like 400, 500 votes here or there, it will boost his numbers for sure. He went up to 39.18%, but will it be enough for him to get above 50% of the vote when Bush and Midgley, again, 19.65, 18.96, they're combining for almost nearly 40% of the vote alone there. It's looking tough, and then Garrett Mason's getting 11% as well. So they're getting about 50% of the vote combined of those three. Again, based on these current numbers, it doesn't look like Bobby Charles is going to have enough vote to avoid ranked choice voting, which is fine, obviously, for Bobby Charles. He has a lead over Bush of roughly about 9,000 votes, and very similar for Benjamin Midgley as well here. The question on ranked choice voting will be ultimately, once Mason and the candidates down are taken out, whether Bush or Midgley advances to the final versus Bobby Charles, because it's only about a 300 vote gap between the two of them right now. So that's going to be very close. But Bobby Charles is clearly the Republican leader. I think he'll end up being the Republican nominee. The question will be, though, will it require ranked choice voting? As more votes have come in, to me, it's looking more and more likely that ranked choice voting will probably be needed in the Republican primary. We already know for sure in the Democratic primary, 44% in, ranked choice voting will be needed, but on the Republican governor primary as well, I think it's looking more and more likely that will probably be needed in that race to happen as well. We'll check in on the governor one, though. Nirav Shah, now at 26.23% of the vote, 21,885 votes. Hannah Pingree at 22.8%, so still around a 4-point lead, maybe a little bit under for Shah versus Pingree. 19,026 votes for Hannah Pingree over Nirav Shah in for second place. So it's 4,000 votes separating Shah and Pingree here, 44% in now. Troy Jackson, only about 200 votes down of Pingree, 22.65% of the vote here. Shenna Bellows in fourth place, 17,438, 20.53%. Angus King in fifth place, 7.75%, 44% of the vote in here. So again, it's looking, as time has gone on the Democratic side, the last like 20 minutes or so have remained pretty consistent for how things are looking. Nirav Shah's in first place. He has the lead of about 3,000 votes and across the state here. And then Hannah Pingree and Troy Jackson, who do have that co-endorsement pack for each other for the ranked choice voting, are in first or in second and third place here. And then Shenna Bellows is running about 2,000 votes behind Troy Jackson for fourth place, and Angus King's well below that. So we know Angus King's going to finish in last. It's looking more and more clear as these votes come in that Shenna Bellows will probably finish in fourth. And then the final three will be Shaw, Pingree, Jackson. What happens when Angus King's votes and Shenna Bellows' votes are separated to Jackson, Pingree, and Shaw? Anyone's guess. I would imagine, given the 3,000 vote lead, one of Pingree or Jackson will probably be knocked out. And then whichever one emerges, the odds currently have it being Hannah Pingree at 63.7. Kalshi only has Pingree at 49. So the odds slightly have Pingree as the favorite there. If it becomes Shaw versus Pingree, then again, that co-endorsement pack with Troy Jackson, that would give Pingree a little bit of an edge here, and she'll probably win a close race against Nirav Shah if it does go that way. Brian said, I'm going to hop off now for dinner, but I'll be right back. No problem, Brian. No problem at all. 45% of the vote in here. So still a ways to go, but that's where things currently stand right now on the Maine Democratic governor race. We'll check the Democratic Senate race as well. 71% of the vote now in. Platner getting 72.55% of the vote. Janet Mills getting 19.45%. We'll check the U.S. House 2nd District. Joe Baldacci at 31.67, Jordan Wood 29.7, Matthew Dunlap 28.14. So again, now 45% of the vote in, and Jordan Wood is taking the lead back from Matthew Dunlap. You're looking at about a 500 vote lead for Wood over Dunlap in this race. So this is a back and forth race. It's getting very close between Wood and Dunlap for second place. I mean, Joe Baldacci leading, but not by an insurmountable amount, like about a 600 vote gap here in this race. 31,824 total votes in this race. I mean, Page Loud is about nearly 3,400 votes, and the gap between Baldacci and Wood is only about 600 votes. So, and then Dunlap or Wood's going to have somewhere around the 8,000 to 9,000 vote range at least. So it's going to be, the ranked choice voting is going to be very close in the 2nd District as well, it seems. Maine governor, Republicans still at 75%. Democrat race at 45%. Senate race at 71%. Let's do a quick check-in, see if any votes have come in out of Nevada. And Nevada, once again, in typical form, we are now 55 minutes since the polls have closed in the state of Nevada, and no votes have been reported yet out of the state in any of the races or governor's races or congressional districts. South Carolina, pretty much all in. That is true, actually. If any of you that are watching the stream that were not here for earlier, the South Carolina governor's race, now 93% of the vote is estimated in. Pamela Evette and Alan Wilson advance to the runoff election, the head-to-head race. Ralph Norman, Rom Reddy finish in 3rd and 4th place. Nancy Mace in 5th place. For South Carolina governor, the Democrat candidate Jermaine Johnson wins handily in that one. In the 2026 South Carolina U.S. Senate race, a lot of potential Republicans, Independents, and Democrats are hoping Lindsey Graham may get primaried out. But with 92% of the vote in here, Lindsey Graham ends up winning 57.6% of the vote. Mark Lynch gets 28.2%. So Graham does break 50% and avoids a runoff election. For U.S. Senate, 89% in, Annie Andrews gets 61.32%. She'll face Graham in the general election. And now we're back to Maine. Let's get some water here. Okay, so now 74% in. Platner still at 72.3. Mills at 19.78. Cosell 7.92. Maine governor side, 45% of the vote is in. Nirav Shah is at 26.16%. Hannah Pingree, 22.81%. Troy Jackson, 22.62%, and 20.58% for Shenna Bellows in the Maine Democratic governor primary. On the Republican side, 1 more percent came in, 76% of the vote in here. Charles is at 39.13%. Jonathan Bush, 19.63%. Midgley at 19.10%. So not too much vote has come in the last few minutes or so. The House race, still at 45% as well. We haven't used the precinct map tonight, but honestly, that's okay. We're probably not going to end up needing it too much. We can look also on the market side to see if the Maine Senate race has moved at all. Still 57 to 43. Last 6 hours, it's maybe gotten slightly narrower. It was around 10:30, was 59 to 43. Now it's 57-43. So it hasn't moved too much since Platner became the Democratic Senate nominee. The polling's still close race. I mean, we can look at Maine. You can see, like, going by county, how they voted in 2024. So there's obviously a lot of these areas, especially in more rural Maine and northern Maine, are more Republican, but these areas like in York County, closer to New Hampshire, a lot of people here, very Democratic. Cumberland County, I think this might be the largest population county where Portland is, voted heavily for Kamala Harris. Lincoln County, smaller, but still voted for the Democrat. Augusta overall voted, Kennebec County voted for Trump narrowly in 2024. And then we have here Waldo County voted for Harris narrowly. Hancock County voted for Harris as well. So that's where things, just on that map here, still waiting for a lot of vote out of, looks like, the governor's race in a lot of these areas down here in the on the governor's race still to go. So we can look on the chart here for, this is U.S. House 2. Sorry, I went to look for the governor's race. 77% now on the Republican side, 46 on the Democratic side. We can take a look now by Democrat registration. Portland has come in, 32,000 votes. We know that's in. South Portland by Democratic registered votes, the second largest in the state. We still have no votes yet out of South Portland. Brunswick County's come in for Nirav Shah. Lewiston has come in also for Nirav Shah as well. Bangor's come in for Troy Jackson. No votes yet out of Scarborough or Biddeford. Saco came in. Westbrook and Gorham County, no votes yet. York County, no votes yet. Windham and Augusta, nothing. Kittery, Kennebunkport, Yarmouth, and Wells, no votes out of those areas yet as well. So 46% in for the Democratic governor primary in the state of Maine, but we still have a long way to go until we know how it's going to go for that in terms of which candidates end up in first, second, third, or fourth, or fifth, heading into ranked choice voting. We do know ranked choice voting for sure will be happening in Maine's Democratic governor primary. We just don't know if which candidates will end up where and by how many votes they'll have. 78% of the vote in on the Republican primary for governor. Charles is at 38.65%. Looks like he's gone down a little bit in the percentage. Jonathan Bush is at 19.96. Jonathan Midgley, 19.16 as well. Again, starting by GOP registration here. Lewiston is in. We had that before. Bangor is in. We had that before. Portland is in. We had that before. Still no votes yet out of Scarborough, Windham, Gorham, or Augusta. And South Portland, Biddeford, Standish, York, Westbrook, Wells. Down from there, Kennebunk, and Kennebunkport, where the Bush family's from. I don't believe is reported any votes. So there is a few votes on the southern part of Maine that seems to have started to come in. Old Orchard Beach, no votes yet, but this is where Saco is. Saco, Maine, they have some votes coming in. Biddeford, nothing yet. Arundel, nothing yet. Kennebunkport, again, I expect Bush to do very well here. This is where his family's home is. No votes yet. And then Kennebunk, Kennebunk and Kennebunkport, two different towns. That makes sense. So neither Kennebunk or Kennebunkport have come in yet. Wells has not come in yet, but North Berwick has. South Berwick has. Gunkwood has actually reported some votes now. It's smaller for the Republicans. It's definitely more of a heavily Democratic area in Gunkwood along the Gulf of Maine coast, but it does come in. Jonathan Bush, 72 votes. Midgley, 46, and Charles, 31. That does make sense. Again, the Bush family, I know we talk about them being from the state of Texas a lot, but they have a very big presence in the state of Maine. In Kennebunkport, they have like their compound there that I believe, was it President H.W. Bush or his family built like a massive house on the Gulf of Maine in Kennebunkport. So I expect Bush to do very well in Kennebunkport and Kennebunk, Wells, like he did in Gunkwood. I expect him to do well in York and in Kittery, Maine as well. But 79% of the vote in here, still waiting for results of these areas in the state of Maine, but now only 21% of the vote to go in for the Republican primary in the state of Maine. But again, even if the areas do come in very strongly for Jonathan Bush, which I do expect them to do so, I still think it's going to take not a massive chunk away of the vote, 80% of the vote in now. It's not going to take, looks like as we're talking about that, Kennebunkport came in, and wow, I am shocked by this. The numbers actually show Kennebunkport going very strongly for Midgley, for Benjamin Midgley, and not for Jonathan Bush. That shocks me. That very much shocks me because I know the Bush family is very big in Kennebunkport. That really, really surprises me. Let's see on the map here. That's interesting. It's not. It's mostly smaller in population than I thought it would be. Okay, you know what I might do? I might do sort by township here. This might be easier. Oh wait, going from A to Z may take maybe quicker to go this way. Okay. Let's we got one more to go. Kennebunkport. Okay, so Kennebunkport, yeah, only there's 937 registered Republican voters in Kennebunkport. Only 3,420 total registered voters. So not a very small or not a very big town. But still, it did ultimately go for Midgley by a very large amount. 52.87% Bush, 23.72. I'm honestly, not going to lie, I'm very shocked by that. Especially because when you look across the state, Bobby Charles is clearly the leader Republican candidate. Jonathan Bush is in second at 19.97, 19.51 for Benjamin Midley. Essentially, Bush and Midgley are running even across the state for second place here. I thought for sure Kenny Bunkport, the hometown of the Bushes and the Bush compound in Maine, I thought for sure that would have gone in very strong for Bush, but no, Midgley won here, and he won big. He won by over about nearly 200 votes over Bush and Kennebunkport. So that's very, very surprising to me. But yeah, Gunkel came in for Bush. So 80% of the vote in for the Republican primary for Maine. Again, 80%, 20% still to go. In terms of overall GOP registration, still have some large counties to go. Scarborough, Windham, or towns. Scarborough, Windham, Gorham, Augusta, South Portland, Biddeford, Standish, York, Westbrook, Wells. There's still a large amount of votes left out there. 81% of the vote now in. And I think that's why there hasn't been a call in this race in terms of heading to ranked choice voting or not, because there is still a large amount of votes left out there. There's 50,000 votes reporting. Still think about 11,000 votes to go. So there's enough votes out there for both Charles to get into rank or get above ranked choice voting, and for Bush and Midgley to essentially prevent Charles from getting to ranked choice voting. Let's see here. Sorry, the light was blinding my eye there. About 9,000 vote lead for Charles over Bush. So actually, it may have even grown over the last few updates for Charles over Bush. So on the Republican side, I think it's just really waiting for those last few votes to come in. I imagine we get some sort of projection relatively quickly once those votes come in about if there will be ranked choice voting or not. I'm not totally sure. I mean, you look at here, Portland, for instance, has 5,200 registered Republicans. Only 1,200 of them voted. So if you're looking around like 20 to 25% of the vote here, of the 4,400 registered Republicans in Windham, we're only going to get probably like 1,000 Republican votes. Scarborough is probably going to be something similar here. Even if Charles wins them big, like here in Lewiston, where he got a net of like 400 votes here, I don't know if that net 400 votes over Bush or Midgley is going to be enough to get him above that 50% threshold to avoid ranked choice voting. 82% of the vote in. So another county has come in across the state of Maine, or another few counties have come in. I keep calling them counties. I know they're towns. I don't know why I keep saying counties, but Charles's number's gone up 38.32. So yeah, I just think at this point we're kind of in like a waiting game. I think we're pretty close to saying, and I don't know if Decision Desk HQ is going to make this prediction soon or not, but I think we're close to saying that Bobby Charles is probably going to head to ranked choice voting. I would imagine he would win the ranked choice voting, but I just don't know the remainder, like 11,000 votes that's left. I just don't know if there's enough vote that Charles is going to win to get him over that 50% threshold. I mean, Scarborough and Windham, it's possible he'll grow in his margins, and I think he may very well do that because a lot of the counties that are left are going to come in relatively strongly for Charles. I mean, he's winning most of these. He's only losing 2 of them to Bush in Portland and Falmouth counties. So a lot of these are going to come in very strong for Charles. The question is going to be ultimately, though, is there enough to break that number and get above 50%? I really don't think so. Now I'm also thinking, though, if Kennebunkport voted for Midgley over Jonathan Bush, is it Kennebunk where the Bush family's house may be? If Bush wins Kennebunk but loses Kennebunkport, that might be my answer. So if Kennebunk comes in, everything I said about the Bush family and stuff there, just apply that to Kennebunk. Now, if Charles or Midgley wins that, just completely disregard everything I said and essentially block that off as a miss. But I feel like Bush is going to do well in either Kennebunkport or Kennebunk once those votes are in. I think maybe I was getting those towns mixed up. So 82% of the Republican governor's race in Maine. Democratic side, only another 1% of the vote came in. So 47% in, 94,045 votes. So let's see here. You're looking closer to like 180,000 votes estimated, if not even more, maybe like 185 to 190,000 votes for the Maine Democratic governor's race. Things haven't changed too much in terms of the votes and percentages. Nirav Shah is still at 26.48. Hannah Pingree's at 23.2. Troy Jackson's 21.9. 20.52% for Shenna Bellows. In terms of the overall vote, Shah now leads over Pingree by almost close to 3,000 votes even. Only a difference of about like 70 votes separating there. So about 3,000 vote lead for Shah over Pingree. Pingree has now opened up a lead over Troy Jackson of about 1,000, like 200 in votes and change. And then Shenna Bellows at 20.52 is at 19,296 votes. So Jackson has a lead over Bellows of roughly about 1,300 votes. Okay, so what's interesting, and again, we have 53% of the votes to go in Maine's Democratic governor's primary, so we have a long ways to go. Oh, hi, Brian. Hi, welcome back. We have a long ways to go. To me, it looks like, based on the most recent votes that have come in, is Nirav Shah solidifying himself in first place. Hannah Pingree up about 1,200 votes, seems to have taken second place for now. I don't know if she'll hold it 100%, but she seems to be taking it for now. And Troy Jackson, Shenna Bellows' numbers haven't really changed too much. So it's not that she's going up, but Troy Jackson's numbers seem to be going down a little bit as more of the votes are coming in. So depending on how it goes, the remainder, 53%. If Shaw and Pingree finish first, and then maybe Jackson falls to fourth, or maybe Shenna Bellows remains fourth, if it's a close amount here, what those Angus King, like 7,500 voters do in terms of do they rate Bellows or Jackson above each other could make the ultimate difference in the ranked choice voting if it does end up playing out that way. But again, we're going to have to wait and see because we have to see how the results finish before we have a clear indicator of the ranked choice voting and how things will ultimately all play out. Let's see, we're at about 4 hours and 28 minutes on the stream. So coming up on 4 hours and 30 minutes. Well, honestly, it's gone by quick. It's gone by very quick tonight. Another percent came in, 48% of the vote in the Democratic race. Again, not really too much on the votes or percentages changed. I think that's updating the vote numbers. On the Senate side, 78% of the vote in. Platner seems to be staying strong now, around 72% of the vote at 72.17%. Mills comes in at about 19.9%. David Costello at 7.93%. So there's still a good amount of vote left out there. We can even look in terms of the Democrat registration here of the vote that's out there. South Portland is still yet to come in. And let's see. So it's about a third the size of regular Portland. There's about 13,000 votes there. So you're probably going to look around like, I don't know, what's that? Somewhere between 4,000 to 7,000 votes to come in out of South Portland. I'd imagine we're going to see Graham Platner probably grow his margins and do well there. Scarborough and Biddeford still have a lot of vote to come in, or no vote, so a lot of vote to come in as well. So we'll see if Platner expands his margins. Let's do our Nevada check-in. No votes yet out of the state of Nevada. Of course. Let me just refresh the page just to make sure it's not glitching, because I think that is... Yeah, no, there's been in an hour and 11 minutes, there's been no votes yet out of the state of Nevada. Well, it's easy to say this since I've been streaming now for about 4 hours and 30 minutes, but I am definitely not doing the stream long enough for all the vote for Nevada to come in. Because at this point, I would probably have to live stream for like a week for all Nevada's vote to come in, so don't plan on doing that tonight. It's funny, I thought the governor's race would be called pretty early in Nevada because I figured Aaron Ford and Joe Lombardo would get like 2% of the vote in and be like, okay, we know they're going to win, that's it. But I didn't realize how long that 2% of the vote was going to take to come in. I thought it'd be like a few minutes, but Nevada's taken a little bit long. Which, I mean, obviously, for counting vote reasons is fine. For election night live stream reasons, personally, not a fan. But that's okay. Now, 80% of the vote in for Platner in the U.S. Senate race, still 72.13%, 19.85% for Janet Mills. So a little bit of movement down for Mills. It looks like David Costello's numbers went up a little bit at 8.03%. On the governor's side, 48% of the vote in, so another 0.1% has come in here. Again, the numbers haven't changed too much. 26.4 for Shaw, 23.2 for Pingree, 21.9 for Jackson, 20.52 for Shenna Bellows, so not too much of a movement there. On the Republican side, 2% or 3% has now come in, 85% of the vote in, so we're into the final 15% of the Republican primary. And Bobby Charles still leads at 38.36%. Jonathan Bush falls under 19.91%, 19.56% for Benjamin Midley. So let's see here. Still no votes yet out of Scarborough and Windham, still waiting there. Gorham and Augusta still waiting. Okay, so the top towns that we're still waiting for votes to come in, still waiting on those. I mean, we're still probably only going to get like 1,000 votes or less in like a lot of these counties, but still have to wait for these votes to come in for the final 14% because they could play a very important role here in if ranked choice voting for Charles is going to be happening or not. He is down to 38.22% though. So to me, it would seem unless we see these votes come in really, really strongly for Bobby Charles, I think ranked choice voting is probably going to happen in this race as well. Even though Charles is the heavy favorite, still think ranked choice voting will be needed. No votes yet out of Kennebunkport's in. No votes yet out of Kennebunk. I need Kennebunk to come in for a personal reason for Jonathan Bush, just to prove me right from earlier in the stream when I thought it was Kennebunkport. If it doesn't, I'll be wrong, and that will be very sad for me. Does it matter? No, but it'll still be sad. South Barrack is in. Now, 87% of the vote in on the Republican side. It's coming in very quickly on the Republican side now. Still no Scarborough and Gorham, Augusta, South Portland, Biddeford. Let's sort by percent reported now, because there can't be that many counties with no vote. Okay, there is still a lot of counties with no votes. There's one whole page. What's on the pages? It's 20. So there's 40 counties, 60 counties, 80 counties, 100 counties, 120, 140, 60, 80, 200. Okay, so there's about like 215 total counties in the state of, 250 total towns in the state of Maine that have not yet reported votes yet for the Republican governor primary. Now, ultimately, though, when you combine all those votes, there's 87% of the vote in here. So those counties combined only account for roughly about 13% of the overall statewide vote. So outside of this first like 2 pages or so, a lot of the other counties after that aren't going to account for as much of the vote, though actually there are still a few counties with a few thousands of votes going down the list as well. So yeah, even though there's only 13% of the vote left to go, and each county is probably only going to give like somewhere between 1,000 to like a few hundred votes here or there, we are still waiting for that final 13% out of the Republican primary, because those votes can play a very important role for whether Bobby Charles will, number one, avoid ranked choice voting or not, and number two, whether Jonathan Bush or Benjamin Midley end up finishing in second or third place. Because currently, Charles has a lead over Bush of about 10,000 votes, but Bush is only leading Midley here by about 300 votes. And when ranked choice voting happens, if it does ultimately happen with 88% of the vote in here, if ranked choice voting does happen, then just like one of these, or even a few of these candidates here, like this is like a combined, what you're looking at, like 4,000 votes or so across these, combining can easily jump Midgley over Bush, or Bush gain on Charles as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these final few 12% of the vote goes. For the Democratic governor's race, is at 49%. It's Nirav Shah 26.5, 23.29 for Hannah Pingree, Jackson 21.87, Bellows 20.53. I'm going to leave it on the Republican side for now because at 88% of the vote in, it's definitely coming in a little bit faster than the Democratic side, literally almost double faster. So I'm going to leave it on the Republican side for now because we're probably going to get the answers on the ranked choice voting question for sure, probably pretty quickly. And I'm sure Decisions Guys HQ will be putting out a call in the next like probably 20 to 30 minutes once the vote's all in if we're going to have ranked choice voting or not. So I'm going to leave it on the Republican side for now. Then once we got that call, switch back to the Democratic side. But we're coming, even though ranked choice voting is looking likely for the Democrat and Republican governor primary, we're starting to reach a conclusion for the governor primaries in the state of Maine. We're getting some clear-cut answers for these races. Bobby Charles, Robert Charles certainly seems to be the leading Republican candidate. Even if ranked choice voting happens, I would still expect him to end up being the favorite, given that he has a 10,000 vote lead over Bush, when considering it's only been about 54,500 votes across the entire state. Having a 10,000 vote lead, about 20% of those votes or so, 20% of those votes or so is still a very significant amount. Even in the ranked choice voting, I would expect Robert Charles to end up being the winner in that ranked choice voting tabulation. But again, we'll wait and see for the final view of votes here. And for my own personal pride reasons, we will wait and see what Kennebunk ends up reporting. It really should not bug me this much, but I know there's a Bush compound there. I know Bush should do well there, and I just want to be proven right for the sake of my own fragile election night ego. We've reached 4 hours and 36 minutes on the live stream, and this is where we start talking about my ego. That's the levels that we have reached. Let's see. I don't think there's any more chats I have not caught up on, so hopefully should be good. Now 90% of the vote is in, not out of Kennebunk though, but 90% of the vote now in, and Bobby Charles' numbers have actually gone down a little bit to 37.96%. Bush is at 20.23%, and Midgley's at 19.57% of the vote. So Bush has gone up a little bit. He now leads by a little bit. I want to say around 500 votes or so over Benjamin Midgley, getting up to 20.23%, gaining on Bobby Charles very slightly here. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see this final, like 10% of the vote or so. Some of the top counties, or I'm going to start calling them the usual suspects, still no votes yet, so we're still waiting on those. But, excuse me, I had the hiccups. We're coming close, though. I don't know why. Talking for almost 5 hours straight and drinking a ton of water, for some reason I have the hiccups. It's a mystery. Let's see here. Also, I see since we started doing the stream, we've had over almost 1,700 views across the entire stream. So I appreciate everybody watching both now live and also those who have watched along the way throughout the night. So I appreciate everyone coming in to watch this live stream with me and cover these live election results with me. So I really appreciate it. If you're new and you haven't watched my videos before, I'd really appreciate it if you could hit like and hit subscribe as well, so you get notified when I post a new video, which I do every single day. So I would really appreciate it if you could do that. Obviously, do live streams on election results, do election predictions videos, and a lot of videos on like the updating the most recent political election news that are going on in the U.S. So I'd really appreciate if you could hit like and subscribe. In terms of our chat poll, which I've not checked in on in a while, now 39 votes are in. Who will win the Maine governor primary for the Democrats? Troy Jackson leads at 46. Nirav Shah's in second at 33. 10% for Hannah Pingree and 10% for Shenna Bellows or Angus King III. That's where things currently stand on that. Now 91% of the vote in. 20.89% for Bush. Looks like we got 38.09% for Charles. Only roughly about a 250 vote lead or so for Bush over Midgley. I don't see any of our usual suspects reporting new votes yet. Still nothing from Kennebunk. But 91% of the vote in, so we're getting very close to knowing the final first round results for Maine's Republican governor primary. I'm going to start calling it first round results because I'm very confident at this point that we're going to see ranked choice voting. For the Republican side, I just don't see a way right now the amount of votes that are left out there, unless they come in very massively for Robert Charles. I don't see a way that this doesn't come in for ranked choice voting. I don't see how Charles can break 50% here. Let's see, 92% of the vote now in, so another 8% to go. Looking at about 56,651 votes. So it looks like our estimate of 61,575 votes that I did the quick math around 47% or so. That 61,575 votes or so is coming up pretty close to being accurate, it looks like, once all the votes are in. But 92% certainly getting very close. Looks like 11:22 p.m. We had another vote refresh, another update here. Maybe a few more handful of votes have come in. Nothing too, I would say nothing changes too much. Other than Bush's numbers may have gone down slightly, but I don't know if my eyes are playing tricks on me or not on that one. So 92% of the vote in. We'll do a quick check on the Democratic side because I feel like there's going to be some votes that come in. So 51% now in on the Democratic side. So now 105,737 votes with 57% of the vote in. So we're looking probably around like 200 to 2,000. Doubling it would be about 210. So that's probably a little low. We may be looking around like 208,000 total estimated votes for the Democratic primary. Nirav Shah is still in first place. Hannah Pingree still in second. Troy Jackson still in third. Shenna Bellows still in fourth. And Angus King still in fifth. That's where things stand on the Democratic side. Do a quick check-in on the Platner race. 88% of the vote now in the U.S. Senate primary for Maine for Graham Platner's Democratic race. 88%, 106,022 votes. And Graham Platner has 72.22% of the vote. Janet Mills, 19.8%. And 7,000 or 7.97% of the vote for David Costello. So Platner running behind his 76% benchmark that he wanted to hit, but nevertheless, still Platner winning very decisively in this primary. Let's check in on the governor race. A few more votes have come in on the Democratic side. Republican race, 92%. Looks like another vote update, but still at 92% of the vote. So they're still waiting on the final few votes to come in. We'll do a quick check-in on the House race as well. 51% in on the Democratic House race. Joe Baldacci in first place. Jordan Wood in second place, still at 29.41%. Matthew Dunlap in third place at 28.78% of the vote. A few handful more votes out of the governor's race for the Republican primary. Gone up, I think, about like 20 votes. So a small county must have reported some numbers. Again, the usual suspects, the top counties or top towns that we're waiting on, still no new votes have come in yet. Once they do, once some of those top towns come in, we're going to see a very, very big jump in the next probably a few minutes here, but just waiting. Time is now. Welcome, Blue Wave. Welcome to the stream here. Let's see, 92% of the vote in, waiting for the final few results out of Maine's Republican primary. They've been counting the votes pretty quickly. Almost 57,000 votes on the Republican side. Democrats, 107,000 votes on the Democratic side. So no surprise here. Maine definitely more of a likely Democratic state than a Republican state, no doubt about that. And the Democrats almost outnumbering the Republicans 2-1 in the primaries thus far. So no surprise. Also, I noticed 107,000 votes in the Maine governor's race, 51% in, but in the Senate race, 88%, 89%, and only 106,000 votes. So the governor's race, I don't know if a lot of Democrats maybe that went to vote today left the Senate race blank. I don't know if that was going on, if they left it blank, or if they just, I mean, I feel like it must be that, right? Because 107,046 votes in the governor's race, only about half the vote in here. You're looking close to like 210,000 votes. On the Senate, though, almost all the vote is in, and you're at 106,000. So a lot of Democrats must have either viewed the race as non-contested and didn't bother voting for Platner or Mills, or just decided they'd rather leave a blank and not give their support to Platner or Mills maybe in the race. Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was interesting. Okay, so while I was looking away and talking, 94% of the vote now in on the Republican side, and 94%, let's see, any of the usual suspects report votes. Ellsworth may have reported some votes. I don't remember seeing Ellsworth before. And Ellsworth comes in for Midgley, 32.05, Charles, 27.33, Bush, 20.97. So you're going to see Midgley gain on Bush here by about 100 votes. That could come to the margin statewide, a pretty significant amount here. And yeah, it did. Bush now at 20.02%, Midgley at 19.84%. So also still no point in Kennebunk. In terms of the overall votes here, only a difference of about 100 votes separating Bush versus Midgley. Also, with 94% of the vote in, Charles at 37.99%. I think we can pretty confidently say this race will go to ranked choice voting now. I don't see a way that Bobby Charles is going to break 50% tonight. Again, if all these results come in and I'm massively off, then okay, but I think we're going to see a Decision Desk HQ prediction here any moment. Saying it's going to ranked choice voting would be my guess at this moment. 57,729 votes currently in. My prediction or estimate that I did halfway through was 61,000. I think it was 575. So we're still waiting on like 4,000 votes to go out of the Republican primary, even though there's still a lot of gray areas on the state. And looks like we got a lot of that vote in here now at 95% over of the estimated vote in. So there's still a good amount of vote left to go, but I think we got up to 95% here. And Bobby Charles is at 37.88%. Jonathan Bush falls down to 19.97%. Benjamin Midgley at 19.83%. Only a gap here between Midgley and Bush for second place, roughly about 80 votes for first place and second place. So very, very close on that. So now over 95% in on the Republican primary. We still have a lot more vote to come in. Well, not a lot more vote, but still another 5% or so of the vote to come in here at 58,769 votes here of my estimated 61.75. We can do some quick math here. Just give you the estimated amount here. 61,575. Oh, wait a minute. I'm probably going to want to do... Yeah, I did that wrong. Okay. So we'll do 58,769 votes divided by the estimated 61,575. Okay, so you're looking at approximately 95.44% of the vote in out of the state of Maine, which means we're still waiting for like, what's that, 4.6 or about 4.56% of the vote to go. So roughly about 5.4% of the vote still to go out of the state of Maine. So maybe that's why they haven't called it yet for ranked choice voting going to happen or not. But I mean, that 5%, even if it's like a few hundred votes here or there, I still think we're going to ranked choice voting. Just because the numbers that Bush is getting, Bush and Midgley are combining for nearly 20% each. So them alone gets you over 40%, where you're probably looking at like 40.7% of the vote between Bush and Midgley, plus Garrett Mason's 11.11. That gets to 51% of the vote. And that alone right there, unless these next 5% like drastically drops those numbers for any of the down ballot candidates, not to mention McCarthy, Jones, Wessels, and Libby, they're still adding up to like at least 7% of the vote, if not even more. So you're looking, or no, even more than that. It's like 11% of the vote is combining there. So to me, I think this race for the Republican governor primary is essentially locked up in that it's going to go to ranked choice voting. I don't see a way Robert Charles, Bobby Charles breaks 50% of the vote with the amount of vote that's left out there, 37.87%. I think you can officially say both governors' primaries will be going to ranked choice voting. Nevada tonight, not Nevada. Be shafting the messages. Sorry, Blue Wave. Sorry. It's hard to keep track of the messages when it's like real results are happening in the moment when we're so close to being done. Like, again, less than 3,000 votes to go on the Republican side. This should be pretty close to being called, I would imagine, but they haven't done it yet. But on the Democratic side, only another 1% vote dump here, or vote gain here. Still 48% to go, but Shah is leading about 3,600 votes across the state of Maine. Okay, Pingree leading over Jackson about 2,000 votes, a little bit shy of that. And then Jackson leading over Bellows by about 1,000 votes. So nothing really too changed on the Democratic side, other than we know the race is going to ranked choice voting. Senate side, now over 95% of the vote in, 115,314 reported votes. And Graham Platner ends up getting about 72.35% of the vote, with 19.72% for Janet Mills, 7.92% for David Costello. So there's still some areas of Maine with no votes reporting as of right now. So we may see that 115,000 votes go up to like maybe 120,000 under for Platner and Mills in this race. But this race is mostly in. We know Platner's already been declared the winner. We'll see if the margins improve at all. But that Kornacki matchup that was mentioned earlier in the chat, it was 76% for Platner. He ends up getting 72.35. So a little bit shy of that number, but still, I would say a pretty handed win for Platner there. 54% of the vote in now on the Democratic side. Maybe they'll start reporting the results maybe a little bit faster. I wouldn't mind that. Coming up on 11:30 on the East Coast. I wouldn't mind if they sped it up a little bit. Also for the stream, we're at, let's see, 4 hours and 50 minutes since we started at about 6:42 p.m. Eastern time. So we're moving 54% here. On the Republican side, looks like another 100 votes, or no, another 1,000 votes maybe. 58,925. Nah, 100 votes. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, another 100 votes. Cape Elizabeth, Kennebunkport, still waiting in Kennebunk. Still waiting. Let's see here. Things may have narrowed up a little bit. Midgley now 19.85, Bush 19.97, only a 0.12% difference between the two here. In terms of overall votes, looks like we got some more vote update as well. Now 59,403. So now we're into the last like 2,500 or so votes. Nope, that even might have gone up a little more. Now 59,403. We're looking into the last 2,000, like 100 votes now, 150 votes. And Bush is leading over Midgley by 36 votes for second place right now. So, wow. Wow. Now Bush is leading over Midgley by 69 votes. Also nice. 69 vote lead for Bush over Midgley for second place. But Bobby Charles, 37.86%. Yeah, no doubt in my mind at all, this is going to ranked choice voting. 60,802 votes. Again, my estimate, 61,575. So we're under about 1,000 votes until most, if not all, the votes are in for the state of Maine, assuming the math was correct here on the Republican primary. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do a quick refresh of the page here because I feel like the ranked choice voting thing should... Here we go. Okay, so maybe just it wasn't... I didn't refresh the page in a while, but yeah, this race is officially projected to go to ranked choice voting. So yeah, we know Bobby Charles will not be breaking 50% tonight. It will go to ranked choice voting. Now, over 95% of the estimated vote in, 60,802 votes. This is how the race is going to look in the Republican side. It'll go to ranked choice voting. Whether or not it ends up being Jonathan Bush or Benjamin Midgley in first place, or in second place behind Bobby Charles, honestly, really too close to call because Bush has 12,280 votes and Midgley has 12,082. So that's only like literally a difference of 200 votes across the entire state of Maine. So 61,020 votes, we're about 500 votes shy of my estimate. May exceed, seeing as the amount of votes that are still left out there, because there's a good amount. We may see the race overall expand that 65 or 61,575. I mean, just because these votes alone, like 4,000 for GOP register out of Scarborough and Windham, we're probably going to get at least like 1,000 votes out of each of these counties. So it's probably going to blow past that 61,575 vote margin, but that's okay. But yeah, we do know this race is going to go to ranked choice voting. We won't know the winner tonight. I'm not sure when we will know the winner on this race, but we do know that it won't be going to, it won't be called tonight. Ranked choice voting will still be needed for this race. We'll check back in 1 second here. For the Democratic primary on the governor's side, 54, I do believe, yeah, 54% of the vote in for Shah, Pingree, Jackson, Bellows, and King. Not too much has moved on the results. We do know also that Graham Platner wins outright in the Democratic Senate primary. Let's check in on the House map. Let's do a quick refresh here in case have they updated it. I guess they have. Okay, so the problem with the ranked choice voting was I had to refresh. It wouldn't just do it on its own. I had to refresh the screen, but that's all right. So we do know that this race will be going to ranked choice voting between Joe Baldacci, Jordan Wood, Matthew Dunlap, and Paige Loud, with 52% of the estimated vote in. So now we know Maine governor's race for both Democrats and Republicans is heading to ranked choice voting. We won't know the winners of those races tonight per se. We do know how the candidates may finish once all the votes are in, but we won't know who will actually end up being the nominees tonight. Maine's U.S. House 2nd District to take on Paula Page and the general election. Baldacci's at 31.19%, Jordan Wood's at 29.47%, Matthew Dunlap's at 28.69%. So that will have to play itself out. The Republican side, 61,148 votes now in here, over 95% of the vote. Bobby Charles is going to ranked choice voting, where Bobby Charles comes in first place, nearly 37.8% of the vote. Jonathan Bush currently in second place at 20.17%. Benjamin Midgley in third place at 19.82%. Only a lead here again for Bush over Midgley of roughly about 200 votes in the state of Maine. So very, very close. Despite we know the race going to ranked choice voting, there's still a good amount of towns that have not reported votes yet, including the one that I'm hoping to be right about in Kennebunk. So we still have to wait on those to report, but still waiting on a handful of votes here. But we do know over 95%. The governor's race will go to ranked choice voting in Maine Republican. It'll go to ranked choice voting in Maine Democrat. And Graham Platner officially wins his primary by 72.36% over Janet Mills, 19.71%. In terms of some of the other elections down ballot here, let's see. We do have some of our first results, it looks like, out of the state of Nevada. So it took a while, but we do finally have some results here. And Joe Lombardo, the Republican incumbent governor, no surprise, 19% of the vote in, has officially been declared the winner in the Republican primary. No shocker here at all. Wins this race very handily, 94.2%. Obviously, for a primary challenge, very strong position for an incumbent to be in. For the Democratic primary, Aaron Ford, the Attorney General, is running. He's not the incumbent in this race, obviously. He's the challenger, but he has about 23,000 votes in, 62.51% of the vote. Alexis Hill, 30.8% of the vote in there. So Aaron Ford looks like he's on his way to winning this primary as well. For Nevada Secretary of State, A Republican primary, it's currently too close to call between Shirley Falkins Roberts, Sharon Angle, and James Marchment, and Socorro Keenan. In this race, Attorney General Adriana Fralick and Danny Tarkanian are in a race here. It looks like Fralick has a lead, 18% in 68 to 31.67, but Fralick has the early lead thus far. No votes yet out of Clark County. Wait for those. Attorney General on the Democratic side, Nicole Cannizzaro, is leading 64.23% over Democrat Zach Conine, and that raise of 14% in. Lieutenant Governor Sandra Jaragier, I believe it is, Courtney Burke, and Bridget Shiner, and the Democratic side, Sandra Jaragier is leading in that race. So that's where things are in Nevada on the state level. On the congressional level, House District 4, Cody Whipple is leading in this Republican primary. Again, this is expected to be a very reliably Democratic district, but Whipple's leading that one. In the 3rd district, this is considered to be the most competitive of the general election districts in Nevada, currently listed as lean Democrat. There's currently no votes yet on the Republican primary. On the House District 2, though, however, this district currently held by Republican Mark Amodie, likely to stay Republican at the... You said Nevada. Oh, my God. That's funny. In the House District, the 2nd district, to succeed Republican Rep Mark Amodie, this district is expected to stay in the Republican category in the general election. David Flippo, who has the endorsement of President Trump, currently leading 42.12% of the vote. James Settlemeyer, who has the endorsement of current Rep Mark Amodie, has 38.07% of the vote. So a very close race underway here. Less than 2,000 votes separating Flippo and Settlemeyer in this race. So those are really all the votes we have out of Nevada thus far. Actually, we do have a little bit more out of the 2nd district primary. For the Democrats, Teresa Benitez Thompson's leading, Robert Kidd, and Kathy Durham. In this race, again, Republicans are heavily favored to keep this race in the general election, but Teresa Benitez Thompson is the leading Democrat right now. Let's see, we're coming up on about 5 hours on the stream here, so I'm going to do a quick little check-in on the main races again in just one moment here, but I will check the chat because I know Blue Wave has been asking for a while. Let's see. Nevada's tonight, not Nevada. Tony, we shouted in the messages. You want to hear a joke? I got it from a video game. What did the train conductor say to the kangaroo? Hop on. Oh my god. 6-7. You said Nevada. Mark Amodie. I'm not doing the pronunciation thing. We've been on for 5 hours. Mark Amodie. Do you think Dems will win Nevada governor race? It's close. I think Joe Lombardo's a slight favorite right now in the governor's race, but it's a really, really close race. The Democrats definitely can win. Let me pull up the updated numbers here. I'm assuming it's Joe Lombardo versus Aaron Ford, which I expect that it will be. It's currently listed as either tilt Republican or lean Republican from most of the predictors, and Lombardo has a lead across the average of 1.5%. But when you look at the numbers here, 41% for Lombardo, 39.5% for Ford, 19.5%. Still about 20% of the vote is undecided as of June 9th, 2026. So it's clearly way too early to make any definitive statements on this race about it for sure being a Republican win or a Democratic win, just given how competitive Nevada is. I voted for president in 2024 for Trump by 3.1%. I voted for Biden by 2.4% in 2020. 2016, I voted for Clinton by 2.4%. So it's been under 5 points, 3 presidential elections in a row now. For the governor's race, Lombardo won it very narrowly in 2022 against the Democrat Governor Steve Sisolak by 1.5%. And then in 2018, I voted for Sisolak over Republican Adam Laxalt by 4.1%. So now 2 governor's races in a row, it's been under 5 points. And then on the Senate level, in the Senate race, Jackie Rosen beat Sam Brown here by only 1.6%. In that Senate race in 2024 and 2022, Catherine Cortez Masto defeated Adam Laxalt by only 0.78%. So in the most recent presidential, governor, Senate elections that we have to go off of for the state of Nevada, it's been under 5 points in all of them. So without a doubt, I would definitely be putting the governor's race in Nevada. Also, South Carolina is likely Republican earlier in the night once that race was called. But for Nevada right now, I would have it as one of my handful of toss-up states, which is anything that I have currently as 5 points or under. It's definitely a toss-up state, one the Republicans or Democrats could win. Now, after calling it a toss-up, if I had to put my Stakes up on my chips in, neck on the line, whatever expression you want to use here, I would give it very narrowly to Joe Lombardo, as the election environment is more Democratic friendly than 2022, but now Lombardo has the advantage of being the incumbent. And from what I've heard, he's a popular Republican incumbent until I see polling that proves otherwise. I'm sticking with him very narrowly to win the race by under 5 points. Again, I think right around that 1.5 to 2 point margin is where it ends up right now. But this is obviously June 9th, 2026. By November, would I be shocked to see Aaron Ford flip the Democratic or the governor's race and have the Democrats win? I wouldn't be shocked one bit. So Nevada today, toss up. I'd have it slightly in the Republican direction, but I don't think it's by like a massive, massive amount though. Let's see. Oh, missed a few comments again. What site is this Vault? So this is Decision Desk HQ. This is a Decision Desk HQ website, and they have a feature on here called Vault Pro, which is you can sort by like the states that are up for today. So I have like all the elections taking place today, and like Attorney General, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, Senate, House. So it's Decision Desk HQ, and under their Vault tab, they have the races here that I'm talking about here. So that's the website I'm using for that. It's just all the races like listed out like this. Also, Democratic Representatives Dina Titus and Susie Lee both win their primaries. No surprises there. In the 3rd District, Martin O'Donnell, the Halo composer who has the endorsement of President Trump here. Let me just refresh and fix the thing here. He has the early lead, 61% in, 43.75% over Tara Anderson and Jeffrey Gunter. No surprise here, really, but O'Donnell off to a strong lead in that race. Also in the governor's race, we officially have a call, and I also have to sneeze. Aaron Ford, the Attorney General, has officially been projected the winner as of 11:43 p.m. Eastern Time in the Democratic primary for governor. So again, no real surprise here, but Aaron Ford's been declared the winner over Alexis Hill and James Cooper. He'll be the Democratic nominee in November against Joe Lombardo. So one of the most marquee governor elections in the country is now on. Going to be very, very close. Let's see. I live in Nevada, and I will say, even if Republicans outvote the Democrats in the primary, we have more independents than either of the two of them. So there's that. Yeah, I don't know. For Nevada, I don't think the primaries and the vote numbers so much really matter in this one because, like you said, the independents, there's a ton of those. Yes, the Democrats are outvoting the Republicans right now, but it's also an incumbent Republican versus a challenger Democrat, less incentive to get out and vote. So I don't really think the numbers matter too much in the primary for that one. General election, I think, is going to matter, and we know it's going to be close because Nevada always seems to be close now. And the governor's race from 2022, always got to remember this about Nevada, is there's the Republican, there's the Democrat, there's usually a third-party candidate of some kind, and then there's also the none of these candidates option as well, which always seems to get a good amount of the vote in these races here. Yeah, Libertarian Brandon Davis got 1.46%. None of these candidates got 14,866 votes, 1.46% also. The margin across the entire state for Lombardo versus Sisolak, only about under 16,000 votes, like a little bit over 15,000 votes or so. So nearly the none of these candidates options was almost enough of a margin to tip the race one way or the other. They split the votes up. So Nevada is going to be very, very close. Certainly Democrats and Republicans both can win that race. Definitely a toss-up to start right now. But given the incumbency of Lombardo, I give him a very slight edge. But again, would I be shocked to see the Democrats win there? Absolutely not. Absolutely not one bit. Let's see here. Oh, got good amount of chats here. Those polls are all old, though. Let's dribble away. They are, but they're also all we have to go off of right now. But again, we're also in June 9th, 2026. I mean, next week, a poll could come out showing Aaron Ford up by like 5 points. Next thing you know, Aaron Ford's favored to win the race. So you can go honestly either way. Whether you think the Republicans win or the Democrats win, honestly, in Nevada, either way, I honestly could see good points for both. Cool Blue said, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Cool Blue. True Nevadan, Mark Amode. Mark Amode. Well, yeah, again, we're over 5 hours now on the stream. Pronunciations, I don't know. I don't know about tonight. 2026 governor of Nevada is a toss-up. I think would flip if the Democrats can win at least 27 U.S. governor's race. Do you enter this year with 24 governor's race? Yeah, I mean, Nevada I think definitely could flip. I know Iowa is a potential flip target. Holding Arizona is big. Flipping Georgia is one of them. Vermont's not going to flip now that Phil Scott's running against. That one's kind of locked in, but Georgia could flip, Iowa could flip, Nevada could flip. I don't think I'm forgetting any big ones. I might be, but I don't think so. Texas isn't going to flip. Florida's not going to flip. So I think feel like I'm getting most of them. Interesting that Trump became the first Republican to win Nevada for the first time since 2004, 20 years apart. It's because of Latinos. Uh, who would vote for none of these candidates? Why are they even voting for them? That honestly, Blue Wave, that always amazes me is like at least 10,000 people every election in Nevada vote none of these candidates. Even in, I think, I got to make sure I pull up the right one here. I'm pretty sure in the Senate race in 2024, it had a very large amount. Yeah. Look at like how many people voted for none of these candidates here. Jackie Rosen got 701,000 votes. Sam Brown got 677,000. 44,000 people in Nevada voted for neither candidate. I don't even know why that's an option on the ballot, to be honest. Like, I don't know what in Nevada, like election law or constitutional law, that allows none of these candidates to be a voting option in Nevada, but it always plays a very large role. But yeah, it got 3.03% of the vote. It got more than a libertarian candidate and an independent American candidate. So like crazy, absolutely crazy. But a lot of people seem to vote for it. So you got to make, especially for Nevada, you got to keep account for it because that always seems to be the case. I'm curious about 2024. What was it in the presidential race? It was 1.32% of the vote voted none of these candidates. 19,625. I don't know why. The idea of being a swing state to me and about 20,000 people saying, I'm going to vote for neither one of the top two candidates in the swing state. I don't know. It's just hard for me to like wrap my mind like around that like thought process. But I mean, literally, Chase, the Libertarian and the Independent American candidates combined got like almost 9,000 votes. And none of these candidates got another like more than 10,000 votes more than that. So I don't know. I mean, that's a Nevada thing. I don't know. I'll think I'll end it there on the commenting on that. Let's see. Nevada is carried for all U.S. presidential election winners except in 1976 and 2016 since 1912. That's got a good, definitely got a good streak going now. It's got 2020, 2024. We'll see what it does in 2028. Obviously, as well. Excuse me, as well. I mean, that used to be Ohio, right? And then Ohio broke it in 2020. But yeah, we'll see. In 2004, Nevada was the state that led to Bush reaching 270 electoral votes, leading to his reelection. Yep. Nevada plays. It's funny. Nevada was like talked about as a very toss-up state in the early 2000s. The Obama era was seen more of not really a toss-up state, more of like a likely Democratic state. Obama won it by 12.5, 2008, won it by 6.7, 2012. Latino voters being a large reason. And then in the Trump era, it's just become very competitive. Clinton won it by 2.4, Biden won it by 2.4, and then Trump won it by 3.1. So it's just become more of a competitive state. The Republicans doing better there with Latino voters. I don't know if there's been a lot of maybe voters from like places like California or Oregon maybe moving into it that have helped change it go a little bit more competitive and more Republican. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I spelled it out and you still got it wrong. It's am o day like I am o day. Yeah, with the utmost respect, Blue Wave. We're going for about 5 hours and 10 minutes. I don't care. With the utmost respect. Like I know it's Amode or Am Ode, but 5 hours in, I'm too tired to care about it tonight. If it was like an hour into the stream, I'd probably be like, okay, I'll try to get it right. But now I'm just like, I don't care. I said that option exists for the guys who don't want to vote, but they don't want their family to look up if they voted or not to get pissed that they didn't. Is that really why? Are you saying that, or is it actually why it's there? Because that's why it's there. It's kind of funny. I really don't care either. I just find it funny if you say it wrong. I'm immature for some way. No, it's all right. No, I understand. No, I gotcha. I try and like. Obviously, I'm not going to say everything like correct or whatever. So I try and get it as right as possible. But it's like at 5 hours and 11 minutes, I'm just like, all right, it's like unless like 50,000 votes drop out of nowhere out of like Maine or something. I'm like at this point, I'm like, I don't care. Okay, so a lot more votes are coming out of the Maine governor's race actually. And let's see if Kenny Bunk is one of them. I'm going to go off on a limb here and say no. Nope, still can't prove myself right or wrong. But now over 95% in, looking at 68,605 votes. So, yeah, my estimate was certainly a little low, but 7,000 votes low. But let's see, 95% in, definitely going to ranked choice voting. Midgley actually jumped Bush. Midgley's now at 20.02%, 13,738 votes. Bush is at 13,682. So heading into ranked choice voting right now, unless it flips back, Benjamin Midgley actually finishes in second place. Jonathan Bush finishes in third place. That's very, very interesting. Let's see here. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin have the current longest active streak, voting for presidential election winners 5 in a row since 08. Oh, yeah, because Obama won them both in 08 and 2012. That's a good point. Do you think Dems have a better chance for Ohio Senate or governor? That's a great question because I think I saw a poll not too long ago that said like Sherrod Brown was beating John Husted for the Senate race, but then Vivek Ramaswamy was winning the governor's race. And that just feels completely backwards to me. Like, I would argue that Sherrod Brown is a stronger Democratic candidate than Amy Acton is, and Ramaswamy is leading in the polls by 1.7%. But isn't John Husted a stronger Republican candidate than Vivek Ramaswamy is? Like, I don't know. It's a little backwards. That's why I'm like a little confused on it. He's leading in the polls, Ramaswamy, right now, in most by about 1.7%. Yeah, I think it was the Fox News poll or was the Bowling Green State poll? It might have been this one. No, I think it was the Fox News poll. Acton was up 1 point over Ramaswamy, and that poll, so she was ahead there. And then I'm pretty sure the Senate poll had Brown over Husted by like 5 points or more or something like that. Yeah, Rachel Eddowes even has it as a toss-up, but yeah, the polling averages had Brown up 1.3% over Husted, and Husted gets the same amount of vote at 47.5% of the average as Ramaswamy. Brown, though, gets up to 48.8% of the vote. So I don't know. Decision Desk HQ has a 50.1% for Brown. Husted 46.6, 3.3% other undecided. Yeah, because this poll from the Fox News, the Beacon Research, Shaw and Company Research, had Brown at 53. Husted 45. And I don't know. That's interesting because that's what Brown, he won his Senate race in Ohio in 2018 as the incumbent by 6.8%. So technically even less than that. Or no, not maybe not less than that, maybe like exactly that. I don't know. It may end up being right, where maybe the Democrats win both in Ohio. I still feel like that might be a little bit of a, we look back on election day and think, well, it was a close race, but I still think the Republicans slightly favored. But it's interesting. I wonder if it's going to be a little bit of like, if John Husted does end up losing, if it ends up a little bit of like the Martha McSally situation where it was a Republican appointed incumbent. So yes, he was the incumbent in the race, but he never actually got elected. So he's more of like appointed incumbent. Kind of skews things where it makes it seem like he can't lose because he's the incumbent, even though he was never really elected as the senator. But it's enough for both Acton and Brown, or Ramaswamy's winning the average now. Brown's winning the average on the Senate side. Now, I would still argue the governor's race is more likely to flip, though, because governor's races are a lot, usually, I would say, less partisan and more local than Senate races are. And typically, the parties that win the state, the presidential level, which would be the Republicans in Ohio, usually would win the Senate races too. So I would still say the Senate race is more likely to stay red than the governor's race, but it's an interesting one to keep an eye on because that very well may be on election night in November. We may have to wait and see how that goes. Let's see. Ooh, Platner early voting. Did Mills get a bunch today? Yeah, so let me pull up the results from Maine. So where things ultimately ended here. Oh, what happened to all the vote? Oh, I see what you mean. So the early vote came in, but now we're waiting on the. What are we waiting on the vote by mail now out of Maine? Is that what we're doing here? That would make sense because I was like, the numbers just did not really add up. Wait a minute. Now the Maine governor's race is all in? What is. Okay, I think the numbers may be a little bit messed up now on the Decision Desk HQ side. Yeah, okay, the numbers are like messed up. Okay. So we're at currently 70% of the vote in on the Maine Democratic governor side is where that is. And then on the Maine Senate side, it's at 65%. So the numbers, the estimates may have been off a little bit in Maine for the US Senate and for the governor for both the Democratic primaries. We'll check the Republican ones in just 1 second as well, but it definitely seems off on the Senate side and on the governor side. So there's still about 35% more of the vote to go for the U.S. Senate race. So Platner has the chance to grow on his margins in this race and exceed that 76% margin then. On the governor's side, we still know it's going to ranked choice voting, but now whether it's Nirav Shah, Hannah Pingree, Troy Jackson, or Shenna Bellows, they have a chance to also expand on their numbers as well. For Maine governor on the Republican side, let's see, the updated numbers now are at 72%. So that explains the 69,652. So the Decision Desk HQ percentages of the vote that were in, I think it just missed the numbers here. So they're a little bit low. So now it's 72% of the vote in. You still have another 28% to go here. So you're probably looking at like another, 20,000 votes to come in maybe out of the Republican governor's race as well. All the races, though, are still projected to go to ranked choice voting. So I don't think that's going to change. Though it is interesting that Bush is now trailing Midgley by 1 point. So, yeah, that's not going to change, I don't think, in terms of the ranked choice voting stuff. But we still have obviously a lot more to go before we get definitive answers on which candidates end up where. Okay, so 38% on the House race as well. Let's go back to the chat here. Oh, you must be so tired. Yeah, I'm definitely getting there. In 20 minutes, you'll be saying Graham Platner. That's funny. Let's see. These are likely to either fall to flip or succeed with flipping both U.S. Senate and Governor of Ohio in the same Iowa. Yeah, I would argue. I would definitely, for Ohio anyway, I feel like it's more likely they either flip both or flip neither. I don't know. It's possible one could be like, if there is going to be a split decision in Ohio, I feel like it'd be more likely the governor's race goes blue than the Senate race. Again, for that partisanship reason, but I don't know. That could be something to watch for. I could see Sand and Hinson win in Iowa though. Yeah, I could too. I am curious about Iowa, the governor's race now, because Zach Land is like such a wild card of a Republican. I feel like we don't really know anything about him. I don't know if, even if Rob Sand wins that race, I don't know if it's going to be by like 1 point or like 2 points or like 5 points. Like, I feel like it's very much a wild card. Even though the Feenstra race, we didn't have a lot of polls to go off of either. Like, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how it goes there. Let's see here. Election night 2026 will go longer than 5 or 6 hours. Number of key races to end up Democratic flips and will be won by less than 5+ hours. Yeah, no, I think 2026 will definitely. I mean that one. I mean that live stream. Honestly, if I'm doing the live stream for that, I'll probably start that one at like what? I don't know. One of the polls close in Kentucky is at 6. Like I'd probably start that at 6 and go to like I don't know 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Like if there's really close results, that one's probably gonna go a while. So I'm definitely that one will be fun. Let's see. The reason Land won the GOP governor primary in Iowa is because of the anti-establishment victory effect. Anti-establishment victory effect must be some glitches. Yeah, definitely some glitches across the map here. Land's a total carpetbagger from Kansas. He literally said if he won the governor's race, he said he'd be in Iowa as much as humanly possible. Is that true? I haven't heard that before, but that's interesting. Well, once again, now assuming it's a carpetbagger, that Land is a carpetbagger, we're gonna find out how Republican Iowa really is then, because you have what Rob Sand, who's like Iowan, campaigning on issues in Iowa and like farmers' issues and such, versus a Kansas Republican running for governor of Iowa. So I guess we're going to find out how partisanship really matters in a governor's race in the state of Iowa. Okay, so we're at 5 hours, 20 minutes. We might wrap it up in a few minutes here. I just want to do a final few vote check-ins to make sure I'm not missing anything too important. The governor's race is now at 73%. 70% in the Democratic Maine governor's race, so we still have a little bit to go. Yeah, so I might wrap it relatively soon. I'll do a final check-in. There might be, you know what it is? Yeah, I think like Brian says, I think it might just be a glitch on the website. Yeah, because the South Carolina numbers now are down to like 39% of the vote, and that's just not going to happen like all these hours later. Like I think the websites might just be glitching a little bit because there's no way it's US Senate 95% South Carolina. But then you click on this one, it says 24. Refresh the page, it'll probably go up to like 95 or something. The websites might just be glitching out. So honestly, if it's glitching out, might just be a good time to do it. Then again, though, that didn't matter with Bob Casey. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, but Blue Wave also at that point. What did Bob Casey lose to Dave McCormick by? Like 0.2%. Like it was super, super close. So even in the Rob Sand versus Zach Land race, which honestly is kind of close to rhyming, it may be a situation where like even if Land defeats Rob Sand, it's probably going to be by like a very narrow amount. Like Kim Reynolds' result from like 2018 or 2018, and maybe even like closer than that. On election day in the U.S., polls tend to close in the first group of states at 7 p.m. Eastern Time: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Why did I think this part? I thought Kentucky's part of their polls closed at 6 p.m., but I could be wrong. I don't know. That's weird. Can you check Nevada again? Yeah. Yeah, let's pull that up. Okay, so let's do a refresh here. Okay, let's see what's going on in the state of Nevada. We'll start with the House ones. Dina Titus wins her primary. No surprise there. Second district, 61% in. Teresa Benias Thompson is still leading. Susie Lee wins the House primary in the third district. First district, Carrie Buck wins the Republican nomination. Second district, still 57% of the vote in. David Flippo, James Settlemeyer, too close to call, 42.38, 38.32. So we still have a good amount of vote to go there in that district. The U.S. House District 3rd, Martin O'Donnell still leading 43.75%, 10,670 votes. But I don't think we got any more. I don't think we got any more votes yet out of the House races. House District 4, Cody Whipple, the Republican, won the nomination there. Aaron Ford won the Democratic primary with 66% of the vote in, getting 69.24% of the vote. So still another like 34% of the vote to go, but Ford's winning there. Lombardo's winning the Republican primary, 58% in, 93.55%. So he's won most of the Republican vote as the incumbent. Lieutenant Governor Sandra Yargway. I've honestly, Blue Wave, I know for a fact I'm butchering that race, or that name. She wins the Lieutenant Governor primary. Nevada Attorney General Nicole Cannizzaro is officially declared the winner over Zach Koenig. Republican Adriana Fralick is officially crowned or declared the winner over Danny Tarkanian. So I think this is Tarkanian's track record of losing these races in Nevada continues, right? Or Nevada continues, right? Because didn't he lose the House race like 2 times in a row after Trump endorsed him to run for House, I think? Nevada Secretary of State, still too close to call between James Marchant, Shirley Falcons Roberts, and Sharon Angle on the Republican side. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. So that's the updated numbers for Nevada. Let's see here. What I missed? And Iowa Dems are blessed to have Sand and blessed to have Sand as their nominee. Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, without a doubt, whether Sand ends up winning the Iowa governor's race or not, this is definitely the Democrats' best chance of winning the governor's race in like a very long time. It's probably the Democrats' best chance of winning anything statewide in Iowa for a long time. Like, I don't know. Obviously, we don't know for sure if he's going to win if we're in June 10th, 2026, but this very well may be like their Andy Bashir sort of like in the making. So definitely could be definitely big for them. Another blessing is for Iowa Dems is Sand leading Land in the prediction markets. I'm sure, yeah, I mean, prediction markets obviously volatile, but that definitely helps as well. Imagine if in the race they replaced Kerry's last name with an F, if you know what I mean. Which one was which one was the Kerry one? Shoot, I lost it. Kerry. No. I went through them too fast. Blue Wave, which race was it? It's not the main ones. US 1, no. US 2, no. I know I just saw this. Oh, here we go. Oh, come on, really? Oh, that joke was easy. Did I mention I'm a teenager? I'm referring. Sorry. I'm referring to the whole of a given state. I'm in Michigan. Polls close at 8 p.m. local time. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah. No, I understand. Like the entire state's closed. That's always funny because I know Florida's like that too, where most of the state closes. I think it's at 7 p.m., but then the Panhandle part closes at 8 p.m. I think it is, or yeah, I think it's like that, and then it ends up being like a lot of the votes already in by the time the polls close. So yeah, no, I got you. I got you, Cool Blue. Didn't Sand's chances go down though after Land became the nominee? I did see that, but the amount of Sand is leading Land is sizable, significant. Who do you think the best Senate Democrat is? I'm so surprised. Mm, I'm so surprised at the primary turnout for mine. Seeing South Carolina for Joe Wilson's seat as a Republican primary, 58,901 for Democrat primary. So exciting. We can uh we can take a look at that for Joe Wilson's yeah, second district. Oh well, I think the thing's glitching. All right, I'll take your word for it because the site is like glitching again for some reason. Yeah, I just think it might be the site might just be doing too much and been going for too long. Maybe that could be a thing there. Yeah, because it says only 8,000, so it's probably just a glitch going on, but that's okay. Yeah, I think we are coming up in 5 hours and 30 minutes. I feel like we're just about good. Yeah, the vote numbers are starting to get all wonky and messed up. So I mean, we know the Maine races are going to a runoff. We know the South Carolina governor's race is going to a runoff. We know Lindsey Graham won, Graham Platner won, Annie Andrews won. Like most of the races are all pretty much locked up. Maybe I'll do a update video on this tomorrow for 3 p.m. But I think we're pretty much good. What? Wait, what did you believe? That's not Mary Had a Little Lamb. That's Marlene, huh? Yeah, that's another thing I think I'm not caught up on, but that's okay. Okay, so it's about 12:10 a.m. Eastern time. We've been going for about 5 hours and 28 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna go for 5:30 just because we've been here. We've already been here this long. Still the ranked choice voting to go in Maine. What are the odds right now? Hannah Pingree around 64, 65%. So it's still really close. I think that'd be like considered by percentages like lean for Hannah Pingree, I think it would be. So that's still really close result on the Maine governor side. Republican side, Robert Charles still 99% to win the primary on Polymarket. Kalshi has him only at 92.5. So whether it's Jonathan Bush or Benjamin Midgley, changing a little bit, but I can't wait to see the ranked choice voting results, honestly, for Maine for the governor's races because they're going to be very, very close. But important tonight, we know Graham Platner was favored to win. He did win. Now the Senate race in Maine is officially on, and one of the most hotly contested toss-up Senate races in all of the United States map. So can't wait to see ultimately how it'll all break out. Okay, we got about 20 more seconds until we reach 5 hours and 30 minutes. So I'll take this time just to start saying thank you to everybody for watching tonight. Obviously, it's been a long time, 5 hours and 30 minutes, but everyone that either watched all the way through, I really appreciate it, or stopped by at any point throughout the night. I really appreciate you all stopping by to watch and watching these election results come in with me. And again, I just really appreciate it. I'd really also appreciate if you would hit like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. I post a new video every day at 3 p.m. on either election predictions, election news, or updated election results. And obviously, I started to do more frequently live streams, started to rotate that into my channel's videos as well. So I really appreciate everyone stopping by and watching. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you like and subscribe as well. For now, that'll be it for today's video. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Again, please remember to hit like and subscribe, and I hope to see you in a future video. Have a good rest of your night.